Hello, everyone. My name is Drinks Blue. Happy Saturday afternoon to everybody tuning in, joining us. We have a little mini Ultima Derby going on today with some Final Fantasy V Career Day, Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, and last but not least, Chrono Trigger Jets of Time. It is my esteemed honor to introduce Fury Blizzard and Romstein, who will be doing the commentary for today's FF5 Career Day race portion of this afternoon's festivities. Let me, y'all guys, take it away.
Brief introduction. I do want to give a shout out. Of course, we are doing this today to support various charities in the Minneapolis area on the most recent events that have occurred in that state. So certainly, we welcome any and all donations, even just a little bit. And there's going to be some silliness along the way as well that we'll get into as we get our races started through today's event. So as Drink School had mentioned, I'm Fiery Blizzard. Joined with me in the booth today is Romstein, and we have two racers here, Eladris and the Seawolf 1, who are going to be doing something a little bit different than what we normally showcase in Final Fantasy V Career Day. We're going to actually do two abbreviated seeds using a special mode that we refer to as Castle XDEF, which means that we just need to be able to defeat XDEF in his castle. We're doing this in a 4-job mode, so we don't even know what jobs we're going to have until our racers actually load up the seed. And then, because of the way the seed is laid out, these are very quick seeds. So we're running 2 of these at the very least to fill out a 2-hour block. And I hope you guys enjoy the show as we get our racers started. Rom, how are you doing today?
I am doing good. I'm looking forward to seeing which jobs we get. I like the 4 jobs mode, especially when it's a 4-job draft. It was not draft today, but you know, still a joy to see some 4 jobs action. So for people who are not familiar with it, it's this mod is inspired by the famous 4-job Fiesta gameplay. You play FF5, and a bot rolls you 4 jobs. To disable the barrier around the castle, and then inside the castle you need the bracelet in order to progress further than the first floor. But in order to do that, you do need to access Vault 2. In order to access Vault 2, you need the Adamantite item. And that's about it. There are a lot more key items that unlocks single locations, and we'll be able to discuss it further away. So both runners have begun flying Lonkai's Path to the Void. So we do have a hint system as well. Path to the Void means this location is required because it has an item required to finish the seed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but this does not take into account the fact that we are in Castle XDEF's ending.
Correct. Yeah, so the Path to the Void hints can be a bit of a trap because those could just be leading to tablets that are required to go through and beat Neo XDEF. But even though the game will roll the credits after beating XDEF in his castle, that does not mean that the hints are taking that into account. So it can very much just be a sort of a rabbit hole you don't need to go into. We're, like you mentioned, we're looking for 3 items: the adamantite, the bracelet, and the anti-barrier. So it could be completely useless. We might not have to actually go ahead and do that, but there may be a little bit of a preference for our racers to go ahead and do that. That being said, the other thing that I wanted to mention about these particular seeds and to really help our racers really make this quick is that we've turned off any sort of item scaling in this entire seed. So that means you can find your running shoes and chicken knives just hanging out in Tool or Licks or Wind Shrine, where you would normally not see it until World 3 or in a monster in a box in, say, Pyramid. But that also means that shops are incredibly powerful most of the time, and we actually do see that right off the bat. The Assassin's Dagger there is
that's not the best I've seen. Trust me. We have Okay. We can see the 4 jobs we rolled for the first seed. We have the Hunter. So the Hunter is a job specialized with ranged attack with bows. We have a Yoshi bow in shops, which is one of the best bow with the highest stat bonus for the bows and a good crit rate. So,
believe it's 30% crit rate. The Assassin's Dagger just has its own uses as well, being an instant death possibility on a proc. So both of those, I think, are well worthwhile. Anyone who's familiar with Final Fantasy V will also certainly be knowledgeable about the Chicken Knife. In Career Day, both the Chicken Knife and the Brave Blade start at full power. With a Thief in hand, for the record, that also means that we would have access to the Mug command eventually, which is one of those ways where we're not going to have the Runaway proc. And the Dancer as well can take advantage of several weapons that are really good, like the Man-Eater, again, the Chicken Knife, the Assassin's Dagger, and stuff like that. And, of course, you can't sleep on Mystic Knight, right? There's a lot of things that Mystic Knight can do really well. Again, with the Assassin's Dagger, it's one of those daggers that does not prevent Magic Sword from working. So Assassin's Dagger Holy Blade is incredibly powerful against X-Def as well. So we'll see. There's a lot of good jobs and synergy with this particular team. So I'm excited to see how our racers, even in a shorter flag set, start planning their sort of job points so that they can utilize that.
I have to say that's a very good job layout, to be honest. Dancer is one of the easiest way to reach the quad 9 damage cap because of Sword Dance. It's basically 1 chance over 4 to do the actual Sword Dance, which multiplies your damage by 8. It's 50% chance if you have one of the Dancer gear. Best way to reach that. Mystic Knight, as I said, is a very versatile job. We love to get that in 4 job because we are limited to 4 jobs, and it can do so much. It can infuse element into the weapon, which is good to utilize elemental weaknesses. It has insta-kill possibilities with petrification. Rex Sword can petrify with a much better rate than Black Magic or Summon. It can insta-kill non-heavy enemies that have elemental weaknesses, and etc. It can mute and slip on command as well, more reliably than Black Magic and White Magic. So we love to get that job.
Yeah, very much so. Mute Sword is a staple, of course. If we ever find an Omniscient hanging out with this party in particular, we're going to want that Mute Sword if we run into that very particular rump mage. But where Eladris is going to head into into Torna Canal, we actually know that Ship Graveyard is Path to the Void, but we're not exactly sure how if that's really going to be useful for us. And we're running right into our second boss here. We ended up seeing our first Greg sighting immediately. Now we got Hallie here. Luckily, we do have Maiden's Kisses in our inventory for Eladris. Let's see if Seawolf doesn't even need that, getting a crit on that Yoichi bow immediately before the Kuru comes out, showcasing that incredible power that you can get in this flag set early on. Just absolutely, taking care of Hallie right off the bat and jumping ahead of Eladris here, which is always very nice. And a big deal on that is because Seawolf one-shot Gilgamesh 1 and got the EXP and the Elixir drop, so instead of being level 2 from the Goblin, was level 6 coming into this Torna Canal fight and getting quite a bit better damage because of it. So, that small little difference there paying off here in the beginning of the game.
That's some nice money we can find in the chest in the ship graveyard. Money is important in this flag set. You don't want to waste too much time. This is a very short seed. You want to use your time as optimally as possible. Finding money means you can buy things in shops, and you are going to visit shops like once. You won't revisit shops because you won't have time for that. If you have the money to buy stuff, that's great. If you don't have the money, that can spell trouble, and this can make a difference in a race.
100%. And in this case, right, because we are playing in the 4-job mode, there are certain items that normally in a, say, vanilla playthrough, you never get rid of, like an Apollo's Harp. If you're playing as a bard, or, you know, you're fighting Shinryu or something like that in a vanilla situation, you never get rid of Apollo's Harp. It's too good. But in this 4-job seed, what is an Apollo's Harp going to do for us? We can never equip it. We might as well just sell it for 10,000 gold. So, you know, we get money for that end, and we do see, indeed, that the ship graveyard is required for the seed proper, giving us that bracelet, which we need to be able to climb up Extus Castle. So right now, we're at one of 3 items that we need to get through our go mode. And let's see if Eladris also gets a one-shot kill on that Marigine, who can be pretty disastrous late on.
Chicken knife alert. Chicken knife alert. So that means our Dancer is on pace to do incredible damage right away. So what we want is just find either a tiara, a rainbow suit, or red shoes. Equipping one of those removes the chances to get Tempting Tango and replace it with another chance to do Sword Dance, which means Sword Dance will have 50% chance to proc. And as I said earlier, that's 8 times the normal damage with a Chicken Knife that is permanently maxed in the randomizer. So yeah, that's 126 permanent power?
127, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, we also saw a Mirage Vest there in the in the same town. That is also should be of interest of our racers. The Mirage Vest like image in insert Final Fantasy game here is very broken. Final Fantasy V, it is straight out bugged in the sense that you can continually refresh it, although it doesn't work too well with the Mystic Knight. But being able to essentially no-sell a physical hit, especially in lower-level XDEF fights as you might get in these type of seeds, is really huge, given the end script of XDEF in his last 16,000 hit points. We do see a little bit of hint collecting from Seawolf as well. Some racers won't go out of their way for hints in this flag set being too quick. But there we actually got the hint that the Karnak Meteor, which is in World 1, has the Moogle suit. And so to me, in this type of flag set, and especially because we have untiered items, all that says to me is that I'm never doing Karnak Meteor. There's no reason to ever go and grab the Moogle suit in this seed. So why spend the time going and doing it?
Just to clarify something, key items are only shuffled in boss locations. It's not something like Treasure Sanity. It's not like Archipelago, where you can shuffle key items in all chests. No, only boss locations have key items. So Moogle Suit only has 7 chests, which in classic seeds have high tier. But since we are playing with untiered items, it's just 7 random chests behind a key item that is hinted at Karnak Meteor. We are just not doing Karnak Meteor whatsoever.
We got a little bit of divergence early, and we have Seawolf going on this Liquid Flame at Wolf's basement, whereas Eladris decided to go up to North Mountain here. There's no reason to wait for it in this flag set. We can't get into Mirage anyways, the seat's ending before that. But we do actually have the anti-barrier for Seawolf in the Wolf's basement, which means as soon as we get access to World 2, which we need that Adamantite for, we're going to be in go mode on Seawolf's side, and you can see just how quick these seeds can sometimes roll. I mentioned before that we're going to run 2 of these races today, but there is certainly the possibility we end up with a third race if both of these end up being jet seeds. We just don't know because these seeds are not vetted. The second seed could be an absolute disaster. But if we're, 20 to 30 minutes away from it taking 2 hours, there's a third seed that I can give them that would be pretty quick as well and to showcase even more ridiculousness compared to even what this seed seems to be.
Okay, so Fiery, do you think we are going to get a hint Adamantite is in World 1?
Rom, you are asking me if I believe we are playing Career Day and we have a World 1 lock seed. That is essentially the answer to your question. If the answer to that question is yes, you can guarantee somewhere in the world, and this could be in World 3, so we may not see it. It's a joke because it happens basically all the time that the seed is going to tell you that the Adamantite is in World 1, which we will know by the fact that the Adamantite has to be in World 1 in World 1 lock seeds. So it's a guarantee it's out there somewhere. Whether or not we see it is questionable. It could be in Trench or Mirage Village. But we all know it's out there.
Yeah, it's kind of joke that some hints do not check if you can access those hints without the items they are hinting. So you can have a Mirage Radar hint in Mirage Village, you can have a Trench Page or Submarine Key hint in Trench, etc. And of course, the classic Adamantite is in World 1 when it's a World Lock seed.
Yeah, it is worth noting as well for anyone who's interested in Career Day, the number of Path to the Void hints in any given seed is actually set to 5. So you will only ever get 5 Path to the Void hints, and then there are other specific type of hints that roll a random number. Like you can get anywhere from 0 to 2 Barren hints. That is a particular type of area would be barren, or you wouldn't have to go there, with some exception known as more forest. And then there's other direct hints that will say, hey, this item is directly in the spot. We saw that with the Karnak Meteor holds the Moogle suit hint. So knowing if you've already seen all 5 Path to the Void hints, and you're still looking for a 6th path, it may, you'll probably still check hints because there could be a direct hint to a tablet, but it becomes less important once you've seen all of them. Luckily, we see Seawolf taking on this Sandworm here. Luckily, despite Sandworm's insistence that it's always in the back row, bows don't care, because they are back row weapons, so this shouldn't take too long for Seawolf to get through. I was also told before coming on the air today that there is a little bit of a, let's say, quote, promotion in terms of making people donate for the charities that we're fundraising for here today, and that is during the Final Fantasy VI segment. If you go to the Ultima Derby channel and ping Boo, one of the 2 top admins in Worlds Collide, for each unique person that pings Boo in that channel, the Twitch channel of Final Fantasy VI will donate $1 to charities, and that will also be matched by Drinks Glue and Ravlin, the other top admin in the community. So keep an eye out for that once we start getting to Final Fantasy VI. Make sure to annoy Boo as much as possible.
Well, this might happen a bit earlier than planned because we already hit Go mode on Seawolf's side. Finding the Adamantite, and yeah, we can reach Ex's Castle. So what we are looking for right now are levels. We just want to grind a bit. The best method for that is to do some bosses. Hope for quick bosses. Instack level bosses. I don't know why Alredris did Karnak Meteor. They wanted their Moogle suit. But
yeah. Yeah, it's interesting you're saying that because one of the things to talk about here is, in general, the EXP that you're going to get from a boss is equal to the amount of health that boss has, and there's EXP splitting in the game, but we counteract that by having a 4 times multiplier. So if Seawolf is really looking for levels and wanting to prepare for XDEF as quickly as possible, what I would do is go in the World 2, take care of some last minute, take care of your shop, see what else you have out there that can make things a lot easier for you. And then take on World 2 bosses, because those are where most of your EXP is going to come from, with the exception of Lanka or Flying Lanka Ruins, but that would require more work. World 2 and just general shopping, just taking Bell Castle and taking Moogle Waterway can get you to the levels that you can pretty easily with this team take care of XDEF. If you get a couple of items that you're looking for, that may be a wall ring, that may be dancer gear, something like that. But we have plenty of power. We just need the defenses to survive.
Yeah, like if you could just, like in terms of offense, you either want one dancer gear and your dancer with chicken knife will do quad 9 damage every time it procs sword dance, or if you really want an alternative offense, you would want Holy Spellblade and a good weapon. Like the best weapon the Mystic Knight can equip is the chicken knife, but since it only has the attack command, it cannot bypass the running away effect. So you would want another good weapon. The best one we have is the Assassin Dagger. The best one the Mystic Knight can equip that is not the chicken knife is the Enhancer Sword. We don't like using swords because they tend to miss more often. But yeah, Holy Spellblade would be a blessing for that because XDEF is weak to Holy. So
yeah,
that's
so... Yeah, so one of the things I was mentioning before is sort of job synergy here, and yeah, the unfortunate thing about Thief is that it does take a while to learn Mug. It takes quite a bit of job points, but if you can learn Mug on a Thief, and then make that Thief into a Mystic Knight, there's your problem with the chicken knife run away, and suddenly you have a Mug chicken knife. Or, you can do a dancing Holy Blade or something like that. There are plenty of ways you can supplement the issue with the chicken knife in the seed. You just have to sort of commit to getting the job points for that.
That's even better in this case. If you are really willing to master a job with a lot of points, just master the Hunter. It gives X-Fight, which is the best ability you can have for the Mystic Knight, though it takes way too long to master in this type of seed.
You're not getting it. You are very unlikely to get X-Fight naturally in these type of seeds. It's just too short. You'd have to run into every high AP giving boss like Go-Go just to even get the chance. And honestly, it's very unlikely to want to plan for that. We did also see running shoes in that shop. That is, every shop in Bell Castle is actually shared along most of World 2 shops. That just means we can get the running shoes in basically any magic shop in World 2 other than Moore's. So, if we ever manage to get 50,000 gold again, yeah, that is very much your haste and the best accessory that you possibly have available.
Especially either for the dancer, who can then have more turn dancing, so you have more chances to get soul dance, or for the Mystic Knight, because the Mystic Knight will always waste his first turn doing Spellblade to infuse their weapon with an element and not attack in the first turn. So if you can just have the Mystic Knight permanently cast, you don't waste too much time using Spellblade and attacking.
So I feel like this particular Gilgamesh 2 spot is half a meme sometimes, because there was a non-small amount of time in which Gilgamesh 2 was set actually at this Moogle Waterway spot because of testing purposes, and then was forgotten to be removed as being set at Moogle Waterway after said testing. And so there was a good period of 1 or 2 months where every single seed rolled Gilgamesh 2 in that spot, and it's not a fun spot to run into Gilgamesh 2. You don't even get EXP out of it, so it really just kind of, sucks.
It's also used to have a weird glitch where Gilgamesh would cast a bugged ability, which would equal to giving you Fire Spellblade to the targeted character. And it took a bit of time for the devs to figure out why it was doing it.
Yeah, shoutouts to Clear Tonic, who did most of the code, and pretty much all the coding behind the scenes for the standalone, and Carulius as well, helping along on that. They've done a few projects as well, and the Dragon Quest randomizers and a couple other things in the background. But they're the ones who really brought Career Day up to 1.0 and past then. So shoutouts to those two for their development work. Meanwhile, we got both Seawolf and Eladris going on to the catapult here. This is an unfortunate fight for this party. We don't really have a way to do AoE, so we just kind of have the... we get to watch the Poroboros use Life 2. Luckily, they can only use it once per bomb, so we only really see 6 of them, so just do it strategically and it's fine, just long. Unfortunately, that is not the way to do it strategically. So we're gonna have 5 more bomb kills on Eladris' side. The other way you can get around this, if we had Mute Blade, you can mute them, and that would prevent them from going ahead and using Life 2. So we don't have a way around that, unfortunately, because we don't.
We didn't get a Mage Masher dagger as well, so that dagger has a chance to inflict mute as well. There's a bow as well that can do that. The anti-magic bow, it doesn't do damage, but it inflicts mute. We have 3 ways of inflicting mute with those jobs, and we have no way to cast mute on the Purballs in that case. That's a bit unlucky.
Yeah, I'm curious.
We actually have a way. If the dancer
runs out of MP with the Mystery Waltz.
Yes, you can drain all the MP and just drain them once, and it's enough to prevent them from casting Life 2, because Life 2 is 50 MP.
Well, there's the Mute Blade in Crescent, so a little bit too late for that, but maybe Eladris gets to say, if we run into Omniscient, I would really like this Mute Blade. Sleep Blade and one-shotting is actually a way past that as well. That's a good point. That's not something I really think of, because honestly, it's not a fight I ever want to do.
I didn't know you could do that. If you one-shot them, if you attack them, you wake them up, so they're not sleeping anymore.
But if they're already dead, that takes precedent.
So you are killing them with the blow that inflicts sleep?
Yep.
Okay, I'm learning new things. Another way that is not possible with those jobs is to berserk them, but we can't do that in this seed.
We got a Lanka Meteor here for Seawolf. One of the easiest bosses in the game. We've already seen one of them on Eladris' side with that sergeant fight. But Abductor is not really a boss that is threatening, so it should be very quick. A very easy 3600 EXP.
Dance's Sword Dance wakes up a sleeping target. The other dances don't, because they are considered the same as spells, basically. It's just a HP drain or MP drain, or confuse. But Sword Dance will wake them up. Oh, it doesn't on the SNES version? Really?
It doesn't in Pixel Remaster either, but I always forget what some of the niche differences are between Pixel Remaster and Super Nintendo when it comes from status effects. Specifically with sleep. Eladris getting the Assassin Dagger, getting the proc on Abductor, one swing, and it's dead. So very fast. Seawolf going for the shout is going to get their Moogle suit. I doubt we see what's in the village. To me, again, it's curious because I feel like I'd be just tempted to go ahead and shop World 2 and see what's out, shop more, shop, Surrogate Castle and see what's out there, because you honestly don't need that many levels for this. We actually know where Mirage Raiders Mirage Vests are as well, and that takes care of your low HP total. So, a bit interesting to me that we're going into more World 1 checks than we are hanging out in World 2, but it's certainly a valid way to play the game. It's curious to me why in this decision, not something else. So. Meanwhile, Eladris, I believe this is where the Adamantite was. Can we never note it? Oh no, that was a sub key. Where was the Adamantite?
That's a good question. Imagine having commentators pay attention to the scene.
I know, right? Must be Moss.
Maybe.
We don't really have that many other places to go. It's been, this is, it's interesting. This is the type of scene in which, we really don't have to go that many places. In fact, it seems like we're just, I guess it was Waltz. That was an early Waltz from Meteor from Seawolf, but, this is gonna give the Adamantite, and then it's really gonna be a question of which racer feels ready for X-Def first. So, how comfortable are you with that fight? It can be a grueling fight at lower levels, but you can get away with quite a lot. And that's part of the fun of this flag set. It really teaches you how to be efficient and what you can get away with in terms of just in general lack of power, a lot of power, but lack of levels. We do see Seawolf going up to Flying Lanka Ruins. It's going to take about 12,000 HP here. This is not a boss I particularly want to see, although we do have chicken knives. But these things can eat through your HP very quickly. So, they're going to have about 3,000 HP each. This is just not a pleasant fight for this moment.
Your only hope is to get Assassin Dagger procs, and that's just... You need to get that 4 times. You just don't want to. Just go away.
Well, their magic spells aren't going to do all that much because it is an early game spot.
They're physical attacks.
But the physical attacks, you have to get to their health range to the point where they're using magic attacks, and otherwise you're just going to get beaten up. And we do see that reset from Seawolf. We did get a question in chat. How can you get started playing Career Day? So,
you can go to the website. So the website is on the Big Bridge Studio /Career Day, and we cannot post the link. Well,
Blue, you know this site.
Yeah, because Final Fantasy V Career Day is not Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, so we cannot post the link, but it's bigbridge.studio/Career Day. So you will have a lot of flags to select to personalize your gameplay. What we recommend is to not use the default setting. You can scroll down and select what we call the standard flag. That's a bit more friendly for beginners. It gives you 1 free tablet. It has starting access to World 1 and 2, which means you can go to Kusa Castle and get 3 good items from the 12 there are there. It's a good flag set for beginners. Another thing we would recommend to learn the randomizer is to use a map tracker. There is a good package to use on Ammo Tracker, which is Strider's package. It has map tracker for all 3 worlds. It even has a page with all the bosses' stats, the levels, the weaknesses, how you can insta-kill them, etc. It's a great tool for beginners and people who want to learn how to efficiently play Career Day. We have a Discord server as well that Clue is linking in the chat to anyone interested in learning it. You can ask questions there, we will answer, we will gladly help newcomers.
Yeah, the way the Career Day Discords are set up is that there is a general Discord and then a tournament Discord that kind of split off from that for various reasons. It just is keeping racing events a little bit separate from the technical and coding portion of everything else. So feel free to join one or both of those Discords. Most of the races we've been running have been off the tournament Discord itself, such as the bi-weekly community races, of which the next one would be scheduled for next weekend, either Saturday or Sunday, depending on general availability. They've mostly been Saturdays around 3 p.m. Eastern. We do see a little bit, again, both racers are in World 2, they're in Go mode. We see Seawolf taking on the Basement. Gilgamesh 1 has transformed into Gilgamesh 4 a couple spots below where he normally is in Vanilla. Is now using the strongest sword to inflict all tens of damage to our party. But we also see Eladris going into Cusa Castle, while normally in Vanilla would be 12 really good items. In the fact that we don't pay any attention to item tiering in this particular flag set, it's just 3 items that exist, or 12 items that exist.
So the best item we got there was a Dark Hood, which is actually a very good headgear. It's a light headgear that you can equip to physical jobs. It gives a good chunk of bonus stats in speed and power. It's actually a really good equipment, to be honest. Dancers can equip it. Mystic Knights can equip... No, Mystic Knights cannot equip it, actually. But the Hunters can equip it. I always get confused between the Dark Hood and the Dark Suit. One of them can be equipped by the Mystic Knight, but not the other. Yeah, it's not for the Mystic Knight. It's the best in start for the Thief as well.
Yeah, while our racers are going and looking to get a little bit more experience to handle XF in his castle, again, 32,000 EXP that they're preparing for. Glue, I believe you have some things you want to take care of as well. So go ahead and take it away.
I thought of a cool personal touch. I'm going to bring up my good friend, Johnny Cream. Let me see. There we go. Johnny, can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you.
Yeah. So one of the cool things about what we're doing today or trying to do is raise money from Minneapolis. And it's it's one of those things where, like, if you watch the news, you're not really quite sure what could be going on there, what is or isn't happening. And Johnny, I've known for about 10 years through a mutual friend. He's one of the best Killer Queen players in the world, along with a tremendous NHL goalie. But nevertheless, different video game background, but citizen of Minneapolis. And he has been, he has a special story about what's going on in the Minnesota state. So I thought I'd bring him in, give him a few minutes to share his story, what's going on up there that a lot of people may not be familiar with. And it's pretty impactful, and it's the reason we're all here today, is try to raise money for the citizens of Minneapolis who are affected by all this. So Johnny, yeah, what's going on up there these days?
Sounds good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Sounds good. As Drinks Glue had stated, met through a friend online, and actually never met him in person. I was in his hometown, or where he lives now, once, but we didn't get to meet up. And I remember when you first started playing this game and ramping up on it, or at least when you started picking up with playing it. But thanks for having me. I really appreciate that you guys, are doing this and based around some of the small businesses in Minneapolis. They can definitely use help. And so I think I'll try to keep it short. I'm very appreciative. I will donate as well. And I can just kind of give you my experiences. So I am in my 30s, live here with now 2 kids. It was 1 kid at the start of this ice ramp up. 5 weeks ago, we had our second child. Our 1 kid is 2 years old, and so he's in Spanish immersion daycare. And so that's where a lot of what I've seen has come from, is our experiences through that. I grew up in central Minnesota. I am white. And then I've lived here since I went to undergrad here when I was younger, moved out for a while from Minnesota to Colorado, and then I've been back since 2017. And we've lived in our current house, which is in South Minneapolis, for about coming on 6 years now in March. So that's some of my background. Like I said, our child is 2 years old. He goes to a Spanish immersion daycare, and he has since he's been 6 months old. And it's a commercial group. There's about 5 locations for it, and 34 staff is in our location of it, just south of Minneapolis. And it's from 6 weeks old, I believe, is the youngest, to pre-K is how long the daycare, the age groups that they take. And it is fully Spanish immersion, so fully Spanish speaking. Many of the staff don't speak English very well at all, and then some speak it fluently, but everyone is gone through an E-Verify background check, which is what our government uses as well. And this all came to light during a lot of the SICE stuff, and they all are here on work permits and visas. So they're all here in the country legally working with the group. And then oftentimes when their permits expire, they might go back to wherever their home country is, and they were just doing this for the experience. Some people live here, and this is their home, and they've been in Minneapolis for years, which is something I didn't know till I got to know some of the staff, which has occurred in the last few months. One of the teachers especially made an impact on our kid when he was in the infant class, so up to a year or so, and he just loved that teacher. So we kind of we do love all the staff there in relation to that. But definitely we love the teachers there. It's such a great school. And sorry if I get emotional at all. But so the ramp up occurred in December, and didn't really seem to impact us at first, and didn't notice too much about it when it was occurring in December. And I'll speak to you a little bit about some of my roles and what I've seen with it. But then the first week of January, one of the teachers from our schools was taken at a bus stop. And so after work at the bus stop outside the school was taken, and, essentially they kind of just get disappeared. They get put in these detention centers. And so that was when it really perked up parents' ears to, oh gosh, our teachers maybe aren't safe. And so, as stated, fully here legally on a work permit. And so that's where it started to get nervous, and parents for our daycare started organizing and using an online secure chatting platform. We came together as a group and organized how we could just make sure our teachers and our kids are kept safe from this happening. And so since about the second week of January, have been giving rides to teachers to and from daycare. And so that's 34 staff. About 26 of them or so took advantage of this, and then also buying them groceries once a week. And so that is ramping down, and the plan is to end next week, finally, because the numbers are in a better spot. But this organization effort, I can say, is extensive. It took a lot of energy. A lot of people put in a lot more time than me, some doing second job amounts of work, up to 20 hours a week. And, I'll just say no one's paid for this or anything. It's just strictly to protect our kids and community. And so a ton of effort. I started by driving 2 of the staff at 6:30 in the morning before daycare. So they were the first ones to get there. Our daycare opens at 7. And so driving them to work, and I did that for about 2 weeks, which was when we had our second kid, and then I was unable to do that anymore. I got to know them a bit. One of them had her husband taken in December, and she has her kid in high school here. I don't know the legal status of the husband, but he ended up back in their country. She's still here with her kid and still working, but a lot of stress and just fear from her end. The other one has been here a little bit shorter amount of time, and she was in a little bit better spot. And so after the birth, I took a week off, and then I started driving 2 people home at 4 p.m. So after work, we drive them home. Both these were 30 to 45 minutes a day, depending on however traffic was that day. And then go pick up my kid afterwards. And I know, towards the end of this, one of those 2 has told me that for 1 month, I remember she said it just like 1 month I haven't left my apartment, 1 month I haven't left work. So it was either her apartment, get a ride from staff to work, go home, and that was her life for that month. And a lot of people were in the same boat. And, a big part of this is the fear of, well, it was seen that people could get taken and their legal status would not be checked, or it didn't matter if they're undocumented or if they're here with a work permit. And once they're taken, oftentimes they'd get transferred within 12 to 24 hours out of Minnesota into Texas, typically. The Dilley Center in Texas being one of the big ones. And so once you're out of there, then the whole court proceedings occur in Texas, and then you have to get back from that. So there's a lot of fear from the people who I talk to and who I helped give these rides to about going out and about. And so because of that, I think it's 1% to 3% of our population is immigrant or undocumented in Minnesota. And so a lot of work staff unable to go to work, a lot of businesses unable to do regular hours. Some of the restaurants that we go to, they'd be locked doors with like a bouncer in front to let people in. So local businesses, and especially like the restaurant industry, were definitely severely impacted. And especially as people are not leaving their house, they're not going out and spending as much. And so estimates of 10 to 20 million I've seen in some of our local newspapers for what could be lost from this per week, a million per week, 10 to 20 million per week for local businesses. And so funds like this are just helping to keep some of these afloat. In many ways, I saw businesses that seemed to be acting almost like what made me remember COVID, when it was takeout only. And then there was a bunch of federal funds still flowing in to like assist with that. And there isn't that right now. And so I think, things are better in Minnesota now. It's still, I think there's 500 troops here. And I think at peak there were 3,000, which I know like with Illinois, it got up to 700. So, it's a much higher number in a smaller metro area at peak. And it's winding down now and getting closer to, I think 150 is where it typically sits. And so things are improving, but some of the effects of this will be felt for a long time going forward. And so that's where efforts like this, I'm just very appreciative of. Like I said, I'm going to donate, and anyone who can, a lot of good causes you can find. So I think this is one of them. And so I appreciate anyone partaking in this, and feel like I rambled on for quite some time here. So sorry for taking up so much of people's time.
Oh no, you mentioned it, like it's just one of those things too. Like if you're afraid to leave the home, a community can't operate if everybody's inside their house. So it's local businesses that are effective. It's a doctor taking his kid to a daycare, as you are. It just impacts so many different people in different ways that a lot of people may not be aware of, and it's really just an unfortunate situation all around that's happening in our country that we just wanted to share some lights on. So we appreciate you coming on and sharing your story with us, Johnny.
Yeah, and if anyone, more than happy to take any messages, or if anyone wants to say anything, be more than happy to respond. Obviously, my experience with this is these are all my own experiences and opinions. They're no one else's. And, I gave you some of my background into how some of this affected me or didn't, because some of this is just, I see the effects on others. And, I think that's what I have to offer you for today. But yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. That took a lot to come on our restream our show, and although for a good cause, to share your personal experience, because it is, to live with that for weeks and months, it's just heartbreaking.
And just to be clear, you had said NHL goalie, the video game, NHL 2026. Not really.
Yeah, the my player equivalent. My apologies. I was trying to embellish a little bit, but
Just wanted to be sure.
You ruined it, but
all video game stuff.
NHL 99. No, I want to echo Blue there and absolutely do not apologize for taking the time here and sharing some of your experiences. And I do want to say it's been, as someone who, lives quite far away from Minnesota and still in the United States, it has been concerning, but also awe-inspiring to see how the Minneapolis community has come together to help the community around them and even people outside the community. And so, yes, I don't like the fact that we have to do something like this, right? We were put in this position because of events that none of us wish happened. But I'm also happy to see the Minneapolis community come together, and I'm happy as well to have my chance to put on something for something like this to help raise money for the Minneapolis community, and I will also be donating in a little bit as well. So, but yeah, I definitely want to thank you for your time here today and just going over your experience and what's been happening in Minneapolis.
I promised Johnny I'd make you laugh at least once, and but more seriously, we're using our platform, whatever platform Wizard, Romstein, myself, and everybody else who's a part of this day may or not have to support Minneapolis. We're all thinking of you. Unfortunate situation. Now, I do apologize that we can't fix the Vikings and the JJ McCarthy situation, but we'll do our part here today with our platform, with our efforts, with our time to draw attention to Minneapolis and its citizens and to support them how we can.
If you could somehow get Darnold back, we would love it.
That might be a little bit more fundraising than we're able to do.
The sky's the limit, but let's be real here, my friend.
No, I'm so appreciative that you guys are doing this. There's a lot of good causes out there, but this will help people. So, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything else from me? Should I just hop off?
Take care of your kids. Congratulations, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm the kid. Oh, let me tell you, sleep is worse. It's whatever you could imagine. It's harder.
Yeah, take care of yourself as well. Take care of everyone else around you. So,
appreciate you guys.
Thank you for coming on.
Enjoy the the randomization.
Well, Glue wants to beat me up in Madden NFL 2004 as well. So,
all right, bye guys.
See ya. Yeah, so really to echo that, again, we had posted earlier in the chat the donation links. Unfortunately, there's no general Tiltify that we're promoting here, but if you go to that document, there'll be a couple links to Minnesota charities to help businesses, and certainly, while we can't keep an eye out on them ourselves, if you do donate during this event, please feel free to DM Glue or anyone else who's currently part of the restream, and we will be sure to acknowledge your donation. So, absolutely donate for this great cause. Again, unfortunate that we're in this position, but any little bit helps for sure. But to bring a little bit back to the game, and we've been seeing for the past 10 plus minutes, XDEF attempts this can happen, unfortunately, depending on your strategies here. XDEF does have 32,000 HP, and really the trick to this particular fight is that you want to get down 16,000 HP as quickly as possible, just so you don't eat an Earthshaker. And that's when XDEF is going to go into its double phase, where it's going to be physical and magic attacks in the same turn, like we see here. And that's really the key. You want to get to this part as soon as quick as possible, just to optimize your chances of winning. We have Sword Dance on a Chicken Knife that's doing a lot of damage, and we have that Holy Blade. And after all those attempts, we do see Seawolf able to finally take down X-Def in its castle at about 52 minutes. That timer is kind of wrong anyways. 52 minutes and 13 seconds for the first X-Def kill. And I believe Elater doesn't particularly want to finish this particular seed. So with that, we're going to take a 3-minute break between seeds. And then we're going to start with the second one. Again, I have no idea what the parties are going to be for this second seed, but hopefully something quite a bit different in terms of team composition, and maybe a little bit more World 2 for us as well, just to see how different these seeds can really play, but they all generally trend to be quite a bit faster. So yeah, we'll give it Racers about 2 to 3 minute break, so nearly the top of the hour, 1 minute after the top of the hour, we'll start with seed 2, and we'll see what our Racers really get into. Are there, Rom and people in the chat, let me know sort of what jobs you're hoping really appear in the second seed.
You really need to ask. You know what I'm going to answer, right?
I mean, look, the Ford Berserker seed is unfortunately not possible unless you manually set it. But...
I'm not that much into Berserker. You know what my favorite job is. Come on. It's the Dragon.
Hey, look, if you get a Holy Spear in this flag set, that is actually incredible.
That's actually one of the niche uses of the Dragon, which can make it good in Kaide. So the Dragon has a bit of a curse. Like, it's a cool job. Wielding spears, jumping, aerial attacks. It's a cool job, to be honest. But it's rarely a good job in FF games. It has niche uses where jump can help you dodge big attacks from bosses. You can have some powerful spears like the Holy Lance, which has a holy element infuse. You have the Dragon Spear, which works great against Dragon-type enemies. And yeah, it's useful here because Exodus is weak to Holy, so the Holy Lance, if we find it, is a good choice. But it's very niche. And other than that, it's very underwhelming across the entire series, to be honest. Except Final Fantasy III Pixel Remaster. Just because Blood Spears exist and Blood weapons are extremely good. But that's the only reason. And that's the only game where it's actually the top job. Alright, so I'm seeing people wanting to see Berserker, of course. We see Mimics, we see Rangers, we see some mages. Yeah, we didn't get any mage in the previous seed. Maybe you can get some time mage or summoner. We'll see shortly.
I'm just confirming that both of our races are ready before we get a 3-2-1 count. We're trying to do this in the same race time room just because it's simpler for me. So just confirming that. Yeah, I want to see some mages. Mages are great. I really just want to see a lot of World 2. I'm hoping for that.
Yeah, it's not really fun when you are in Go mode before even reaching World 2. Because you know World 2 is useless and you're going to spend time just grinding levels. Not even looking for key items. Like, the randomizer goes into background, if I may speak.
All right, so our racers should be about to start with our second seed of the restream. And we do see Seawolf going. We should see Eladris go pretty soon after as well. There we go. I wonder, we get a quick look. Mystic Knight again, Trainer, Freelancer, and I believe that was Time Mage, right? I think it was.
Oh, we're finding Dark Hoods and Kaiser Clothes right away, which
was it Red Mage?
Oh no, please not the Red Mage. Please no.
Yes, normal is Freelancer. There is no job on a Freelancer.
So, Freelancer is a double-edged sword. At the start, it's completely useless. It doesn't have any ability. It doesn't learn any ability. But once you start mastering some other jobs, you can equip 2 abilities on the Freelancer. You can make any combination you want. And it has bonus stats depending on which jobs you mastered. Unfortunately, in this format, we are not going to master many jobs.
Yeah, that's the one prime about Freelancer, but it being able to equip every weapon is definitely key here. And yeah, we'll see what our listeners do with that.
Yeah, Wolf's Tower having a tablet means Wolf's Tower is equal to Baron. We will not be going there. We do not need the Wolf's Tower key. Or, I mean, if it's Sunken Walls in World 3, we were not going to see it anyway. But if it's in World 1, we don't need the Wolf's Tower key anymore.
Well, Wolf's Tower is an interesting one.
Sleep. It's not bad.
Sure, but I
It gives
mean,
you
like,
access to armor as well.
besides life, everything else is kind of there. You know, like, we have a Mystic Knight in this one. I think the Red Mage's best use is the fact that, well, Red Mages can break rods, but a Freelancer can as well.
You can, but it's also a nice support to have when you don't have any other access. Like, Mute and Sleep are always welcome when it's your only source of casting those status. Oh, that's a good hint, though. So we have our first Baron hint. These locations are barren. So in this format, there is only one there's only one desert location available. It's Desert of Shifting Sand, which is where you find the sandworm in the vanilla game. So we know it's barren, so we will not be needing the sandworm bait.
Yeah, it's so there is legitimately one single change to the spell list that would make Red Mage about, I don't know, 1,000 times better, roughly. For whatever reason, the Shell spell is considered White Magic 4, not White Magic 3 in this game. If Red Mage had access to Shell, the utility of Red Mage would increase drastically, especially for these type of seeds. And which is why, like, the Red Mage is so close to being really quite useful in these seeds, but just because of that lack of being able to cast Shell, it really hurts it. So, like, if we wanted to change it so that, you know, the randomizer require or move Shell to be learnable by the Red Mage, that would help so much. armor is nice too. We have access to armor having physical damage. If we find Mirage Vest again, it's not really that big of a deal. We did also get a hint saying that the steamship, which we need the steamship key for, does have the Hiryu Call to get us on the Ziza fleet. And we do find, we're in the Worlds Collide channel. So, of course, at one point we had to grab a Ragnarok from a box. So there it is. There's your Ragnarok from a box. It is the second best sword in the game, only second to Brave Blade. Not the Illumina in Final Fantasy V. But the thing about swords is that they like to miss a lot because they don't have enemy evades like knives do. So Ragnaroks have a tendency to miss, unfortunately. But we'll see what happens here. Meanwhile, we get our Holy and Sleep Blade here in Lix to help out with XDEF whenever we get to it. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing the same thing. We're seeing a lot of shopping early just to get our early power, and then hopefully we'll just see a good old boss rush that involves a lot of locations. Maybe we'll get a lot of longer chains of seed. The advantage of that, of course, if we have to visit more locations, the more levels we're going to get, which means that we wouldn't end up in the same situation we were last time, where our racers were, struggling with surviving XDEF at the end. We have, again, sort of a party that doesn't get all that much HP in terms of growth. So, Trainer is, not awful, but not great. That being said, there are strats we can do with Trainer that trivialize XDEF as well. So we'll see if either of our racers go with the capture for Zuz in the desert region west of Karnak, and just release 4 of them to kill XDEF in his castle. That is actually a very viable strat in the seed.
That's the kind of niche strat that makes some job really shine in Forger mode. Like, you would normally never use them in normal gameplay or in a standard flag set randomizer. But in Forger, they can be very useful if you have the knowledge. Like, you have the hunter's animals, you have the trainer's capturable monsters, you have the chemist mixes. If you have the knowledge, they can be very useful weapons.
Yeah, Lily pointing out that it's unlikely that we get 4 catches because of the high AP requirement. That is true, but even if we get 2, that knocks down XDEF 1 entire phase, and then you just get to decide whether or not you want to use those 2 Breath Wings immediately to knock it down to 50 HP and begin double phase, or as soon as you get to that point, whether or not to just straight out kill XDEF with the 2 releases. There are a few things you can do. But of course, you have to set all that up, and I don't know if either racers are going to want to go about doing that, but we'll see.
There's another strat you can do with the trainer, which is slightly less viable, but you could also go to Koza Castle and try to capture a shield dragon, because what the shield dragon does when you release it is cast Almagest, which is actually Neo XDEF's signature move. But it's actually Holy Elemental, so it does a good chunk of damage to XDEF, and it's really fun to use his own moves against him.
That's a good one too. I think Zuz are probably a little bit easier to come. Well, not easier to come by. The fact that with Trainer you can control Shield Dragon. No, because without the Corner Jar, you need it to be 1/8 of its total HP, and the way Shield Dragon's script works, actually, I guess you get it down to 1 HP using control. So, because of the round down there. So, I guess you do have a good way of going about that.
The Shield Dragon would just try to run away so often. If you cannot control it, or if you cannot time your way to do damage and then capture, Shield Dragon is going to try to run away.
I mean, if it just doesn't straight out murder you. that's always a possibility too. The thing about
Yeah.
Shield Dragon, of course, for people unfamiliar with it, Shield Dragon has a lot of defense, and so even if you're decently high level or even high level, still your best strat is to use control for that fractional damage that you get off of Flame Dragon's or Shield Dragon's flame. Meanwhile, speaking of things that are annoying to fight normally, Stalkers here, definitely one of those bosses that you just would rather never see at all. But honestly, not too bad here. It's low enough HP.
Well, we have Sleep Sword, so putting Stalker to sleep prevents it from doing his usual mechanic of whack-a-mole. It's going to invert targets with another of the Stalkers, and you have to find the correct one. Sleep Sword, if he's asleep, he won't move, so you can keep doing damage to the same one.
And we got Maneater from that, which is definitely not a bad weapon that that Freelancer can absolutely equip it. There are several bosses in this game that are weak to the Maneater, including one Hiryu plant, which is always really fascinating that the Hiryu plant is indeed considered a human for all intents and purposes. So,
Xdeath is not a human. However,
unless it's the tree.
He's a tree. So, Tree Xdeath, which is the name we give to Xdeath we fight in the deep end of the void, just before he transforms into Neo Xdeath. That part is actually classified as human, and takes damage from the Man-Eater dagger. As you stated, Hiryu plant, which is a dragon plant, is considered human.
Yeah, I got nothing for that one. At least, like, the Tree Xdeath form has the excuse of it being hundreds of millions of human souls trapped into a tree. I got nothing about the Hiryu plant, about why that's considered human.
Meanwhile, I think Mirujin is not human.
Honestly, I don't know. Mirujin is... if you don't have fire, you generally don't want to deal with Mirujin. So, unless you're using like dance or something like that can really do a lot of damage.
Well, this one is not human either.
No, this one's just weak to all the elements once you get the barriers down. Yeah, so Necrophobia. People will recognize this from right before Neo Xdeath. So clearly we're at the end of the game here. It's kind of amazing this game has really, you start off on, Barton Boko. Shoutouts to Boko, of course. Basically trying to figure things out and stealing a pirate ship. And then getting sucked down a graveyard, and then we fight this guy here, and somehow we just kind of finished the game, I guess? I don't know. So weird, we never really solved the all the crystal problems and why everything stopped. It's fine.
I guess it's the best moment to talk about the differences between FF5 Carrier Day and FF6 Worlds Collide when it comes to boss scaling. So we're on the FF6 Worlds Collide channel, right? Some of you may be a bit confused about how it works in FF5 Carrier Day. We don't have the same type of scaling. In FF6, the boss have their stats scaled to, let's say, your party's average level and modified by the amount of locations you have checked. In FF5, it's not using an average scaled level. The bosses retain their original levels for the simple reason that FF5 has the Blue Mage, which has strats with levels, like level 2 Old, level 5 Doom, etc. So we make them retain their original level just to conserve the Blue Mage strats. And the rest of their stats are scaled to the location they are shuffled in. So that's why on FF5 Career Day you will see the runners do kind of the same locations in the same order at the beginning of the seeds. That's because that's where the easy bosses are at first. And it goes progressively stronger when you change locations. But at least you don't get punished for opening chests or looking for abilities before taking on the first boss. That's the kind of advantage, disadvantage between the two systems, between FF5 and FF6. The average level scaling FF6 has means it's easier to predict what abilities and how strong the boss is going to be because it's scaled to your party and how many checks you've done. But you can easily get trapped at the beginning if you're a beginner and you do a lot of free checks, like looking for espers and characters, and if you do that too much, the first bosses you're going to try is going to be too powerful for you and you will be forced to grind on normal monsters. Like, that's the kind of advantage, disadvantage between the two.
Yeah, I would say, in general, for Worlds Collide, the standard flag sets that you see raised are the levels are dependent on the number of characters, espers, and dragons you've collected, or the number of checks you've done. And to your point, that does open up quite a bit in terms of what you do with the beginning of a seed. But it also means that a lot of times you end up having to go ahead and do a couple grind fights early on because your bosses are starting at level 6 if you're using some character esper dragon scaling as is traditional. Versus Career Day, a lot of times your very beginning game is going to be about the same. Like, people are going to go to Wind Shrine first and then probably go ship Graveyard, Torna Canal ship Graveyard, just to get those opening levels. And then from there, with a lot of power, or even just medium power, you can get away with going into World 2 in a race standard seed where that's available and really pick up your levels and then work your way back for faster fights. That being said,
if you have insta-kill abilities, because one thing that FF5 does more than FF6, in my opinion, is utilize the insta-kill abilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have a way to cast Doom, so Death Element, if you have a way to instantly kill weak enemies, which is what we call non-heavy enemies, if you can petrify enemies, or if you can manipulate the levels for Death by Math, like, FF5 has a lot of variety of instant kills. And it's much easier to pull off here than FF6. Some of you may know that spreadsheet with all the bosses' weaknesses, which is less easily readable than what we have on our FF5 tracker. You can get away with checking an overpowered boss if that boss is insta-killable. FF6, if the boss is too powerful and you don't have the equipment, or if you did too many checks and raised the average level too much, you will need to grind on normal enemies.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage here for Career Day is you're not going to run into, hey, your first boss is Poltergeist or Goddess, and you're just sitting there with a level 3 party or even a level 6 party early on. You're just sitting there and like, well, I'm just going to die. That really doesn't happen too much in Career Day. The only exception to that, I would say, Omni can be a problem with certain teams just because you wouldn't have a way for the reset. Or Titan exists, where you're going to get that Earthshaker at the end of the fight, unless you have ways to counteract that. And at the beginning of the seed, if we saw Titan now, Seawolf still wouldn't be able to survive Earthshaker.
There are more bosses. Halikana, so if you cannot kill her before she casts Kuru, which turns you into frogs. Yeah. Let's say Necrophobe can be a problem at the first spots. Yeah, there can still be problematic bosses, but it happens less. It becomes a huge issue where the first bosses are all either problematic bosses like Titan in Wind Shrine, and you have bosses that do not give XP. Basically, bosses that run away, like Gilgamesh 1 if you don't insta-kill him, and Lion. etc. If the boss runs away, you don't get the XP. If you get 3 bosses in a row that don't give XP at the start of the seed, that's trouble. But it's so rare.
So we have a little bit of reversing going on. Talking about the seed ahead of us, we did get the anti-barrier from North Mountain 1, which, again, required to beat the seed. Hopefully the bracelet is a little bit more hidden. We did get the Elder Branch, which may have scared our runners into thinking that the more forest check was going to be required, which is the highest HP spot that we have in World 2, other than Gilgamesh 4, which we don't need to fight, and the Xdef himself in the castle. But luckily, we did get a hint saying burning areas are barren, so more forest is no longer going to be a place where we're going to have to go, which is probably a good relief for our runners, because that can definitely cause some problems on teams like this, in which there isn't really an instant kill available other than maybe that Doomax that Seawolf has in his inventory, or using a release command from the trainer that can do a couple of things there as well. So no more forest from us. We also know that the barrier tower, which we need the submarine for, and the adamantite to get into, will give us the steamship key, which will lead us to Hiryu Call to get on the Ziza's fleet. I'm kind of hoping that's where our bracelet is, to have to go through that chain, but we'll see what the seed gives us. Meanwhile, we got Carbuncle going down to the Holy Sword weakness when he's weak. And we have the Omniscient here at, I believe, Waltz Meteor, thankfully with Mute Blade, so eventually we'll get through this kind of slog of a fight.
So, Fairy, you stated we have Burning Barren, so more forest is not required. Thankfully, the seed ends in World 2. If this was a standard seed, with World 3 available, you know where this would be leading us to. Burning area is barren, and you still have to do more forest, not because of the key item, but because it unlocks Kryle, and it unlocks Fog Tower, which is the worst location in this game. Thankfully, you will never see that in Anon X's Castle. But yeah, we have a kind of running joke in the FF5 Kaidai community that some people, when they are involved in a race, the seed always has to hand with Fog Tower. I'm one of those. Lily is one of those. Yeah. Lily has an emote because of Fog Tower. For the FF6 tips out there, if you want a comparison, you can see kind of Tower of Fanatics. That's how painful it is to do.
I mean, it's a similar mechanic to Kefka's Tower, where you're splitting up your party, but 2-character parties are always suspect at best, and then the number of stairs you have to climb with comparable to Fanatics. So it's kind of a mixture of both of them. Sometimes you can get really good bosses up there that aren't too challenging, and sometimes you can get bosses in which you are regretting your life choices. Particularly more in for job seeds where you might not have instant deaths available. But luckily we don't have to care about Fork Tower or the Seed. That does generally get new racers or new runners to the randomizer, where they'll see that burning areas are barren and not realize the implications of Fork Tower. If people wanted to know as well, this is not an issue that's solved by starting Kara or Kryle in your party, which is an option in the randomizer. That is not the flag that's going to be looked at by the game. It's going to look at whether or not you've beaten more forest. It just as a logic thing as well. But the original reason why you need to do more forest to get into Fork Tower is because if you have Galoof in your party, and you activate that cutscene, it locks the game. So it is very much a tactical issue. It's the cutscene.
But even with that, even if you start with Kryle, it's still going to require you to do more forest, even though you don't have Galoof in your party. Yeah.
Yeah, Greg one kind of we saw Greg. We've seen multiple Gregs already, so we haven't seen Greg 3 at all today. So I wonder if he's gonna pop up, and his friend Enkidu. I'm curious if our.
I sure hope we get to see that long chain involving Biotower and the steamship.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, so for those unfamiliar, Greg, his nickname is for Gilgamesh, which is actually started, I believe, from Final Fantasy XIV. It's just sort of carried over because Greg is faster to say than Gilgamesh. So I don't know why it started in 14. It just is at this point. Obviously, Gilgamesh appears in multiple games across the Final Fantasy franchise ever since 5. But 5 is, Gilgamesh's original home. So, and same with the character known as Go-Go. That wonderful character, that wonderful mimic Go-Go. It turns out that the secret to going into future Final Fantasy games is to go and X-Zone yourself, or get X-Zoned by an enemy, so that's canon.
So it's canon that it's actually the same Go-Go in FF5 and 6?
I have seen nothing to suggest that it isn't.
Oh. Okay, that's the adamantite there, so it's just in the catapult. That means we are only looking for the bracelet at this point, and that bracelet may still be in that long chain we described earlier. That would be the best way to showcase the randomizer aspect of Kaede.
Yeah, I also do want to take a moment and thank Johnny Kareem, who was in the booth giving his experience in Minneapolis earlier, for giving $100 to Main Street Alliance. Thank you, of course, not only for the monetary donation, but all the work that you have been doing for the community up in Minneapolis, which I can't exactly replicate here, being as far away as I am for now, but of course, thank you for that donation. Of course, if anyone else is donating through this event, again, we don't have a Tiltify campaign. We do have that document listing a couple of charities that, if you do donate, again, do DM Glue so that we can give you a proper shout out if you wish to be acknowledged, and of course, any little bit helps. And as I mentioned as well before, in the Final Fantasy VI portion coming up after this is going Final Fantasy V Career Day, Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, then Chrono Trigger Jets of Time. In the Ultima Derby channel, in the Worlds Collide Discord, if you ping Boo during the Worlds Collide portion of the event, $1 will be donated from the Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide Twitch channel, as well as being matched by Drinks Glue and Ravlin. So make sure to annoy Boo as much as possible during that segment of this event here.
Well, we found the bracelet.
Just once, I don't want a jet seed to be rolled. Is that so hard?
You rolled 2 jet seeds. Aren't you happy?
I randomed number, and this is what happened. We're gonna see if our racers get a little bit better luck in terms of killing Agstaff early, or what they're gonna do compared to last time. It is an interesting strat I wanted to point out as well during that Twin Tania fight. Twin Tania, as people who have played vanilla may know or remember, is the actual final required boss that you have before Agstaff, sitting there at 50,000 HP. And the way you're really supposed to deal with it in vanilla is to wait out its 5 turns and wait for it to use Mega Flare, or Giga Flare. And as it's charging up, Twintania becomes weak to basically everything, including the Stone or Break spell, as well as L5 Doom. The Doom or the Death status also becomes non-heavy, so weak to Odin. It is also weak to Holy. Holy is Twintania's weakness, and the way Spellblades work is that if you use a level 3 spell or an ultimate spell, so Holy in this case, that is weak to a non-heavy element or a non-heavy boss, so Twintania during that charge-up phase, for instance, it will instantly kill that boss. So by using Holy Blade and then attacking during that charge-up phase, Seawolf was able to essentially go through that Twintania fight without instigating any counters on her part. So, good heads-up play from Seawolf, getting that and getting the bracelet as a reward.
Another detail is that Twintania is also weak to water, but the only source of water damage that is easily findable is Leviathan, and you cannot insta-kill with Leviathan. Hold up, is Seawolf in go mode? I don't think we have.
No, because I don't think Seawolf has gone to North Mountain to grab the to grab the anti-barrier.
Yeah. So we still have a race. Because our address is looking for the bracelet sitting in one of the meteors, and Seawolf is still looking for the anti-barrier, which is at Northern Mountain, which is normally the fourth check we do with the game.
Yeah, it's North Mountain can be skipped for a variety of reasons. I never really think about it too much. The hint here in Surgate, which is going to say Waltz Meteor's path to the void, is going to give a direct hint, I believe, to where that Twintania was. So that's going to be really useful for Eladris. And you were talking about the race. I mean, look, we saw the previous seed that just because you have access to XDEF doesn't mean that you're going to be able to kill it easily. And so until we get that, until we start getting that flash on our screen with XF going down, it is truly anybody's race.
That's true. Though we do have a Holy Sword ready. We do have.
We had that last seed.
Yeah, we do have a freelance with a Ragnarok as well.
We have less DPS than we did last seed. We don't have a dancer that is doing quad 9s with a chicken knife. So,
you have a red mage that is able to heal or give armor. Armor can actually save you because vacuum wave is physical type. It can allow you to survive one more hit.
I mean, it can, but you still need the HP for it, and you still need the DPS to get out of Earthshaker and Zombie Breath and everything like that. So, unless Seawolf or Erasers go and capture 2 fractional damage monsters to release, we're still going to have to deal with that at the end of the day. So, you know, again, a lot of this flag set is based around just understanding job synergy between what you have available and what are you truly looking for to be able to beat XDEF at low levels. So, you know, again, it's certainly a knowledge thing for our racers to understand where they sit in that space.
The biggest issue here is that the Freelancer is not going to be very useful outside of being able to equip big weapons. If you could get Holy Sword on the Freelancer to use Ragnarok Holy Sword, that would be basically end of seed. But you will not have the time to master the Mystic Knight.
That backup Bow Castle.
Both Path to the Void were hinted, so both runners are off to go mode.
Yeah, whenever Eladris decides to go to Waltz Meteor, but Seawolf getting that hint for North Mountain Path to the Void, it certainly is going to. We know it leads to the anti-barrier and his go mode, but I expect, based on last seed, that that's not going. Like, my guess is that Seawolf is not going to be rushing XDEF Castle right away here. I can't imagine he's feeling very confident in wanting to do that at these levels, at this HP total, but we'll see. We don't have running shoes right now. We actually had running shoes available last seed.
That's true. Running shoes on Mystic Knight would change a lot of things.
You know what also would change a lot of things? If we found light staves for sale anywhere, because we have both the Red Mage and the Freelancer. So being able to craft lights...
equip stabs? I thought it couldn't.
I probably can't. I'm just probably making things up.
I think it's only rods, though the Freelancer can indeed equip light stabs.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I always like to think red mages maybe have something useful and then don't.
They can equip rods. You can break rods, but not staves. However, if you buy some thunder rods to use
We
with
have
a red
seen
mage,
those.
if there were any, you could grind AP very easily in Bal Castle's basement. That would be the best source of AP in the current state of the game. You could maybe master one Mystic Knight. You could have 2 Holy Sword users.
So the only time that I have ever seen that grind in a career day race, and I'm pretty sure I was the person who was doing this, was during the Variety Tournament probably about 4 years ago.
No, you could not do that kind of grind because you could... I participated in that Variety Tournament, and in that Variety Tournament, for this round, we had access to the Code of the Void to grind in Phoenix Tower.
No. This was a not the Career XDEF seed. I was talking about a different seed. The seed that we had random abilities on.
Oh, so that
random
was the
learning
final.
Abilities.
Right.
It wasn't
The
finals. It
finals.
was my match against Archfield Monk. I want to say it was the quarters, where we were just grinding for AP, looking for any useful ability at the end game, and I just remember being at statues for like 15 to 20 minutes looking for anything. And it turned out that I was just looking along the wrong drops. So one of the things that you can do in Career Day, you can randomize the learning abilities so that, something like Guild Toss isn't necessarily the second ability that you're learning off of Samurai. It could be in place of, say, equip rods on a Time Mage. So that final ability that you learn on a Time Mage may be Guild Toss. So you can randomize that. We don't generally put on that flag for standard races. We've done that in the past for, like I said, the Variety Tournament, where we did a whole bunch of flags that we don't normally showcase. But it can be very interesting to do that. Just can also be the other way around, where it could be very difficult to come up with your solutions to endgame stuff. You can randomize your starting abilities too. The only caveat there is that Fight is one of those abilities that is randomized, so you could end up finding yourself not being able to fight at the beginning of the game, which can be very interesting, very frustrating. So there are a lot of options you can play around with in Career Day. That's only a couple of those that I showcased or talked about, but there are more out there. Again, go to that Big Bridge site to roll your seed as well, and you can play around with the options and see, tailor your own experience. Meanwhile, Ladris going and fighting this Twintania, which is where that bracelet was, and that will be his go mode. And then we get the other question of, when do our racers start feeling like they're able to take X-Stuff in his castle?
So we do have chicken knives available in shops, but we don't have any ability to bypass the running away effect. We don't have a way to get mug, we don't have a way to get X-Fight, we don't have any way, we don't have dance. Otherwise, that would be the best weapon for the Mystic Knight.
And that being said, it still might be the best weapon.
The
the
freelancer
extra.
has Ragnarok. Even though it's a
I'm
sword
saying
and
I'm saying
it can
for the
miss.
Mystic Knight, it's for the
Yeah.
one who is using Mystic
Oh,
Knight.
right.
Certainly better than an air knife.
Yeah.
It gives you extra speed as well, which is definitely useful. I mean, I would easily go ahead and buy at least one chicken knife. I'm looking for an X-Cal for my freelancer. If I can find that, that would be great. Gilgamesh
well.
2 here is incredibly annoying. Again, the high HP spot is going to be very fast once he buffs up. If we had Mute Blade, this would be
We
great.
used it on Omni at the beginning. We have Mute Blade. So...
No, Ladris has Mute Blade. Seawolf does not.
He doesn't?
Nope. That's why Seawolf had to reset out of Omni. We still don't have it on Seawolf's side.
Oh.
So we're gonna see the buff phase, and unfortunately, no way to stop the buff phase.
Yeah.
If we can get through this fight, that's gonna be a lot of XP. Ladris taking the idea of I'm just gonna go ahead and climb Xdef's castle. I wonder if he is thinking about taking any of the bonus fights up the castle, or is just gonna try to do this level 19 and level 20 Xdef fight. Which, from my experience, I have tried this a couple of times and then have gone and wished that I fought another boss before I climbed up here. Running shoes are going to help a lot from that random chest, but again, it's going to be a damage race. We could go ahead and try to capture some dragons in Xdef Castle, just to try to get some fractional damage out, but that I don't see that happening. So I'm curious what Eladris's plan is for Xdef.
I wonder if you can get a better weapon for the Mystic Knight. Like, aside from the chicken knives, you would be asking for an answer, and, well, currently Aradris doesn't have better than a Korra's sword, which is like early game. I doubt the running shoes are going to be useful on the Mystic Knight in that configuration. Even with Holy Blade, you won't do much damage with the Korra's sword.
No, and it looks like we're going to give it an attempt here. I will say I will be incredibly impressed with Eladris if he's managed to pull this off. This is...
Oh, we didn't pick up Holy Sword. He only has Flare Sword.
I mean, Flare Sword's not bad. It increases the attack by a multiple of 3. It is just not as good as the Holy Sword is for this fight. So yeah, we're going to have to do 16,000 damage quite quickly here just to even get it in the second phase. And as we see, we're really only doing, what, maybe 2,400 per round? And needless to say, our defense is not great either. So this is... I mean, this is an attempt. I don't think I would personally go for it right now with this setup, but I want to see it being done. I want to see this work. Again, this is a challenge with these shorter seeds, and especially these two seeds where Go Mode was acquired so early.
You don't need to recast Spellblade, Aradris. Spellblade persists even after death, so you don't have to recast Flare Spellblade. You only lose the Element Infusion if you change your equipment. That's why earlier Fari said that the Mirage Vest isn't very compatible with the Mystic Knight. That's because if you refresh your equipment, you refresh the Mirage Vest image status, but on the Mystic Knight you lose the Element Infusion by doing that. Otherwise, even after death, you retain your Element Infusion.
Yep, that is... the Mirage Vest glitch is very well used in Career Day and, through a 4 job run as well. Just take your Chocobo Boko across the entire world and the combined world, and win yourself a Mirage Vest, assuming you've never entered the Void before then. That Mirage Vest check is not actually active in vanilla or in Career Day, so don't bother taking a gigantically long walk with your Chocobo.
You can't even do the World Tour.
Yeah, because it does break apart. So.
We got Zombie Brief. Fortunately, bots did not get turned into a zombie. Though we got Hurricaned. Having your Mystic Knight get Hurricaned, which gets to single-digit HP, is not bad, because Mystic Knight will activate his SOS Barrier ability, which will give you a free shell, which is the only way to get shell with those jobs. That's actually going to be helpful. He has an elixir, so we can fully regenerate after that. With a red mage, he can have armor as well. So there's a way to get a Mystic Knight with Flare Sword and both armor and shell. And if you can get that, that's great. You have a lot of protection against XF, especially once you get to the second phase, where XF uses both physical and magic abilities.
Yeah, the problem is, if that Mystic Knight is the only character left standing after that, and you get to that second phase, XF is still doing about 800 damage through armor and shell, if not more.
There are two ways he can manage that. First, he has an Ice Shield equipped, so if XDEF uses Ice 3 has the magic move, he will heal bots. Second, I believe he has Drain Sword, and what I would do here is, instead of using Flare Sword, I would use Drain Sword. That's actually a very niche strat, but you could be virtually invincible with Drain Sword.
I don't think you do that at the beginning, just simply because you need to get out of phase 1.
Yeah, that's a thing.
And the problem is you need to have more than one person alive leaving phase 1, ideally, to set that up. And I would rather, if I was going to go with the Drain Sword strat, it's interesting because we can't cast Wall, and you wouldn't want a Wall Ring for that anyways, just simply because in order to cast armor, you need to be able to cast armor on the character. But yeah, it's a tricky situation at these low-level parties, and just not having all that great DPS, because the XF script does get rude in phase 1 if you can't do enough damage as quickly as you want.
Mm-hmm. Another note on using Drain Sword instead of Flare Sword. Drain Sword is only Spellblade level 4, and you probably have at least level 4 on your Mystic Knight, so you could swap the Freelancer and Mystic Knight so that Freelancer can use Ragnarok and Drain Sword and deal a good chunk of damage while healing itself. You could have 2 Drain Sword users.
There's that zombie breath that's going to wipe.
I don't think we have protection against zombie status.
No, and it honestly doesn't really even matter because it's the damage that's killing it anyways.
That's true.
And meanwhile, we have the other zombie spell, Dance of the Dead, which doesn't care how much HP you have. It's going to zombie one character at least. Lena, in this case, as is always the meme of the Career Day community, where Lena is the one who gets killed all the time, poisoned all the time, and just remains on the floor most of the time. We don't understand why. Lena just gets targeted by everything. Yeah, so we do have an Aegis shield on Elatris' side, which is what I would consider the best shield in the game. It just protects against so many things and gives you that magic chance block. Now we're going to start seeing Ronk breaking from this red mage, which is going to give a little bit of damage. Probably not as much as Ladris has been wanting, but, it's better than no damage.
Well, I would argue that on XDev's second phase, elemental shields are a bit more beneficial than Ice Shield. It can allow you to really survive if you absorb the correct element, though you can also do that with rings. Rings are even better because instead of just absorbing one element, rings will also make you immune to a second element. Generally.
Yep. Similar
Except
to that.
Coral Ring. Except Coral Ring, because Coral Ring will make you vulnerable to Bolt instead.
Yeah, you get the fire. Yeah, I mean, give a Worlds Collide comparison, the Rage Ring in Final Fantasy VI is so underrated with its fire absorb and thunder immunity. Definitely not a relic to sleep on Worlds Collide, much so as like Flame Rings and so forth in Final Fantasy V. We're getting a few more procs here for Ladris. Maybe we've gotten into Phase 2. That would be good news if we have, but that flame still tells me we're in Phase 1, so we're still at least 16,000 damage out. We got some Black Flames over in Seawolf's side. Curious what we're doing here. Maybe some grinding? Curious about that. So if you're going to...
Okay,
the
so
magic
that's
sword.
it.
Okay.
That's going to be Holy Sword on 2 characters for Seawolf. He mastered the Mystic Knight on 1 character and exchanged it for a Freelancer with Ragnarok and Spellblade level 6.
Yeah, that would be good.
It's going to pay off. Basically, that's the character that is going to inherit the running shoes, if he even bought any, or if he got it in the chest in Ex's Castle. Yeah,
I
that's
imagine
going
we're
to
going
pay
to see
off.
that. Yeah. I imagine we'll see. You literally run right by that chest. I would be surprised. We are in Phase 2 now for X-Staff over in Elatris' side, so we're
Fire
over
absorption.
halfway.
Yeah, the fire absorption here paid off. It healed parts instead of killing. Galuf survives. Maybe Galuf is going to be able to resurrect another character in order to get some meat shields to protect parts. Aldredris might be able to get to squeeze the win here. Though he really has only one chance, because once Seawolf reaches XDev, I doubt he's going to lose the fight. There's just so much firepower on this side.
And we're going to be all about targeting here, wanting to keep those other characters up. And just, what can we get away with on Seawolf's or Elatris' side in terms of damage? It's going to be a race with the running shoes, giving a lot more ability to swing that sword. I'm guessing 11 or so swings we need out of that Mystic Knight. The Ice 3, unfortunate, and the Bolt 3, and that's going to, unfortunately, wipe Eladris. That was a really good attempt, just, again, playing the sort of targeting luck in that aspect. And the spell luck as well. Fire 3 coming out rather than Ice 3 would have been perfectly fine. But we are going to give it another attempt for Eladris. And then Seawolf right behind him. It's really great to see these seeds have been, both racers have been at XDev around, or have had access to XDev around the same time and then sort of split off from there. So we'll see how Seawolf's attempts go with that. Again, running shoes being equipped, hopefully in that Ragnarok Holy Blade combination that they have that Eladris doesn't. And we're going to see exactly how much that is going to make up in terms of damage.
Oh, the Ragnarok miss. Oh. Damn. Oh, both swords misses. I think... did he switch to an enhancer? I believe I saw an enhancer there. Yeah, swords being swords. So the thing is, if you use a dagger instead, you cut the enemy's evade stat in half. So you miss less often.
Yeah, you see the difference in the two blades here. Ragnarok with Holy giving that 5.5 thousand damage. There is just nothing comparable on Elytra's side to that amount of DPS, and even 3,000 from the back row, which is also really nice damage. And then coming out with that air knife, it looks like, on Ferris, doing 2,300. So, Seawolf has a lot of DPS that Elytra just doesn't have, and that really does showcase quite a bit.
We're getting lucky with the Fire Whip procs as well. So the Fire Whip or Fire Boot, depending on the translations, has a chance to cast Fire 3 once you hit an enemy. And you can squeeze a lot of damage with that.
My question is Galuf going to raise up Lena here? That does look to be the case, but of course Galuf does die, as is canon, to XDEF, and we're going to see if Seawolf just wants to let this ride. We're on double turn territory now anyways, so we are pretty close to being able to finish this from Seawolf, and there it is.
And that's time.
With a time of 56:11, very nicely done by Seawolf, showcasing again, DPS is king, much like it is in Worlds Collide.
Oh, okay, the overlay is below. Okay. So that's a win. 2-0 for Seawolf. I mean, technically it was not really a best of 3, because we would have gotten 2 races only in this relay, but that's not a draw, though Aridris really tried hard. Aridris has been trying for 20 minutes on XDEF.
You know, I just realized that race time absolutely closes to chat after 5 minutes. That's how I've been communicating, so yeah, we'll figure this out in a second.
Yeah.
It's kind of unfortunate that I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, I guess the best way would have been to open a second room, but it takes a bit of time to actually do that in between 2 races in a relay.
Yeah, I'm gonna ping. Okay, Elytra has seen that Seawolf has finished. And it also seems like Elytra is probably done with this attempt as well. But a very good showing, just of course, unfortunately, just a little bit less DPS. I don't know if Elytra was counting, but Elytra was saying that wipe on XDEF earlier was at 30.2, which is a shame because you're 2 swings away at that point with that Mystic Dice to being able to kill. But with that, we targeted 2 hours for this seed, for 2 seeds here, and our racers have very much indulged us for 2 hours. So I do want to give, again, GG's both to Elytra and Seawolf for allowing us to restream them and these 2 career day 4-job seeds. Like I said, this is a really fun mode. This is a great mode for people who are looking to get into career. Very much go get your power from shops or maybe random chests and get used to sort of the early game or early game spots. So if you're looking to start career day or not hopping on a bunch of archipelagos to learn randomizers like a lot of people do, this is a great way to sort of get your feet wet a little bit. Yeah, join some of the discords. We'll be happy to teach you some of the ropes. Stryzer's emo tracker pack is also a big one, and of course, I will personally want to give a shout out to both Johnny earlier for that interview and Drinks Glue for letting us showcase Career Day in this little Ultima Derby. It's an honor to be a part of this event, and I'm looking forward to the Worlds Collide Steve seed and the Jets of Time seed later. So I'm going to stop talking. Rom, if you have any last words as well, feel free to take the Career Day segment out.
Well, it was a pleasure to showcase Career Day in a marathon. Even though those were short seeds, it's always a pleasure, especially to showcase 4 jobs. I really love that mode. I hope the people in the chats enjoyed it as well, enjoyed to watch. And yeah, as Fiery said, if you want to come in and learn, we would be more than glad to help you learn the ropes. And yeah, you mentioned it. There is an Archipelago AP World available, though not on the official server. You did shout out Kaelurius and Clear Tonic for being the devs in Big Bridge Studios. We can shout out Solidus and Jungle Chief, who are the people maintaining the Career AP World. So yeah, if you are a fan of Archipelago Multi-Worlds, you can play that there as well, with exactly the same mechanics. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and we will be able to let you enjoy the rest of the relay. Coming next is an FF6 Worlds Collide.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
And then remember to ping Boo in the Ultima Derby channel in the Discord in order to raise money for the various charities of Minneapolis. So looking forward to seeing all those pings in that channel. I am sure Boo is going to be very excited. So thank you all again. Hope you have a good rest of the Ultima Derby.
Thank you guys again. Give us a few minutes while we do some behind the scenes switching over, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Worlds Collide Need for Boo race with Taco Mage and Sigil. I'm DM Stewart 1981. Alongside me in the booth is Turdsman. How are we doing today?
We are doing pretty good. Happy to be here.
Always happy to get in the booth.
Yeah, definitely, especially for a such a good cause like this.
Yeah, agreed. We are marathoning for charity to support the city of Minneapolis. The the Open for Tomorrow Small Business Fund and volunteers enlisted to assist people. So please help us help Minneapolis.
Yes, yeah, two very good charities. We definitely heard a lot about them in the previous segment, but I would like to, add on my own commendation there. They're both pretty good setups. It's nice to see charities like this that you can support that have a lot of direct action to them, like direct support.
Yes,
specifically helping out people with like rent and setting up all those food banks, things like that. It's really cool to see charities like this popping up to help out.
So it looks like for Final Kefka, we're going to have to do 5 characters, 8 espers. 4 dragons will get us auto image. 8 blitzes from Elite River. Magitech Factory finished to get the Magitech upgrade. I did not notice what 8 sword techs was, but I assume that's Dome of Dream.
Yeah. It's sort of a slightly, I think it's a modified version of I want to say it's the Super Ball flags. Maybe it's like kind of halfway between that and Moogle Cup. But the idea is, since it's going to be a Steve seed, or in this case, a Boo seed, we're about to find out what that means when somebody opens up the menu. There you go.
There we go.
Boo. Boo is wearing a Boo. Decided to put a Boo on instead. I hope you guys like that joke, because we're going to make it a lot.
So it looks like we've got Vanilla Celes.
Yeah, that's
Celes
interesting.
with Runic.
So in general, it's easier flags. You get the KT skip immediately. You get a little bit more experience and gold from enemies. There are a handful of commands that have been removed from this flag set because using them would be substantially more difficult when you can't actually see what anything is. Throw, rage, I believe dance has also been taken out, things like that. And everybody starts with a bunch of money to spend in the shops. And
Boo.
To buy Boo. You got to get Boo to complement the Boo.
Okay, so that's obviously a mega elixir or an elixir.
I believe that might be sleeping bags, actually. So that is the thankfully the little kindness that this flag set gives you, is it still has the remedies, item descriptions and stuff.
Yes. So we found that's probably sleeping bags given the cost. Tonics and dried meat. Revivifies and remedies and potions. Phoenix Downs.
And so an interesting thing to keep in mind at the beginning here is having all that cash can be handy to, buy a couple big ticket items that you really want early on in the game, but it also allows you to look at the descriptions of all of this equipment in the shops. You can't actually select it unless you have enough money to buy it. So you don't necessarily want to spend all of that money right away.
Unless you find something like an Illumina for sale or something like that.
Oh, sure.
Which may or may not be available in these flags. Ooh, there's earrings. You definitely want to spend the money on those.
Mm-hmm. So these character starts. This is kind of an interesting. You have an interesting choice in the beginning. You can either go for some of the fast checks with the boss. You got Esper Mountain's pretty good, and the oh my goodness, I cannot think today. The Magitech facility. That is also a pretty good. Pretty good check, maybe not one you want to do right away, but in addition to that, there's a handful of free checks that you can have access to. So I'm curious to see where our runners are going to go after they're done with this initial looting.
Well, I suspect we're going to see. The South Figaro basement.
Yeah, that makes sense since they're right here anyway.
You know, I've gotten so used to. So I just raced. I raced in the Moogle Cup, and Saberwolf was my mentor. I've gotten so used to doing the Saberwolf loot path that this World of Balance loot path just looks odd to me. And a Fenrir. That's calmness protection already.
Yeah, that's a very good find. So yeah, that is another small kindness for this wacky little flag set fork is when you first initially pick up an Esper, it'll tell you what it is. But then once you get into the menu, I hope you remember where everything is listed. So, all right, we're going to see a little bit of the same thing here as our runners go through. I like to call it the corridor, just going from Narsh to South Figaro. Probably going to run by Zen next, unless they want to take the Zone Eater check that they have access to, but with starting Go-Go here.
Or maybe loot, or maybe even loot Returner Hideout first.
Possibly Albrook. I would imagine maybe, it looks like, Taco Mage is heading over to Zen here. Thamasa is not a bad call either, since you have Realm there, so there's a check right near. If you wanted to go to a town that is a little bit out of the way, but does have a pretty good. Ooh, that's expensive. And
it's not a Magicite.
Yeah, definitely going to want to check back in with that guy to see if his prices go down after the apocalypse.
Yeah. But again, it's not a Magicite. It's a dead check, so you might not. You might just avoid it entirely.
Ooh, yeah. I actually forgot to check what the item pool is for this one, but depending on what we find along the way, it might not be a bad idea to gamble on a really good item.
Albrook and Albrook is why the is the other reason why the Saberwolf loot path I think is better, because you get that extra check.
Oh yeah, the one on the docks.
One on the docks, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I think with this party at the very least, you might be. You're a little bit more incentivized to hang out in the World of Balance. There's a couple pretty decent checks here. I think all of Celeste's checks are here, unless you wanted to do Jador as your first one. Which, now that I'm saying it out loud, that might not be a bad idea.
That might not be a bad check to do first, because you can get grind fights on the way to it,
and repeatable ones too.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, quick
grind fights.
Some assistance from the chat here. Boo is in the item reward, so that's definitely something that you want to try to pick up. Also mentioning that we have $18 raised from the pings to Boo in the Ultima Derby channel. So yeah, we definitely got to get those. We got to get those numbers up, folks. Go bug Boo.
And Taco Mage is doing that. Taco Mage is doing Owser's Mansion.
Wow, headed there right away too. Just hitting optimum on everybody. That's a scary command in these flag sets.
Yeah, a little bit.
And not a ton. Ooh. Not a whole lot of great spells off of that, but a magic +1 Esper is pretty nice in general.
It's a little bit less. Oh, it is an
Okay.
experience egg.
Yeah, that's worth 40,000.
That's definitely. Or going to the auction house and finding out that tonics turn into it. Or not
The Coliseum, yeah.
Because that because I haven't lost a race because of that.
Yeah, I've definitely had some strange trades in the Coliseum myself. Unfortunately, the Coliseum is a little bit less viable with this.
With everything being boo.
Everything boo. All right, it looks like Taco Mage is getting their go-go set up here. Sigil did not end up going through with Ozer's Mansion, is going to instead go over to...
Neither did Taco. Taco's going to go check Zen Thief.
Yeah, we'll see if Taco does this. It's a good price for that. Hey, there we go. Good price for that accessory. An experience egg, especially before you do any kind of leveling up, is great. Oh no. Zone Eater used Boo. You wanted it to use Boo.
That's the Boo we want to see.
All right. Taking a little bit of time, and that is an unfortunate thing with this flag set, is you do have to spend a little bit more time carefully looking at all your stuff to make sure that you're putting the right things on.
More time menuing.
Which in general is offset by the general easy, like slightly easier nature of the flags, but Sigil grabbing that other chest, getting really lucky with those bridge defenders there. Very nice work going through that. Gonna take a save. Doesn't look at Sigil. Doesn't like getting crushed by a ceiling.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I know anyone that doesn't take that save.
I super don't. It has definitely bitten me in the butt more than once. So if you do want to get through that collapsing ceiling section a little bit easier, if you sacrifice one of those first two chests, you can get to that free spot a little bit faster. Makes it a little bit safer. But then you didn't get that Illumina that your opponent got, so you're gonna have to think about that for the entire race. So yeah, second Esper at the end of Zone Eater, very nice. Didn't quite catch
Taco
what it was.
Also taking that save. Taco also pumping the ABS brakes.
Which honestly, I think after in either case, you don't want to deal with those little bridge trolls again. So I totally get it. Ooh, neither of our runners quite making it to the door in time either. That's a real tough one. Hopping along these chests. Taco
All right, I will ask the question. How do you tell what weapon is what?
Item descriptions can help. Sometimes, like the stats can a little bit. If it gives you 255 attack power, then it's either a Ragnarok or an Illumina.
What is the armor that does image?
That is the Mirage Vest.
Mirage Vest. One of the boos that was picked up was a Mirage Vest.
Yeah, very nice find. A little bit less exciting when you have access to Fenrir, but can be a really good, not quite the best in slot for body armor, but really handy to put on somebody, and just, you don't have to think about it much after that.
And okay, Taco gonna pick up the World of Ruin South Figaro outside chests. Probably check the shops. Maybe check the shops.
Yeah, I do agree with this. It's getting as many of these, getting as many goodies as you possibly can before you really get started in earnest.
Yes, the Seawolf in chat. I was saying boo earns.
I think we all are today. At least for the next 45 minutes or so. Longer than that, hour and a half.
And now it looks like, is that Jador?
I believe so, yeah.
It's Jador.
Which actually, I don't know if they both saw Into the Mists there on that one, but found another Esper with some actual attack magic on it. So
yes,
that is.
It was Kieran. It was the Kieran Esper that was at the end of Zone Eater.
Excellent.
I missed seeing what attack magic was on it, but.
I think the 2 was Ice 2, but I didn't notice what the other ones were.
And that is Jador they're both standing outside of, but they're taking a couple of grind fights outside. I don't know if I'd take the grind fights outside. I think I would take the. I think I would take the grind fights in the check itself.
I probably would too, but this does at the very least give them access to a little bit of experience that they can then save on and take to the. And Sigil showing off a very interesting thing that you can do if you have a pincer attack. You get rid of
one
right-hand side. I want to say it's just the right-hand side.
Ah.
I might be wrong about that though, because that is a very infrequently used strategy.
I forgot that pot had an item in it. Oh,
dude, it's insane how many little gagoos there are in this game that I didn't know about. There's the bucket underneath World of Ruin Mobliz. That's my favorite one that I didn't know existed. So it looks like Sigil is rocking some Doom Darts there on GoGo. Not a bad idea considering our access to starting commands is pretty poor, and I don't believe our runners found any purchasable rods anywhere.
Pretty limited.
Taco Mage, on the other hand, taking on some one of these chests. It's a Boo. Taking on Boo here. Gonna get some XP for Boo.
Get some XP for Boo, 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 and Boo.
Looks like Taco Mage found a sniper at some point. That is a very good piece of equipment. Not necessarily an S tier item, but definitely the closest.
I think it's the cards. I think it's the cards that do insta death.
I think there's some darts as well that do that, but the sniper weapon has that proc where you whip it at the enemy in a real cool way, and that does a bunch of extra damage if they're floating.
Yeah. Or maybe I was looking at the wrong screen. Oh, that's an interesting fight with Boo and Boo.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, good job, Sigil, finding their revivifies in that giant item list, taking care of the undead one right away.
Yeah.
See how Taco Mage deals with this. Fortunately, the veteran, as they're known in this game, Araman in a bunch of other ones, is only using Condemned. Lower, the lower the level, the less powerful the abilities. Well, oh, never mind. I lied. There's gaze.
And Taco Mage does use a Phoenix Down.
Wow. Okay, Sigil is on a next level here. Kind of just carefully looked through their item list and picked out the single soft that they had access to. That was actually really impressive.
Yeah, that was really nice. And Taco Mage making it down, going to pick up some chests, gets a boo.
Boo learned boo.
Did not put his boo back on to stop the random encounters, though.
Oops. Oh, Sigil did not either, so both of them are going to get a little bit extra here. Nah, Sigil's just going to leave. Never mind, going to use that boo too. Everyone's talking about it.
And it is Ice 2.
Yeah, something that can be a good way to mitigate the item bloat in this flag set is once you get a pretty decent amount, you just go and you sell everything that isn't strictly necessary. It can be kind of a pain in the butt and feel really time consuming, but can save you a lot of time on the back end from making it so that you don't have to scour through everything. Remember that, for example, remember that your Petrify healing isn't, 15 items down.
Yeah. That's the trick, is just remembering where all the items are.
Ooh, Taco Mage putting out some pretty big damage with Realm already.
Well, Boo is a magical murder child.
That's true. Probably wearing a pair of boos as well.
Probably. I fully support the magical murder child murdering things with magic. Oh yeah. We have a Gao.
Oh, this is actually very handy considering we have such crummy abilities. This boss sucks though.
Considering we picked up that dried meat boo earlier.
Very true. Oh, I forgot. The undead flags are not turned off on this, so Taco Mage doing a great job remembering that, a lot better than I did, and taking care of that boss right away. Sigil, on the other hand, does not remember. Honestly, this is fair. It's really uncommon to have enemies
have those flags on.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good Gao too.
I missed what was on him.
Shock and X magic.
Oh, yeah, that's
pretty good.
That is a good Gao. That is a pretty good Gao.
So yeah, leaving him out of the party for now. I'm going to go and take care of that Velt check first really quick.
Do you then also do Serpent Trench?
I think actually yes. I think I do. I wouldn't have if Gao didn't come with shock. Like if that was not if he wasn't going to just come right out of the gate with a huge multi-target magic damage ability, I might be tempted to go to a boss check instead. But yeah, shock Gao with, I want to say it was something like 45, 46 magic power is going to make short work of anything in that trench.
You were not wrong.
Taco Mage, unfortunately, not getting the Velt check right away.
You know, I think I know. I think I have an idea of how I might handle the item issue.
All right, tell me.
And that is to have a different number of each item.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it too.
And just write down in notes somewhere. 5 is this item, 6 is this item, 7 is that item.
So, interesting. We got Sigil heading over to Narsh, possibly just to heal.
Yeah, just to do the heal. Because.
Oh nope, gonna head on up the mountain there too.
Maybe clobber a dragon.
Wouldn't be a bad use of the time.
I mean, if you're here, maybe clobber dragon. Maybe also see about taking Tritalk.
Oh yeah. If you're gonna do one, I imagine you're gonna do the other as well. Taco Mage getting really unlucky with these Velt hits though. Right, this encounter is not great, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Bit time consuming.
That encounter is a bit of a pain.
Got good XP, but you're not getting any for this. And we got the Blue Boo.
Yeah. Blue Boo is, but we've got Boo too. That's true. That works pretty well against it. Crack bang.
Wow, that was not bad. Also managed to avoid the opening attack from that dragon as well, which that's really what you're worried about when Blue shows up like that. Got a Boo for his troubles.
And another
second XP. Very nice. All right, Taco Mage filling his party back up. We'll see
I did not see what Veltcheck got.
Oh shoot, it was an Esper, but I don't remember which one.
Maybe an angel in chat can help us to tell us which Boo that was. Oh, a French vanilla Yeti.
Yeah, this is not a tough fight, but a bit of a bummer since I don't think we found any fire damage yet. Shock is doing okay work though.
Yeah, well, Shock does nice work, especially early.
All right, never mind. Took it down pretty easy.
And a magical murder child proves to be a magical murder child.
Ooh, chat coming up with a fantastic portmanteau, Boomaro. I like that. I think that's portmanteau.
Yeah, portmanteau would be the right word for that. And we get an Esper, it's Bismarck.
Oh, it's got Pearl on it, not too bad. And
Pearl on it. It's got quick on it.
And HP plus 100.
Quick at times 20.
You're right. That's quick.
Yeah, not just quick at times 20.
Yeah, everybody's going to be using that. So yeah, Taco Mage taking the plunge.
And those are sealed gate. Are those sealed gate cave enemies?
I think those are the ones from the floating continent.
The floating continent.
So still actually pretty good rewards for not a ton of HP.
And Sigil gonna take another dragon.
Not a terrible idea. Just getting this earlier rather than later. Especially with 2 experience eggs under your belt.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's a red boo.
We got something for this. I mean, it's shock, I guess, but also...
Well, shock for 2,800, that's
Yeah,
really not a bad...
Oh, uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So let's... Yep, of course he did. That might be a wipe. Oh, just barely hanging on. Quick level check.
We do not fail at math.
And Sigil just going for it, not worrying at all about bringing a character back up, taking care of the dragon with a nice little time to boo too, as Taco Mage gets a snow muffler for their troubles. Oh, that's a good reward! Got a paladin shield off of that dragon. Very nice. And it appears
don't even need to finish up the we don't even need to fix the curse shield.
Nope, not at all. And it appears I don't know.
An Atma. There's an Atma.
Oh, very nice.
There's an Atma at that weapon shop in Nikea.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to come back around to pick one of those up.
That description transforms that level up was the key
to
figuring that out. If we find a Genji glove, we might need to pick up 2 of them.
See, and Sigil, I know that Celeste is the one that had the
Terra.
It's Terra. Very nice. I know Celeste is the one that had the first XP egg. I'm not sure who he put the second XP egg on, but Celeste at the very least is pretty much already up to endgame levels.
Well, that Atma won't quite be online yet.
Not quite.
Taco.
No, not quite for Taco. I mean, 28's still pretty good. It's just not where you want it to be.
There's a question. There's a question in the Discord chat. Can you suplex a boo?
Oh, absolutely. You should, in fact. You need access to Blitz, of course, before that, and you need to find a boo. But if the planets align,
and Sigil gets that Vargas down just a little quicker. That second dragon, the levels from that dragon will do that.
Capture Terra. Sigil taking Gao out of the party. I am a little confused by that, but we'll see where he's going with this. Oh, Sigil has not done the Velt check yet. Okay, that makes sense.
Right. Sigil's going to do the Velt check. And Paco is going to go perform in the opera.
I wonder if this is... I forget if there's a reward for this directly. I wonder if this is a handshake agreement between the runners today.
When I was a teenager, when I was young, and this game came out, the opera was where I really, when the opera came around, that was where I really kind of fell in love with the game.
Oh yeah,
I realized this game was special.
Yeah, this was mind blowing. Yeah, Final Fantasy VI is pretty good with having those kinds of things. Like the opera is probably the first one, and then it sort of turns back into a more standard Final Fantasy game for a while. And then once you hit, hit the Imperial capital, it's just like, big scene after big scene.
And uses that boo. And it's it's Ragnarok.
Not bad.
Well, it depends on what it's got on it. I might have checked what it had on it while I was in the menu there.
I don't believe so.
No, I'm saying I might have.
Oh, yes. Now we got Sigil heading over to the sealed gate. Gonna grab some more boxes. Oh, hey, picks up a boo. That boo's probably going to be critical, I think, for the end game.
I think one of them will be.
Theoretically.
But I think the critical one is that one in the bottom corner.
Mm-hmm. The hidden boo.
Yeah.
So Taco Mage just about done with his opera.
Sealed Gate Cave is another long old favorite check.
Mm-hmm. There's just so many items, so you feel good after going around picking all that stuff up. Question from the chat: is it appropriate to ask for booze during the opera? Yeah, I'd say so. They'll understand the context of what you're saying. These are professionals. She's a general, not some opera floozy. Never thought about that sentence until just now. That's a hell of a thing to say about somebody you don't know.
Yeah.
A floozy.
Well, that's probably just one of the weird translation. One of the translation weirdnesses.
Yeah, Homeboy
had... after all, a Ted Woolsey translation.
Yeah, Homeboy had 6 weeks to do this, so... That is the opera complete for Taco Mage. Well done. Sigil finds an imp. Let's see what the imp is holding.
The imp has an Illumina.
Good find. Got 2 characters that are guaranteed to be able to use it.
And Taco Mage headed for Magitech Factory.
I would imagine Sigil's probably going to be not too far behind for this one. This is a really good check to do at around the middle mark.
Yeah. Another favorite check of mine. It's 3 checks. It's 2 guaranteed progression.
Yeah, especially when you're... I have the max... I have the totals wrong. That's actually 5 and 8.
And by the way, I was actually able to teach my mentor something in Moogle Cup.
Ooh, do tell.
Game. Up at the top of Magitech Factory, where you go through the pipes that go down to the first conveyor belt, you can actually transfer between the pipes that go to the chest and the ones that go to the...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I found that by accident. But yeah, that's a real good way to save some time.
By accident when I was playing this at 15 when it came out.
It's pretty great. There's a couple dozen of those weird little like side rooms and secret secret items and stuff like that, and it seems like everybody found at least 3. So everybody thought that they found all of them, and then you joined.
Everyone found at least 3. Not everyone found a different set of 3.
Yes, exactly. Like I found that one in the Magitech facility a little bit later, where you kind of go down and around the corner in that room with all the tubes.
Yeah, and get the chest.
I was the smartest man alive. All right, Sigil heading over to the Opera House as well.
Sounds good.
Get a chance to listen to this.
As Taco Mage takes out a Rex Soul.
Ooh, Sigil taking a look at the score real quick. Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. Rexol is down. Taco Mage gets a Palador.
Now, would Bio show up as Boo too?
No, unfortunately, that would just show up as Boo. Yeah, only the spells that have Boo at the end, or have a number at the end, would get access to that number. And I believe that is just a function of those, like Fire 2, and Fire 3 all have the exact same description. Bayou, I like that. Oh, my Boo, so far away now, will I ever see your Boo?
It's an Ultros. I'm not sure which one it is. It's not 2.
It looks like 3.
Since it's not 2 and it's not 4.
See if gets a chance to use the buffs.
An Ifrit Magicite.
Got people throwing out their boos in chat.
And doing the smart split save.
Mm-hmm. I have absolutely made that mistake. You do not want to get caught down here at the end of Magitech facility.
That is a reasonably straightforward fight, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great rewards from it, too.
Yeah.
This guy's a little less exciting, but...
Yeah, this one's not as fun. And this is going to be another of that second one, not that less fun one. If I recall right, then the fourth one will be the first one again, and then the fifth one is the boss.
I think the fourth one is the boss, actually. Yes, we got some tentacles here. Some boos. Boodles. Yeah, this is kind of a rotten boss to run into at certain times in the seed. This is probably not going to be giving Taco Mage too much trouble, but
Yeah, I think we've got enough levels that this is going to be less
Oh,
than
yeah.
next year.
Ooh, the shock character getting grabbed is a bummer, though.
Well, he's back.
Yeah, that didn't last very long.
That lasted one swing from an Atma weapon. Sorry, a boo.
Yes. Oh, all right. Sigil deciding to do the
You're gonna
check
do
as well.
Opera Disruption, which I actually kind of like that. If you're going to go over and if you've got Celes and you're going to do the opera, you're going to perform the opera, I like doing Opera Disruption too.
Yeah. And Taco Mage getting a shadow at the end here. I did not catch... Uh-oh.
Ugh.
Which one is this?
This
looks like the bad one. This is the bad one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, Sigil accidentally pressing the wrong switch there, having to jump over the... Surprise! Having to jump over the orchestra. Shock, thankfully,
Thankfully non-elemental.
Yes, going to be doing some work here, but still going to be taking some hits. Got a lot of levels. Looks like Taco Mage just found a Merton.
That is not a fun. This is not a fun fight.
No, but scaling I think is low enough that shouldn't be too many more of these shocks will do it.
Oh.
Getting some damage out, though, dang.
That'll do it.
Woo. And Boo has perished. Magitech upgrade. I did not see what Shadow had.
We haven't seen what Shadow has yet. You wouldn't.
Taco Mage looked at it, but it was real quick.
I don't think you get to see it until after that fight. That's a lock.
Ooh.
That's a lock with jump.
Actually, pretty nice. Lock is not a bad physical offense character, but
that also gives a couple of. That also gives Narsh Weapon Shop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lock only has 3 checks, but 2 of them are nice and quick. Ooh, Taco Mage also helping out the injured lad here. Makes sense. That's what we're doing here today.
Yeah.
Helping folks out. All right, we got Sigil heading to the end of the Opera Disruption here. Let's see what he has to put up with to get this reward. So yeah, kind of an interesting rubber band effect here. Taco Mage not jumping ahead as far as you might think, considering how many more checks that he's done. Just because it's been a lot of characters and not a lot of espers. Still looking for 3.
Still looking for more espers.
Sigil, meanwhile, finding Edgar. Completely different path. I'm going to be very interested to see if Sigil follows that Edgar to entirely different route than Taco Mage. Oh, with Possess. Hey, okay. Welcome to the end of the game.
That is legitimately a favorite. Edgar's checks are also legitimately favorites of mine.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Especially when you can.
Sorry, please finish.
Especially when you just do all 3 of them in World of Ruin. And
oh yeah, that does feel good. Yeah, that does feel pretty good. I wish I liked the Ancient Castle a little bit more than I do. Having that dragon down there definitely helps, and I'm a lot warmer on it than I used to be. But in a case like this, I'm not sure if I would want to take the trip all the way down into underground, just because if it does end up being something that you don't need, it can be a bit of a bummer.
Yeah.
An injured lad is assisted. Took care of all of that little boy's mail.
But if you happen to find like an Atma Boo or a VK or a Valiant Boo,
Mm-hmm.
it's two chances to get an offering.
That's true. There are other monsters in a box down there.
Three chances. Sorry, 2 in Ancient
3?
Castle and 1.
Oh, you're right. Is there 2 in the Ancient Castle?
Yeah. There's two monster in a boxes in Ancient Castle.
I know there's the one on the left just as you're walking in. There's the other one.
It's in the back right, I think.
Oh. Oh. Bye, Edgar. This is going to be great. Sigil is just going to go ahead and... I mean, you might as well use it, right?
Yeah.
So possess, I guess, just to... as a little explanation for everybody. Oh, this is really smart, too. So what possess does is it removes the character from your party, but it does not get rid of them entirely. It just puts them back in the party selection screen, right? But the way that the original game works that is it just replaces that ghost character with something else, a different character, after you're finished with the Phantom Train. However, in Worlds Collide, that doesn't necessarily happen. So what it'll do is it just puts Edgar back into the party selection screen, essentially putting him back on the airship. What I thought that Sigil was going to do is go up to the Kefka at Narsh check, since that starts with a party selection screen, would allow him to just pop that Edgar right back into his party.
Right back in party.
But saw that it was not a character and decided against it, which I probably would not have made that same decision, but
yeah, knowing I need 3 Espers, not the decision I probably would have made either.
Taco Mage picking up another Esper at the end of the South Figaro Cave.
Sigil gonna check out that monster in a box.
It's Boo.
It's Vanilla Boo. It's a vanilla monster in a box.
Just Sigil just annihilates that dog really quick. Moving on. Okay, we got Taco Mage going to be making his trip up World of Ruin Narsh with a little bit more efficiency with this lock check we're going to grab along the way, which is an Esper.
Stray.
So I believe the reward for Tritalk was also an Esper, so this might be Kefka Unlock for Taco Mage, but deciding against it. Let's see where he heads next.
World of Balance. Sigil gonna go. Oh,
he's saving Boo here. Gonna feed Boo some good
Taco
Boo.
Mage gonna go get the snow muffler as well. Gonna do Welk and get the snow muffler.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Sigil getting very lucky with these fish, with the fish drops here, grabbing 3 good fish in a row. Gonna take care of this guy. All better. Now we can just sort of hang out on this island forever. Sigil getting a nice big pile of fish. Gonna get the 100% item completion rate. Ooh, that last one just does not want to come on up to the shore.
Come close enough to shore.
There we go. Ah, didn't get a chance to cram 4 fish into the man at the same time. We got Sigil moving along.
And Sigil gonna go do Mobla. Gonna go at least peak Moblas. Meanwhile, there's a Darnock down on Taco Mage. Pet the dog. Sigil pets the dog. Seed validated.
Rama. Okay, so it was a Magicite there at the end. So that is Kefka unlocked for Taco Mage already. And getting a Snow Muffler as well.
And what levels? What levels Taco Mage?
I think Taco Mage has a couple of characters around 40, and then the other 2 are in the low 30s.
Okay, so maybe get a couple more levels before tackling statues.
Yeah, might not be a bad idea to go bop a dragon real quick, but also swapping the XP eggs around can maybe make up for that. Sigil, on the other hand, just not worrying about any bosses. Just taking care of this business.
And that's the not awful fight. Although,
well, except for when he does this.
Except for when that happens. Oh, we all love dumpster fires.
Okay, didn't get 2 procs, thankfully. Meanwhile, Taco Mage taking a bit of a different strategy with helping out Sid here. Sigil getting a Tri-Talk for their trouble. Meanwhile, Taco Mage trying to get some of that crummy fish in the back. Doesn't really want to cooperate. Sid did some stuff, after all. I mean, you know.
I'm going to apologize if that cutscene does happen. I'm going to have to step away for a couple minutes.
I do not believe they played the cutscene, no.
Okay.
All right, just had to wait it out, I guess. Didn't even have a chance to give him that last fish. Taco Mage moves on, possibly to the tower? Yeah, looks like it. Oh, yes, okay. Meanwhile, Sigil heading through the South Figaro Cave in the World of Ruin here. All right, jumping right on in. Did not send Gogo with Gao, the shock user, which I is a bit interesting. I think that is probably the setup that I would have, but Taco Mage has been using this Gogo for the whole seed as well, so his levels are pretty good.
That Gogo's got plenty of levels.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a phantom boo.
That's right.
If only we had a
no suplex, but we did get to possess it, which is also funny in its own way.
And Welk at one of the statue locations.
Not too bad. Can be a little bit dicey if you don't have a bunch of damage, but fortunately the Celeste with the Atma weapon ran into it.
Also can be dicey if you don't have single target damage.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, actually, the shock would have been a bad one for there.
Ah.
Oh, interesting.
Gonna go clobber a dragon.
Because it is pretty close.
Yeah, it's close. I don't disagree with it. I don't dislike that choice. And that's Serrato.
Sigil getting a pretty good payout from that Edgar. Too quick Magicite.
Oh, that sure looks like an Atma I want an offering for.
Mm-hmm.
It sure looks like something I want to be swinging 4 times at tier 4 Kefka.
Third experience egg. Ooh, gonna go find another one.
Because I know why. 4 dragons auto image.
Aha!
4 dragons auto image.
Oh, but these are the only 2 dragons that Taco Mage has taken. I just double checked with their tracker on their stream, and it looks like this is dragon number 2 for Taco Mage. Oh, so I don't know if this is worth bringing up necessarily, but one of those best viewer bots wandered into Taco Mage's stream, and the fake website it is giving him does involve the word boo. So I think that might be a sign. I think this one might be legit, you guys. Oh man, level 53 Celeste.
Level 53 Celeste with swinging an Atma? Yes. Yes, please.
Where's Taco Mage going now?
Oh no.
Picking up some items. You know what? I'm just going to trust the process, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
He's doing RNG manipulation, I think. Ah, going after this guy. Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, it's not going to take you very long.
Bada big boom.
Sigil whiffing the landing on the tower a couple times in a row. We've all been there. And opting to go for the entrance as well.
And there's an Illumina. Oh,
that is
perhaps there was an agreement that they would. Perhaps there was an agreement to down both dragons and and Toilet Atma.
That would make sense. Gotta clear this thing out. I do kind of get it. Otherwise, both of them would probably be on tier 2 by now.
Yeah.
Gotta give the people a little bit of a show here. So it looks like we are up to $36 on the Let's All Bug Boo in the Discord channels fund. So if anybody has
39.
not gone there, 39. You're right. So if anybody has not gone there and sent a ping to one of the executives, please go and do so. Let's get them numbers up. I did drop $25 on both of them earlier, so we got to make sure that this boo reward is higher than that donation. Sigil gets their extra Illumina. Gonna pop that on Terra. Thought about putting it on Edgar, and then remembered what Edgar is going to be doing at the end of the game.
Oh wait, does that work on tier 4 Kefka?
Oh, you bet, buddy. Oh boy, it's the best.
My.
It doesn't. It works so well. It doesn't do the death animation. He just fades to pink like everybody else. Rules.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's why it gets taken out of a lot of flag sets. Because it's just, find the guy with possessed. It's like, oh, congratulations, you've won.
Congratulations, you win your race.
Ah, these fish.
That's the most annoying boss fight.
It might be the worst one to find here at the end. Obviously there's some circumstances where running into, one of the statues or Guardian or something with a big HP pool could be really bad, but with Rizapus, you're guaranteed to be using up,
A ton of time.
a decent amount of time. It's really irritating. And it's always going to feel 3 times longer than it actually is.
Unlike Lich in Final Fantasy I Randomizer, which has just been nicknamed the Speed Bump.
Mm-hmm. I've seen him do a little bit. I'm not as versed in the Final Fantasy I randomizer as you are, quite obviously, but I've played it enough to be scared of every single boss, but not enough to know which ones that I'm being silly by being scared of them.
Oh, putting all those plus melee damage, putting all those plus melee damages on Celis.
Yeah, really juicing up that one character.
Well, I mean that's going to be the point. Is we're going to smack things with a very large stick.
That's right. We're going to smash Kefka, restore peace to the world. Sigil's making a quick stop in Albrook. Grabbing some booze.
Yeah. And yeah, Fiery Blizzard in chat says, "Be more scared of Death Touch." Absolutely. Death Touch Death Touch is the awful. There's a Genji glove.
Ooh, okay. With that second Illumina, that's not a bad thing to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, Death Touch sounds pretty bad.
Why, hello there, Genji glove.
A marvelous find here.
Okay, does Coliseum actually do things? Or is everything going to be blue?
Well... So, okay, I guess you get the icon. But, yeah, you get the item description of the thing that you are trading in.
I mean, you've got two Illuminas. You've got two Illuminas and a Genji glove. Just
I love these kind of gimmick runs that we end up doing, because there's usually a lot of handshake deals for going and doing some of the less popular locations. Ooh. Dealing with Boo over on Taco Mage's side. That is not a boss you want to see at the end of the game.
that is not a that is not a boo. That is not a boo that we like to see.
Bad Boo. That Boo's a bummer.
Oh,
Sigil.
100% fight hit rate. That's a really nice. That would be a really nice one to have for Magimaster.
Oh yeah. You still have to have something that will pierce defense, which can be kind of a pain. But if you got a character with an Atma weapon,
An Atma or a VK or
yeah, and having one of those in your back pocket's not too bad. They're not terribly expensive either, so it's if you got a spare couple thousand gold pieces floating around, dropping it on you could do a lot worse than dropping it on a sniper site. So all right, Taco Mage about to fight Boo and his magic triangles. Possibly the most mystic shape of the mid-90s, I would say. The triangular prism.
yeah.
We got Taco Mage coming up against the final fight first. Ooh, not the cool S. I would not consider the cool S to be mystic, necessarily.
No,
definitely a symbol of power, but oh, I missed it. Did Sigil just run into the
Yes.
search the skies
Sigil
randomly?
Sigil
Yeah,
did just run into. Sigil did just run into search the skies.
It's always funny. Whether it happens at the very beginning of the game or the very end of the game, it's always funny to run into that thing. We have had at least one person go into the World of Ruin right at the start of their run, fly 1 pixel, and slam straight into a boss there that they could not beat.
Oh,
I seen it.
Brutal.
It sucks so much.
That's absolutely brutal.
right, Taco Mage making short work tier 1, heading on up to the second. Statue bosses were not really too terrible.
Well, other than Rizopus.
Well, okay, true.
Well,
this
and
guy.
Air Force.
This guy.
So statue bosses were 50-50.
Okay, fair. It's not that great, actually. Now when you put it that way. Got Taco Mage dealing with tier 2. Quickly becoming my least favorite part of the final fight. Like, Calmness is always scary, but we have Fenrir, so we don't really got to worry about that, but...
Tier 3 has always been my least favorite part of the final fight. Less because of calmness, and more because you have to be so particular about how you damage.
That's true. Yeah, if you get 1 point under that threshold for Meteo, then might end up ruining the whole thing. Ugh, Frozen though.
Yeah, that is rapidly bringing tier 2 up in my ugh, this tier sucks rate ranking.
I suppose we didn't see it in the last one, but does bear some of a resemblance to Neo X Death. Question from the chat about Opera. I'm thinking there has been some handshake deals behind the scenes there, because we did see Taco Mage do it as well. Now Sigil gets the unfortunate news of has to wait for these fish. So anywhere from 8 to 55 seconds, I believe, is the range. But there is a fork in the works for Worlds Collide that allows you to just set this to whatever, which is a just mwah, beautiful setting.
Do we have multicast Esper on?
That's a very good question. I want to say yes.
Okay, that was an important and necessary. That was an important and necessary thing here. Getting that Fenrir up before 10 hits comes out.
Yeah, really gonna save you on some time. I don't know if Taco Mage is hurting for defense. I know we saw a lot of really good stuff on Sigil's side. Sigil has access to a Paladin shield, has picked up, I want to say, 2 or 3 snow mufflers along the way. And Taco Mage has gotten a few of those too, but... Oh, and...
Taco Mage has at least 1 snow muffler.
Oh yeah, sure. It appears to be on Celeste.
Well, I was going to say because the snow muffler came from the second half of Weapon Shop.
Oh yes, I remember now. So I guess the one I don't know if it's necessarily a downside, but the one spot that you cannot really get much use out of Possess is here on the statue fights, because like I said, it doesn't get rid of your character, but it does put them on the airship, which means you do not have access to them for the final fight if you use it here.
Right. Oh, and apparently Go-Go can use that, or Boo can use that Boo.
Oh yeah, you didn't know that?
Because Boo just swung that Boo that could proc Pearl.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess that is just a random chance of that sort of thing happening. Interesting character to pop it on, but I guess with Taco Mage's party right now, that's the only character really that would benefit from it in any way. Everybody else has other stuff to do.
Yeah, everyone else has other jobs. Oh,
Here comes Train. Boo, excuse me.
Here comes Boo. And that Boo is not friendly.
Ooh, a question from the chat. Multi-layered answer to this one. Could you wager an elixir for a rename card and then break the theme using it? The rewards that you get out of the Coliseum in Worlds Collide aren't necessarily the same as they are in the vanilla game, and you wouldn't know if they were anyway because everything is going to be listed as Boo. However, I do believe they function as normal in these flag sets. Ooh. All right, we're going to see that Meteo is still a concern.
Yeah.
And now we get to look around and try to find our Phoenix Downs.
Yeah, the Pietà is just not happening.
There we go. Ooh, let's hope that misses Realm. It does not. Let's hope these boos come out. Let's get this healing going. But alas, here is a Meteo. Ooh!
Oh.
That's a bad one. Well, hey, this is still anybody's game now. Sigil just stepped on the
it is.
switches. Just about to start the final fight for themselves. Taco Mage looks like has a possibility to fall into the abyss here. Let's see if this does it. Oh my! Annihilated.
Yep. Okay, at least it provides the who's who on there. Thank you all for pinging in the Ultima Derby channel.
Oh, hey.
Who has made we're still going on that. It will still go until the end of this fight, until the end of this race, but
Right. So yeah, someone contact Sigil and Taco Mage and tell them to just, don't go too quick with this. But we just got a $500 donation for Open for Tomorrow from Boo because of all this. Thank you so much. That is fantastic. A beautiful person. So yeah, now we got Sigil and Taco Mage on equal footing here. And we have roughly 10 minutes or so more. Sorry, what was that?
that X zone, that Boo from Taco Mage works and drops the claw.
Yeah, I did notice that was causing him some trouble on his first go around. Didn't really want to cooperate.
Get some. Yeah. Oh, that's right. We're X magicking here.
we got a couple people in that Discord channel that are not watching the marathon, but are noticing that everybody is pinging boo and are deciding like, well, I want to fit in. Thank you again so much, everybody. This is fantastic.
Yeah, this has been a great race run for a good cause.
And at the risk of repeating myself, I just want to state again that I'm very happy to be able to be a part of this and get some much needed funding to people who are really dealing with some stuff right now. This is an insane situation that they're finding themselves in, and I'm so happy that there are organizations out there that are providing real and direct assistance to these folks who very desperately need it.
Yeah, helping people who are hurting and people who are in need.
With stuff that's like small too, right? Like you think in the back of your head, like, oh, it's just helping somebody getting their rent on time. Like I know that the food banks that Veep runs also offer deliveries as well. Just a lot of really amazing services that mean the world to the people that get them and don't necessarily, take too much effort from us all sitting here and helping out to be able to help them actually accomplish this.
This is all that events like this have always been the best of. They've always been the best of video game communities.
Oh, absolutely. Like, and this is maybe going a little too far with it, but this, once Awesome Games Done Quick started up, and I started watching that, and like that first time that they ended up raising, $1 million for Doctors Without Borders or something, I was just like, oh wow, oh this is a for real good. That's incredible. It's not even just a fun thing that you're doing in your free time or something that you're using to hang out with friends, blah, 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 whatever. It's being utilized to make real positive change in the world. And I'm so thankful to be able to be a part of that.
And Boo Bubbles. Boo Bubbles over on Sigil's side.
The big Boo Bubble.
Boo Bubbles solve many problems.
I love that sound effect too. So yeah, that Paladin Shield paying dividends, both for defense and offense over on Sigil's side.
Does stop wear off on its own?
It does, but it takes a hot minute.
It takes a while.
It is thankfully attached to that character's speed and the way that their TikTok going through their turns. So having a character with high speed means that they're going to have less stop. That does not. I completely reset my brain.
Sigil got the pearl.
Oh, proc. Okay, you said proc. I thought you just made a bird noise for fun. It's just like. Okay.
Well, if you were watching, you'd see.
That's true. All right, we got Sigil heading to the final fight. I'm so excited. This is always very funny to me. God Emperor Clown coming in with all the power of the universe. And now he's dead.
And bye.
GG's to Sigil. I believe it was 126.44. Let me see what the official race room says. $126.47. Yeah, GG's to Sigil.
Yeah.
Got to show off a lot of fun stuff in this one.
So a lot of the fun tack.
Well, Taco Mage coming in with a clutch Mega Elixir there.
Sometimes you got to use it here. Mm. There's that train coming through again.
All right, getting a quick remedy.
Now we're on to final phase.
Magnificent. All right, Taco Mage is going to have to do it the standard way, but shouldn't got lots of offense. Shouldn't take him too long to deal with this.
GG Boo.
All right, we got Boo in the chat here. GG's. How'd you like seeing Possess on a character's command list there?
Yes, we can now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's there he is. Aha!
Yes.
There we go.
Thank you, Booze. And I love Possess because it lets me just take over Kafka.
Yeah, really, I enjoyed you using it, peppering it around the whole seed as well. And honestly,
Yes.
I guess considering everybody was called Boo, I think that's pretty thematically appropriate that somebody was capable of possessing.
Yes. And I now learned Bubaba gives experience.
Right? Yeah, I had no idea.
I didn't either.
Yeah, that is an ability that does not really come up too terribly often. We know why.
Yes. I did try to find Shadow and Sabin just so I could pet all the dogs.
Well, that's true. You did get a bunch of those done.
Shadow was at the end of Magic Factory. Also, GG Taco Mage. GG Boo. GG to Boo.
GG's, Boo.
GG's. All right, I'm seeing his thing light up. We'll see if we can't yak at these guys for a little while.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hey, there you are.
Yes. Hey.
Yeah, okay.
Hey.
Sorry, my sound settings always get jumbled in Discord every PC.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know
So
that.
I will fully admit that trying to kill Sleep with Illumina wielding Go-Go was greedy.
Would have been really fly if it worked though.
I was hoping that proc. I was like, that's got to be really close, but I think I missed it by like 2,000.
Where, Sigil, do you remember where you found Edgar?
At the Opera House. Opera Disruption.
Right. Opera Disruption. Where you found Edgar with Possess?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
So yeah, that was an interesting run. Like Taco Mage, you were ahead for a good portion of it, but that unfortunate run against Tier 3 did end up putting you and Sigil back on even footing there at the end. And then, you were pretty neck and neck all the way up, but unfortunately Sigil had Possess, so...
Yeah, that one's Possess is always a great one, either to unleash on Tier 3 or Tier 4, depending on how you're feeling.
Yeah.
Actually, possess with Go-Go, that you could possess tier 3 and tier 4.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh my god, I didn't know that either. Of
Yeah,
course
you can put
of course
possess
you
on
can mimic
Go-Go.
it. Why can't you? You can
Well,
mimic
you don't have to
the
mimic.
dog.
It can be statused onto Go-Go. It's one of the
would've
few
Really?
optionals I can. Yep, it's one
I
of the few
would've kept
optionals I can
Go-Go.
be. Yeah.
This
Well, actually, what you do
game,
is you put possess on Go-Go, and then you stick him in the fifth slot, so that once you possess tier 3, Go-Go comes right in, and then you can possess tier 4.
oh man.
But
This is the kind of stuff that you learn in Living Seed.
Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I was about to. Ugh. So yeah, how did that seed feel for you, fellas?
it was
It
fun.
was fun. I'll admit that I memed the heck out of that seed.
Yeah,
It was a good time.
yeah. I was trying to find like Shadow Sabin so I could get all the dogs.
Nice. Yeah, I did. I did injured Boo, and then I went ahead and let Boo die.
I saved Boo and did the Opera House.
Yeah, I did Opera House too, just so that I could at Boo during the run.
Yeah. I don't know how to do the injured Boo.
Injured
Yeah,
Room?
injured Boo.
Oh, injured Boo. Yeah, it's really just going between like 3 things over and over again until it's done. Takes like 4 minutes.
Yeah, you go into the relic shop and just is anything that goes into, like, you can go into any of the shops, I believe, but anything that goes into a shop menu will reset the letter for them.
Yeah, it's also you can leave town as well. Also triggers it, but that's slower.
So yeah, we did have a good number of folks bug and boo during this whole.
Nice.
So yeah, again, big thank you to all of you out there for donating and contributing here.
So that was 75. I'm sorry, was the 75 the count on Boo?
Oh no, that's but I guess it's the dollar amount that ended up getting collected up total. So that's going to be 25 from the 3 folks who are going to be matching that. I'm sorry, I was hearing voices just a second ago. Weird. But anyway. So yeah, it looks like next up we have got Chrono Trigger Jets of Time, Possum Morpheus versus Jazer. Going to be going up against each other. I don't know a whole lot about the flag set that they're going to be playing with, but I will be joined in the booth by Leon Kennedy.
I think it's the Gato Cup flag set.
Ah, okay. But yeah, I'll be joined in the booth by Leon Kennedy. Big week for that guy.
I know.
So I'm really looking forward to asking him a bunch of stupid questions. I'm probably going to serve as the Commander Riker of this group, asking about what Dyson spheres are and what have you. So yeah, anything else you guys would like to mention?
No, I'd just like to thank everyone for putting this on and who's participating. And our wonderful watchers.
Yep, just same thing. Thanks everybody for watching and donating, and keep it Steve out there, or keep it Boo in this case. If you found what you saw silly but enticing, Need for Steve is a flag set in Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide in Seedbot. Give it a try. Just make sure you add "and Steve" at the end of it, and it's a hoot. It's a great way to learn the Steve flag set without doing some of the crazy stuff that I do with it.
And it really forces you to learn item descriptions and which weapon is different and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, being able to recognize equipment based on what stats they give to, like learning that I had the sniper in my inventory. I was like, oh, that's the right that's the right number for a sniper. So things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, GG's to Sigil, and I think we're done.
All right. Well, yeah, GG's to both of you. So I'm thankfully going to be back for commentary for Jets of Time, but we're going to take a quick break while we get that all set up.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back. We're doing today for this little mini Ultimate Derby. I am Leon Kennedy 411, helping commentate today for this Jets of Time seed. And I'm joined by Turdsman. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Really looking forward to watching this one. I'm a big fan of Jets of Time.
Yeah, big same. And I'm a big fan of all the support and everything that's happening right now for this little charity marathon that we're doing. Really appreciate the people that we're helping out right now. As a local Minnesota resident myself, big thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Really glad to be a part of it.
All right, and we've got Jazzer and Possum here who are going to be racing. Two really great racers. Some of them are in another Jets of Time tournament going on right now. Yeah, they're doing what we're calling Gato Cup settings, which is sort of a standard kind of like intro level seed, a faster seed, so we can get through things a little bit quicker. And what we often use for what we call our Gato Cup for introducing new players, people who are trying to learn the game on what to do. And it makes it just some flags a little bit quicker, a little bit easier, and a great way to just show off the game.
Oh yeah. This is the flag set that I've got the most experience with. Gato Cup is a really fun introductory flag set.
Yeah, one of the big key differences from others is like magic is unlocked right away. So while the techs and order of magic for all the characters are randomized, you can get all of them right away. In other flags, you have to like go to Specchio and unlock it after their third tech, but this just makes you get to do cool stuff quicker.
It does really help with the different characters that you might have access to. You know, like it looks like we got an Ayla start here, and Luca would be a good example of someone who, you know, unless they have Fire 2 or Flare in those first 3 slots, Luca's not really going to be doing a whole lot of work until you unlock magic, but don't got to worry about that this time.
Yeah, 2 fan favorites definitely for Chrono Trigger and also just for Jets in general. We like Ayla here, we like Luca here. They're a good combo team with things like Blaze Click together and Fire Whirl together. Yeah, so for those who maybe don't know or are jumping into Jets of Time for the first time or don't know it super well, you know, it's Chrono Trigger. We get to fly around to different eras, go to different time zones. But in this randomizer, we start with access to 2 eras, 1000 AD and 600 AD. And what you're going to see our runners do here right off the bat is jump around to, you get 2 characters. They're going to run around, maybe look for some quick items, check some shops for some things. And they'll probably check 2 of the very, very quick and easy key item checks and see what those are. Probably get a 3rd character in Cathedral, and then things will start to diverge there a little bit after the first, 6-7 minutes or so.
Yeah, so I did notice Possum Morpheus didn't take too long of a look at the non-consumable items in the shops. Is there a point when you're wanting to look for that, or are these? I guess with these 2 characters, you don't really need a weapon for either of them to become good.
Yeah, that's true. Both of these characters really don't need a physical weapon because Ayla just uses her fists, and Luca's got a gun, but usually just uses magic. It's definitely a thing in the community where some people shop a lot, some people shop a little, and some people don't shop at all. You know, kind of mentalities of like, am I going to find what I need as I'm going through? Or, a lot of people will say like, you need a couple shelters, kind of those, tents traditionally in Final Fantasy for full heals. Revives are good. Ethers are a big one to gain MP back. Yeah, so a little variation there. We're going to get our first key item here for sure on both of their sides. We have a Moonstone. Okay. Which is kind of dead at the beginning. It doesn't do much of anything until you have access to both of the big other eras. So not much right off the bat. And I saw there was a bent hilt, which is half of the sword, and they didn't pick that up. It's something you can always come back to and get later.
So yeah, I think I do remember from my little training time with Gato Cup the sort of route to go around and grab all the tabs first.
Yeah, it's a pretty traditional route. Not everyone does it, but it's pretty good entry. Just get all the tabs.
And it's kind of interesting that you mention like some players just completely eschew shopping, because that's I'm going to do my best to not make a million comparisons to Worlds Collide while we're going through this, but that is substantially different from the introductory part of Worlds Collide, where it's, people have variations of their initial looting paths that they have, but they've always got one, right? Like it's pretty rare to have somebody start a seed and then just go straight into a check from there. So that's pretty interesting that there's that much of a, like, that there can be that much of a variation between two players.
Yeah, most people do it at least a little bit. And there's a lot of shops in the first two eras that you can look around in, and
that's true.
No one does the same thing. Like, there's just such a little variety there of things you can check differently. Like this on Jazzercise, you saw you could pick up a shelter. Well, you start the game, with not an infinite amount of money, and a shelter's 1,200 gold. So like picking up, and that shelter's always in that bush, so like that's a decent spot to save some money and pick one up. And then what they're doing here is they are doing a little bit of, you call it grinding, but they're doing 2 fights. These 2 fights, if you do these same 2 specific fights in the right order, well, they're not doing exactly the same order here, but you do a couple little fights in the forest here to learn what your first 2 techs are going to be. So we're going to see that coming up here pretty quick. It's a pretty traditional kind of route check.
Yeah, I do remember something like that. I don't recall exactly how many TP you need for each individual one. Is that limited to the strength of the ability, or is it just the slot that it's in?
No, so like the minus a couple of characters, the amount of tech points you need to get like your first and second and third tech are going to be the same.
Okay.
So like if you do the same couple of fights in the same order every single time, you'll always get a couple of techs. Like before you go into this fight in Cathedral, for example, to get your third character. The only one exception to that is Magus. Magus, because he starts so strong and such a high level and like has good equipment right away, he needs 50 tech points to get his first one. But all of his techs, minus one of them, can almost full screen clear a room. So.
And we got Luca with Fire 2 as their first tech here, doing 1,000 damage.
Yes, exactly right. And I also saw that Ayla had Tailspin, which means many of us in the Jets of Time community, like we got Fire Whirl right off the bat. We're golden. Like that is such a good start.
Yeah, that. And Frog is a pretty solid backup.
Frog's great. Yeah, he fits a lot of the boxes this team might need, like some physical output, some full area heal, a different elemental magic. If you can get Ayla and Frog to get the techs they need with Leap Slash and Triple Kick, you get something called Drop Kick, which is a real good single target physical attack. Something that's unique to not unique. I don't know if that's unique, but in Chrono Trigger, single techs, right? An attack from a certain character that can attack enemies. There's values with evade and hit rate, and they can miss. But if you use a dual techs cannot miss, and that's really helpful.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the change for Jets of Time where they made the dual and triple techs just a little bit stronger, so that they kind of worked out a bit better than the ones in the vanilla game.
There's I don't know what all of them are. Some of them are different and some of them are not. Some are buffed. There might even be 1 or 2 that are nerfed. I don't remember exactly what all the differences are. And some even use different techs. Like the same move, but they use a different tech, or the MP cost is a little bit lowered or something like that.
And it's all kind of in the spirit of balancing it, right? Like I fully support all those kind of little tweaks that the different communities end up doing to their games.
Yeah, for sure. So they're probably both gonna. Yeah, sorry, what were we gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna talk about Ayla being a good mix character with everybody, but
she's pretty good. We like her. Doesn't need a weapon. mostly pretty strong physical hitting, but her one magic output in the magical element Tailspin, which is a non-elemental attack, so it's like it doesn't do fire damage, doesn't do lightning damage, does non-elemental damage. Also, it's damage defense piercing, so like if it just it ignores enemy defense, so it's a very good spell.
Super handy.
Sometimes you just drop, like, oftentimes you'll put all your magic tabs into a character like Luca or Magus because they're kind of like your black mages. But sometimes you put all your magic into Ayla and she turns into your mage, and that can get real fun. Might see that in this seed with an early Fire Whirl.
Yeah, the ability to obviate an enemy's defense. In a lot of games, it's really valuable, but in this one in particular, it is super handy. There's so many monsters that are just like their stats are kind of all over the place, right? I know the Hecaran Cave is a good. That's the one I always think of right off the top of my head, where you want to use magic against everything there, and Tailspin will probably do it just flat out, but as like a just in case. There's other examples later on in the game, but having the ability to just say no, never mind to the enemy's highest stat is huge.
Yeah, speaking of which, we see our good little first kind of divergence here. Possum is going into Hecarim Cave, and like you said, a lot of these enemies require magic damage to hurt them, so having a full screen clear like a Fire 2 is perfect. Jazzer's going into the desert, which is a like higher tier kind of dungeon. If you played Vanilla Chrono Trigger, it's one of the final end game dungeons you do. But if you've got something like a Fire Whirl here, you can take out these big kind of caterpillar looking dudes. And they get a lot of TP, a lot of tech points for learning new techs, and a lot of experience points. You're not going to be able to clear this dungeon because you need a Robo to clear this dungeon and get whatever key items at the end here, but you're going to get good experience from it, whereas Possum is going to get a key item check here at the end of this Hecarim Cave.
So yeah, and this is interesting too. I did just notice that Frog had water too. I tend to avoid this desert dungeon unless I have access to that, since I know these enemies are weak against it. But yeah, Fire Whirl's doing just fine.
Yeah, Fire Whirl for sure, because again of that damage piercing. But yes, often you think of water as what you need for the desert, which is true.
Yeah.
But if you have like Flare, Luca's strongest, or Dark Matter, Mega's strongest, it doesn't matter if it's the right element. It's strong enough
Right.
anyway. It'll just work. So sometimes you'll get Flare as your first deck, and you're like, all right, great, I can go in here now. One thing I don't want to forget about, just because, again, we're doing a great charity marathon here, we did get a couple donations between our runs. Want to make sure we read those off.
Oh, yes.
Can you help me find those? I think they're in the Discord.
Let's see, I believe that the Glue, our lovely restreamer, did mention it was 2 25s and a 30. Let's see if I can't find them.
I think one from Fiery Blizzard, maybe? Looks like
yes, yeah, it was Fiery Blizzard.
25.
I believe Taco Mage also donated 25.
30. Perfect.
And then I think Glue himself
30,
donated
yeah.
30.
Great. Thank you all so much.
I'm not a math major, but I think we're up to 695 total. Plus, I
Woo!
see 2 people mentioned that they donated, but didn't give us the total. So there's 2 other ones possibly out there. Plus, we have another 25 coming from admin at a future date when they are free and available. So great job, everyone.
Amazing.
Yeah, great job. Yeah, $700 is nothing to sneeze at. Would love to see that 4th digit get added by the end of this race.
That'd be so cool. Yeah, and I'm looking also at the Twitch chat here. Someone asked a question like, do Ayla's Fist weapons change in Jits of Time? How do upgrades work? Yeah, so we're playing with, like we said, this Gato Cup seed setting, which is kind of a little bit more standard, quote unquote, right? For a randomizer, things are already weird and screwed up anyway. But a relatively fun and kind of common other flag set we'll see in this randomizer if you come hang out with us is an item randomizer for gear. So different weapons can have different item abilities kind of switched around and added onto them. So like you could get a random helm, but it's got the plus 12 magic defense, which comes from a flea vest. You could get a sword but it's got the rainbow ability on it from Chrono's best sword, but it's on Luca's gun, right? You get a rainbow gun, right? So those abilities can get flopped around.
Okay, interesting. It doesn't make any new ones. It just takes like possible ones from other weapons in the game. Okay.
Yeah. So we got.
Handy.
Let's look up some 2 fights we got going on here. We got boss randomizer on, so like going into these different dungeons, we're gonna get the bosses all shuffled around as well. So we've got the North Cape Magus, kind of like the secondary Magus fight down here in the desert. And then we've got a mutant here on the left. I missed which one it was.
I want to say Mega.
Mega.
I think Mega's the green one.
Yeah, like the healthier looking
Giga.
one.
I got it wrong.
Giga. There you go. Giga and Terra require magic to hurt. So that shouldn't be fine, or shouldn't be a problem for this team.
So yeah, and Jays are fighting this Magus. I noticed when they were setting up their equipment beforehand, got everybody good with fire, which I'm assuming was just kind of a happy coincidence. Looks like lightning's coming out here. Never mind. Because I know with Magus you can kind of fiddle with what he's going to do each fight, but not taking too much damage.
Not getting huge damage. There's 2 different versions of Magus. There's this one that's from like when you fight him later on in the vanilla game where he can join your party, and that's the one that's shuffled into the pool. But then like the castle Magus, like his in his lair, that's like a different Go mode boss that we can also encounter later on. But fun enough, when we fight that Magus in his castle, in this Jets of Time randomizer, you can find him and he actually can be the sprite of Luca, or the sprite of Frog, or any of the other 7 characters. His script is exactly the same, except the sprite looks different, and his ultimate move will be a different element based on who you're fighting. So it could be Flare instead of Dark Matter or something.
Right.
Okay, so we are going to see another key item check here on Possum's side. That's a good one. Okay. Jazzer, I'm hoping, finds that Robo later on, because you do need Robo to finish off that check. But has it set up so it can come back and do it at any time now, and got some good experience points from it.
So yeah, does this flag set have the characters locked as well?
So the character lock. Okay, so the characters, you start with 2, and then you find the other ones in the same spots always, but you need access to finding them differently. And then Robo gates this 1 check here in the desert. You need Robo for it. Marl gates the 1 check. You need to do the King's Trial quest with like the Prism Shard. So they're the only 2 that lock like a check specifically, and then Frog locks a Go mode to like do the end game, the Magus castle that we were talking about.
Oh, right. I forgot that he is part of that, because I know that the I think it's either the Bent Hilt or the Bent Sword is available in the Snail Stop.
Yes. So speaking of, I mean, I could talk about that a little bit here since we're almost 15 or so minutes in here. There are 3 Go modes for this game, for this randomizer for Jets of Time, which I think is so cool. One of the Go modes is, yes, you need 2 pieces of the sword, the Bent Hilt and the Bent Sword, and you need to reforge it. And then you need Frog in your party to do Magus's castle. And then you do Magus's castle, you get to the Kingdom of Zeal, and go into the Ocean Palace to fight Lavos. That's option 1. Option 2 is you have to get to the prehistoric era with the gate key. And you need the Dream Stone to go through Tyranno layer and fight Black Tyranno. And then similarly, you need the Ruby Knife to go into the Kingdom of Zeal, do the Ocean Palace, fight Lavos. And then the third option to beat the game is you need the Pendant, which we saw Possum get, to go to the future. And then you need the Clone and the Chrono Trigger to go up Death Peak, to do the kind of like revive Chrono sequence. And once you do that, the Black Omen appears, and that's the final dungeon to fight Queen Zeal at the end. So those, we could see different options. We'll see.
So okay, yeah. So we haven't really seen an obvious, fast path to a Go mode here just yet.
I mean, the biggest thing is that we know where half of the sword is, and we know we've got Frog. So if we find that one other half of the sword, that will be Go mode. But
right.
it could be anywhere.
So we have Posomorpheus running from a couple of the fights down here.
What he might be doing is just looting, possibly. He might just be running around because these are decently high-tiered chests, and he might just be running around looking for good items and good equipment and stuff. I'm not 100% sure. Doing some of these fights, but not others. Yeah.
Yeah, he is taking out some of these little caterpillar guys, but I don't know. Maybe the little fishmen just weren't quite what he was looking for somehow. But yeah, it does look like the items are a bit more of his focus.
Again, can't do this check yet, but it is one of, if not the best, earliest like grind spots if you can take out these rooms.
Ooh, and Jazer's Luca learned Flare at some point while we weren't paying attention.
Yeah, we got Flare. I think we got Frog Squash from Frog. I might have missed that too. It's hard to. I'm trying to track, commentate,
right?
watch,
Yeah.
Look in Twitch chat.
Right, and answer all my dumb questions.
A lot of things.
But yeah, I do believe Frog Squash was used. I want to say I was on Possum's side though, rather than Jazer. But yeah, lots of really strong abilities early on in the tech list for all three of these characters.
Yeah. The only thing I'd really be with Fire 2 and Flare, Luca's good to go. You maybe want Mega Bomb. Ayla's got Twister. You'd want Triple Kick at some point, and Leap Slash to get that big dual attack off with the two of them. And probably Heal on Frog would be the next thing if you're going to keep this party. Frog and Robo are. Let me track. Pendant there on Jetster's side. Yeah, Heal. They have 2 full party heals. Robo and Frog can do so can be really helpful.
So yeah, it looks like we're going to get to look at the Zenin Bridge next, which is nice. Another key item check over on Jazer's side.
Yep. Pretty quick and early. You can save beforehand and peek what this is. So like you go talk to the chef, and if you don't really care what he's going to give you, you can soft reset out and just not do it.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I did notice an amulet up there in Possum's loot, which is just like a ribbon, for
right
Final Fantasy.
Yeah, very handy for the end of the game when you may or may not run into something super nasty as the automatic status ailment from Obstacle. So we got Possum fighting Magus.
Some betas want to see what this other key item is down here.
Hero Medal.
So that's probably a yes for 2 reasons. The Hero Medal opens up a chest in Frog's burrow down in the forest, which then gives you another key item. But also, it's an accessory for Frog, and it's great.
Right? Yeah.
It does a bunch of things.
Yeah, you have the guy that can equip it, and you can pretty easily turn it into another check here. And plus, this I personally really like the Zenin Bridge thing. It's a nice simple couple of gimmick fights that seem, I don't know if this is true or not, but they do seem to have a pretty good chance of having a good item drop.
Yeah, it's I have seen rainbows drop on this. There was a race or a tournament a little recently ago that had that in a seed that a bunch of people did. But also notably in these Gato Cup settings that we're using for this particular flag set, there is higher just tier loot and item drops for the whole seed. In like the Millennial Pre or on hard mode, what we call it, drops are not as good. But yeah, it's gonna give Frog this if he equips. I think I assume equipped it onto Frog. I'm messing with it, but it gives the Prism Specs ability, which is just plus 50% damage on everything. Also gives barrier and shield, so 1/3 magic and 1/3 physical defense. It's a phenomenal accessory for Frog. And if you have the Grand Leon or the Masamune equipped, it up its critical rate, which I don't think he has a Masamune, but.
No, I don't believe they've found that just yet, but all those other benefits are plenty.
Real good.
to keep a hand on that. We'll see what this boss is here. Possum Morpheus made short work of that Magus. Looks like we got a skeleton tank. Oh, that's a mess. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
It's all better now.
That's there's a coding something.
Oh yeah,
they fix it.
we're doing some stuff with this game that we're not supposed to.
Yeah, exactly. One-shotted the body, and then the head remains. There are a couple of these bosses that have some weird sprite animations because of, again, coding, something. I don't know.
Yeah, I really love watching the Magus fight for that reason. Just having, I think it's like Marl and Chrono both have one of those little things where animations where they just kind of turn into a bunch of crap for a couple seconds and then go back to normal.
Yeah, and some of them, the bosses in this game are actually like the artwork of part of the background of like the screen. And so if you haven't seen before, we use a new, the little blue dude that's in all the eras as like a placement for the boss.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay, so I'm going to add the hero medal there, and I'll just add it in for both of them right now.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if Possum Morpheus can't make it through that dragon tank.
Yeah. So we'll see who this potential character is. Chrono. Okay. And we'll get to open up this chest for another key item. Thomas Pop.
Thomas Pop, okay. That's another key item that leads to a key item. So not a piece of go mode just yet, and kind of a gnarly dungeon too. Not as bad as I always assume it is, but still could be something that might give our runners a little bit of trouble at this point, especially when you have a pendant. But I guess that'd be the question. Would you be more interested in going to the future rather than dealing with the Rust Tyranno lair down there?
Yeah, that's and notably Rust Tyranno isn't gonna be down there probably. Right, it's still boss Rhino, so it's not guaranteed it'll be in, but it's a decently high HP spot for whatever that boss is. It's a little bit of a higher like level of the dungeon, so a little bit tougher in that sense, but this team is ready to go. So they could choose to do it and that wouldn't matter. They still have Denador Mountain open as a play as well. Pendant is definitely tempting to get a couple more options because there's 3 checks up there in the future. It does take a while to get there because you have to go through the whole trial sequence. So I'm guessing they might wait on it because if you just look at Thomas Pop and Denadoro and find that sword piece, you're good.
Right, yeah.
The other thing that could be beneficial about going to the future could be looking for a way to gain access to magic. But again, with this Gato Cup settings, these characters are learning all their techs, so they don't have to go to the end of time.
Okay, yeah, that is kind of interesting because in my head, the future is just such a dense area that I always want to go there as soon as I possibly can. But although now that you mention it, I have been watching a couple runs recently where there's been something really good at Denadoro Mountain, and somebody just decides like and then just goes straight to the future or back into the prehistoric era and doesn't notice that there was a fast go mode there.
Yeah, Denadoro, man, in like recently, I suppose, in just like tournaments and stuff, has been a pivotal spot that a lot of people just don't want to go to. Like, people don't like going up that mountain. Like, a lot of people just avoid it. It takes a little while, but it's not that bad. But yeah, a lot of people just don't like going up there. At least it seems that way from a lot of the recent races I've seen. So yeah, it's definitely a choice. I like what's Possum going to do here. Don't know. So far, they've been doing kind of similar orders of things here. So I'd love to see something different, just for variety's sake.
Yeah. It looks like Jazer's just a little bit ahead of Possum, but they have been kind of following the same path. And
the other thing that's kind of nice about going into Giant's Claw here is there's a good amount of power tabs. So,
that's true.
And you're not noticing it if you're not familiar with the randomizer or the vanilla game, but for those who are watching, there's a lot of skips that are happening here. These players know what they're doing, and they're running around certain spots on the map where there's like invisible barriers where the encounters will happen. There's no random encounters in Chrono Trigger. Everything has a scripted spot on the map somewhere, and some of them are a lot easier to like go around than others, and some are quite difficult.
Yeah, I did notice Jazer dodging an encounter that I had a real hard time trying to get around. Fighting this rebel, though.
Yeah, these rebels are great because, again, it's a choice that players have to make. Their very high evasion stats make them hard to hit, and they can be a big time waste if you just keep missing, because if they run away, you get nothing. But if you kill them, you get, like, 50 tech points, 1,000 experience points, and it can be real good.
Hey, there's that heal.
Yep, we like that. Leaf Slash is coming up soon, I saw. Okay.
Yeah, no sign of triple kick just yet, but got the other half of that. And yeah, I suppose that's the only real bummer with Ayla as a strong mixing character is triple kick is not necessarily required, but all of her really good stuff is probably going to be locked behind finding that tech in particular.
Yeah, it's good for a lot of things. Similar to like having a chrono, like you really want to get confused, which is his attack 4 times move.
Yeah, it's like if you have a chrono, you need a rainbow sword or confuse, or otherwise he's probably not going to be a very good character. It kind of, at least in my experience.
Yeah, you want a good sword for sure. It doesn't have to be rainbow, but he's much more beneficial with a good sword. You know, sometimes he can be a mage, similar to Ayla, where you just pump all the magic tabs into him, and you've got Luminaire, and you can mix that with some other triple techs or like Super Bold with Robo. It can work, but yeah, generally people want Chrono with a good sword. That's kind of what people are looking for.
Ooh, Mother Brain here at the bottom. This is a pretty beefy boss for this slot. You know, having to deal with those displays in the back. Thankfully, it looks like we got the ones put to sleep there with Hypno Wave, and now we just got to focus on some single target stuff.
Yep.
Can't use flare and whatnot.
Yeah. Jizzo did that perfectly, where putting them to sleep is exactly what you want to do, because the displays can get out of hand with healing and can confuse, she can confuse. So yeah, this was perfect.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like they're healing that much, but it looks like they get a lot of turns.
They go fast.
Yeah. They can do it a bunch of times.
And this is, again, like I said, it was a decently high HP spot for a boss. And Mother Brain, it can ruin your day. The biggest thing that can be a ruiner is you get rid of 2 of those 3 little displays, and then she accidentally confuses one of your characters, and that character, you don't heal them just quite fast enough, and they attack the other little display. And when all 3 displays are gone, you better hope she's close to dead, because she goes berserk, and it's often a reset moment for a lot of times.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never actually survived the counterattack. Is it that she does that, and then does she revive the displays after that, or does she just go ham on you?
That's a great question. I'm trying to remember if there's a specific difference with the Jets of Time version versus the vanilla version. But yeah, she goes ham for sure. Man, someone help me. I think they do get revived eventually.
Okay. Oh man, Possum Morpheus deciding to spend those power tabs increased Ayla's physical attack rating there by what it looked like about 50. Yeah, it went from 75 to 127.
I mean, it's definitely a I guess we're super committing to Ayla, which doesn't surprise me, but like that is a thing too sometimes with runners is like there's a moment in the race where it's like, when do I commit my tabs? It's like I've committed to this character now. And that's a big moment when you know. So yeah, like all of a sudden you got 10 tabs, they're all doing +3 or +4. Holy moly, there you go.
Ayla picked up that triple kick. So Blaze Kick is online now.
Yeah. This is a good team. And we've got a Prism Shard.
Oh.
Vanilla. Is it even?
See, another item that leads to an item, but unfortunately, I believe you need Marl for that one. So,
yes, you need Marl for that one.
Ooh, and Possumorpheus has a chance to catch up a little bit. Got access to triple kick before Jazer did, so is doing a bunch more damage to Mother Brain here.
Yeah, hit it out quicker.
See, and Jazer also taking a look and dropping a bunch of power tabs into Ayla. And going to go ahead and do the trial.
Do the trial. You can, with the newest beta, like just whatever the newest update is of this Jets of Time randomizer, when you get the Prism Shard, you can actually, similar to the bridge, peek to see what that item is down in the basement. And so you have to give it to the king in 600 AD, and then you go back to 1000 AD, and you can go down and see. You have to run down past some enemies that you can dodge. There's some decent loot down there too. But yeah, just go into the future. But again, notably, didn't do Denadoro. People don't like going up that mountain. It could be the other half of the sword. We don't know.
Yeah, and I guess is there a good reason to do that if you don't have Marl? Like, is it still going to be worth your time to go and check to make sure, like, oh, that's like, let's say that's where the other piece of the sword was, and then you know, like, okay, well, I need to get back there.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, that's one of those plays of there's a lot of options, a lot of things. That's not the right or wrong play. If you see it and know that it's the other half of the sword, then at least you have the knowledge of, I need to find Marl. And then that's your goal, and then you're not looking for anything else. So, like, then if you just go into the future, you can be like, okay, my first thing is I'm going to look because I know there's a character spot in the future in that dome, if that's what you're trying to do. So
right. So okay, Jazer right there showcasing exactly what Leon was talking about earlier with dodging fights. Like, it just snuck right through in between those two little shield guys. Something that I used to help out with that is if you kind of line your character's like right foot up with that pattern on the bottom wall there, like you can line up with one of the bricks on it, and that'll help you get through there every single time. That's a huge part of this randomizer is, not taking fights when you don't want to, and then finding an optimal spot to get all of your levels at. You got Jazer doing the right thing.
Doing up the mountain. And Foss is going up the mountain. Jazer's saving Fitz. Very important.
That's why we're here. We're being heroes.
We're being heroes.
Gotta save people from being summarily executed.
Completely unrequired and wastes time, and it's the right thing to do.
Exactly. Gotta save the animals.
Save the animals. Is Fitz an animal? He's a mammal. Does that count?
Yeah, but I guess humans are animals, I suppose.
Humans are animals, yeah.
I guess I didn't mean it that way necessarily, but it's unintended.
I appreciate the Metroid reference. Jazzer zoomed through that besides that, though. And then similarly here on Possum's side, for those who don't know, there's a lot of skips in Denador Mountain. Like I said, people like going up here a lot, but it's if you do all the skips, you get through it real quick.
Yeah, has did I miss the skip where you just kind of move? You move. I think it's like up instead of left or something like that to bypass
It's
that.
about to happen. Yeah,
Okay,
it's about
cool.
to happen. It's this.
Yeah, that blew my mind when I learned that.
Yep, it's a 4-minute save, and all you do is hold up for about a second before you go left. Because it's 5 just scripted like side-scrolling fights in a row that you can't run from.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's faster to reset out and start the dungeon over.
Let's just start the whole mountain over. And that's
Yeah,
a lot of these. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
but-
please.
I was just saying, it's one of those easy, like, if you want to learn this randomizer, it's one of the first ones people learn. And there's a lot of real quick ones. Here, you hold up. You went to the right just a hair, but the point is you go around it. There, you see it. You see it for like 4 minutes.
And these are also present in vanilla, correct?
Yes. These things have not changed.
Sweet.
So if you watch like a speed run of Chrono Trigger, they'll do the same thing.
I love this guy.
Mountains are nice.
This is life.
Ah, you're noisy.
Get out of here.
Fine.
Are tabs food?
Good question.
Because I think in my head, well, no, actually, I'm trying to think of the strategy guide had little drawings of everything.
Yeah.
If it was like a little piece of food, or if it was like a little pill.
Yeah. It's a consumable.
Okay, there we go. That's
Yes.
the wider category.
Yes. Magic Pez. Someone said in chat. Yeah.
Ooh,
Like supplements. Sure. Yeah.
are tabs a sandwich? We're asking the big questions here tonight.
That's important. Yeah. Is it between bread?
I don't think so.
Okay, so Jazzer is about to. We saw him fight Russ Tyranno's head up there on that bridge, and just the head. And we did went through it pretty quick. We're gonna have the pendant upgraded now, which means all of these black sealed chests and all these doors we're gonna be able to open now, and they all have pretty good loot. So we're about to see some good loot, some speed tabs, a magic seal. I'm guessing we'll probably run around this world map a little bit, jumping to a couple different places to pick up some more. While Possum does another boss fight here. After you fight these two little Massa and Mune, we'll get an actual randomized boss after this, kind of for phase 2.
Yeah, all these items give another pretty good reason to go through the long trial sequence, because once you get here, you got access to, what is it, like 4, I think, of these doors here that all lead to really strong items. And I think,
stuff.
Yeah, 3 of them have just tabs sitting on the floor, too.
Yeah, one in here, one in that one we just saw, one in Eris Dome, and then there's 3 key item checks and 1 character check. So
Yeah, and this key item check that's another pretty popular one. You just kind of wander right on in, look at a little dot, and then a guy comes out of the lava and fights you.
Yep. It's a fast check in the sense that it's just a boss, but it's one of the highest. It's got like a 7,000 HP spot or something like that.
Right.
So can be a little while, especially if you're a little under leveled coming here. But we're doing 2,400 damage with Blaze Kick. So whereas we got Flea over here on Possum side, and Flea can be a pain in the butt, but again, we're pretty high leveled here. We came here later, so we'll be all right.
Yeah, big magic defense, which is alleviated by the defense piercing properties of that the tailspin.
All right, so we're soon here to get 2 more different key item checks. Our first kind of true divergence here in checks from having someone go to the future and someone stay behind.
See, I'll be very interested to see what Possum Morpheus is going to be picking up here. Because Jazer has plenty of new options. Ooh, gate key.
That's huge. Okay.
So yeah, now we'll really see. Because that's a much faster era change than having to deal with the trial.
Again, it's a bigger deal when you have to unlock magic, but there's still and the Grand Leon.
Hey, all right.
Dead check, quote unquote, for progression, but an amazing equip. Now we've got Grand Hero Frog with the hero medal, and
yeah, he is fully kitted up.
We are ready to go. Notably on Possum's side here, if you talk to Melchior up here in the fair, he always has shelters and revives. So just if it's something you're ever looking for.
Yeah.
Looks like we're just kind of selling stuff. But yeah. Oh, and always has one like mid-tier weapon for all of the characters that need one, besides like, Ayla who can't punch.
Yeah, I've definitely used him as a way of getting my second character at the start, giving them something to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes, again, talking about different routing at the beginning, like we were talking about 45 minutes ago, with the
oh my god, it was that long ago.
Right? Sometimes the right call can be go there and buy a weapon for Frog or Chrono or Robo,
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey.
Son of Sun. So this boss is fine. It's not super dangerous. It's just annoying and takes a hot minute. If you remember it from Vanilla, it just has to rotate around and you have to find the right fire to hit. There's 4 instead of 6, which is a nice quality of life update. Ooh, was there a crisis arm setting? Did I miss that?
Yes, Morpheus picked one up. Just going a little bit into prehistoric and grabbing that item there.
That one little chest. Wow.
Yep.
We don't have a Robo, but if we do, could see an argument for switching, but this is a good team, and they've already committed tabs, so.
Well, considering Morpheus has not found the Grand Leon yet, finding a Robo might be cause to replace Frog. Because I think Robo also has a pretty good double tech with Ayla. I don't know if it's as strong as Dropkick, but I seem to recall him having a pretty solid one.
Yeah, it's hard to beat. It's hard to beat Dropkick. The things that Beast Toss is great because it's real strong physical. There's a couple of enemies and bosses that can't be tossed, so it's a little bit more restrictive. But they have Spin Kick, which is also not bad. But yeah, Beast Toss is amazing. I want to make sure I clicked everything on here. What did I miss? I got Grand Leon. Possum got. Okay, I did. I clicked everything.
I think it actually looks good to me.
I should click Magic Unlock as well. Yeah, technically Magic should have the whole time.
Strictly speaking.
Did anyone pet the cat though? I haven't. Did I miss?
Ooh, no, we have not seen that yet.
They haven't. These are technically invalidated runs if there's no pet petting.
Nobody's gone into Chrono's house just yet.
Yeah, that's important.
Ooh, Jazer's stealing a bunch of white mail from Son of Sun.
Yeah, charming is another thing we can do since Ayla's on our team, so we can steal items from, enemies as well.
I hate how you have to come through here and you can't just know that rat is faking it.
Yeah. He's not on the screen the first time you run through, I don't think. And you have to find him. And if you're super, super fast, you can get him right when you run out the door. It's like, oh, it's just a statue. There's like all of the randomizers, right? Just like Final Fantasy 5 and 6 and stuff. There's a lot of different flag options. And there's a couple different alternative flag options for Jets of Time that split Aerostome into like 2 different checks where you need like the seed to go in the back and stuff. There's a different flag set where you can add Johnny's the bike race in as an item check. They're not standard right now. They're kind of like experimental. So we got Dalton Plus over here on the left. Also kind of notoriously one of the biggest pains in the butt. But again, they're decently high leveled here. Should be okay. He counters everything you do. And then also has a pattern of a weak attack, and then 3 strong attacks in a row.
Yeah, I haven't run into this guy too terribly much, but every time I see him in a race, it's always like everybody tenses up.
Yeah, accurately. But again, Blaze kicking the way through. He's out. Piece of cake.
Now we got to wait for him to do his little comedy shtick.
We're about to get dueling different key item checks here in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I'm really glad to see Pos Morpheus go down the prehistoric line, because now we get to like a really strong example of which way is the right way to go. It gets a clone,
which isn't anything assured yet. I'm waiting for one of them to check one of the other characters, because Robo or Marl could be locking something really important here. And then no one's checked Back in Cathedral, no one's checked Future, and no one's checked Dactyl's Nest.
Oh, he's going to Mount Woe even before that.
Yeah, going to Woe, yeah. Certainly not as fast, but does give good loot, gives good experience. Ooh, there's the bent sword. So that is
okay.
That's a no mode. Jezzer knows where to go to get to go mode now. It's to be back to the snail shop to buy the other half of the sword, if that's what they choose to do.
Yeah, looks like, yep, heading right back for it.
Optimally, when done, perfectly, the Magus Lair go mode is slower. Partly because it's just you have longer to go through, but also kind of like balance-wise, like sphere-wise, it's what you call technically Sphere 0. Like, you could hypothetically get Magus Lair go mode immediately if you find the 2 go mode items and get Frog in your party right away. But, going into it right now, you could say that Jazzer's in the lead, but we have absolutely no idea if that's true right now.
Yeah, I'd say if Possum finds the, I think it's the Timeg is the other chunk of that. If he finds that at the top of Mount Woe, he only has to go through. He has to go through a much shorter final dungeon than Jazzer does, and has a little bit of a level lead. Has some pretty decent gear. Doesn't have the Grand Leon just yet, but
yeah. So we do have a go mode from Jazzer, and we'll see what Possum does.
And yeah, it's just not quite a guarantee just yet. Although Jazzer did have to, already buy the bent sword, so didn't have to, or the bent hilt, excuse me, so didn't have to go for that one small little extra detour. Just gonna do the cool thing.
And I'll say everyone should stand for the national anthem of Chrono Trigger now.
Yes, exactly.
Cut open a mountain. For those who have never seen, I'm guessing a lot of people have, but when the PS1 version of this game came out, not a great version of the port in my opinion because the loads are horrendous, but they added in some cool Akira Toriyama anime cutscenes.
Yeah, I think
this version as well.
I want to say it was just straight up Bird Studio that did them, and yeah,
so.
The frog one was super sick. So, very fun fact. I love talking about this because it's one of the silliest little video game facts I know. The Japanese version of the PS1 version of Chrono Trigger does not have that problem, because that load time is happening because every single time you load the game, it loads up a translation patch alongside it that it has to reference every single time it goes into the menu or starts up a battle.
Yeah.
It's like the laziest possible way to localize that thing.
Yep. That's a good fun fact. Cat Pet, we're in.
Good job, Jazzer.
Saved fits and got a cat pet.
Oh yeah, man, he's winning. He's crushing this one.
And I don't see any other big donations in the room, but I will say one more time just for everyone that yes, we are doing this as a little mini charity marathon. We're raising money for Minneapolis right now. If you'd like to donate, someone, I think it's just exclamation mark donate in chat. or put towards Open for Tomorrow, Small Business Fund, and VEEP, Volunteers Listen to Assist People, primarily with things like food pantries and rental assistance, which is still a big need. So
Yes.
please help. As a local, again, one more time, I'm not going to get up on my soapbox or say anything too political, but I will just say that we still need help here. It's the need is still great, and media is not properly representing everything that's happening here. So if you want to actually know what's going on, please call or talk to someone or visit us. We'd love to have you here.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to have not access directly, but I've seen a couple of other entities do similar charity streams, and they've said similar things. And like the giant bomb one that happened a while back was a pretty big deal, and I know one of the members of that website is from I believe from Minneapolis, but
sure,
I got a lot of interesting insight into what's actually happening there on that one.
Yep. A lot of Midwestern soccer moms helping out people a lot at schools.
I love to see it. It's so I'm really glad that and I can't stress enough how valuable this type of help is too, specifically like food banks and rent assistance and all that, like all the stuff that these two charities are working with are huge.
Yeah, 100%. Back to Phosphorus, Potsum's side over here a little bit. Two things that we said before. A lot of skips in this dungeon. You can go up this mountain pretty quick if you skip all the stuff at the front half. A lot more of the fights are at the second half. But there's a lot of good loot here, and you can go out of your way. It's a choice, like right now. Like we're going to the right side of the screen to pick up this chest. You could skip this chest and skip this fight. And that's a thing where when you're in a race sometimes, like these two know we're doing it for a charity marathon. So I don't know if they're doing it hyper competitively. But when you're in a race setting, it comes down a lot to these decisions of like, okay, I haven't found go mode yet. How far? I'm almost an hour in. Has my opponent found one yet? And you have to make these decisions of like, do I skip as much as possible? Do I try to take these extra fights? Which go mode check do I try to go for first? Sometimes you get go mode like Magus's Lair here, and sometimes the strategic play can be don't do it. Go do one or two other checks first, because you might be one item away from a different one that you might know better, or maybe you just don't know Tyranno Lair very well, and you're not good at Tyranno Lair, and so you want to do Ocean Palace or Magus Castle instead, and that's super valid too.
Yeah, and I wonder if part of Possum Morpheus's assessment for what is and is not a valuable thing to do is he's got a really fast Luca here, outpacing all of these enemies, including those gargoyles, those are real speedy jerks. And just firing off a fire 2 and taking care of the entire screen over and over again. So like those kind of smaller decisions can also be have a big impact on how you decide to go through this.
It's actually probably low key the number one most important thing about routing Mount Woe is knowing you have to have a character that's got 14 speed, because you can outspeed these gargoyles, and that's exactly what it is. Because if you don't, they will take up so much extra time with so much extra animation, and they have a move that just puts you down to 1 HP.
And it takes forever.
Yes. So you don't ever. I would not go up here if I didn't have a character that could get to 14 speed, whether or not it's dumping speed tabs into them or equipping them with something like a speed belt or a dash ring to temporarily get them up to that speed.
I guess like big ups for Possum Morpheus by having Luca be the one to do that. I think the second slowest character in the entire game.
Yeah. With whatever method. I wasn't checking what he had equipped or how many speed tabs he had bumped up there, but that's exactly right.
I think it's a belt, and he just crammed all of the speed tabs into Luca early on.
That'll do it. She has her ultimate weapon, which is that Wonder Shot, which is great because it's got that variable percentage of it can do 50 damage or it can do 3,000 damage with just a gun. But really truly her ultimate weapon is her Taban suit that she can get because it gives her +3 speed.
Ooh, yeah.
Same with Robo. His key item, hers isn't a key item, but his key item is a ribbon that gives +3 speed. and some other stuff.
Yeah, and a bunch of others. Kind of similar to the hero medal in that it kind of takes a character that is otherwise, kind of middling and turns him into a contender.
For sure.
Like I really like Frog, one of my favorite video game frogs of all time. But in Jets of Time, he is kind of a support character, in the best of cases, unless you find all of that stuff for him, like what Posmorpheus has right here.
Yeah, he has the full setup, so he is ready to go. But again, don't forget about dual techs. Things like dropkick, and there's some great ones.
So all right, I cannot wait to see how Mount Woe is going to pay off for Possum.
Yeah, Jazzer did these 2 fights in the left and the right corridors, heading down the center corridor. That's a jerk.
All right.
Yeah. Oh,
well.
Man. Yep.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
I mean, yeah, we could say it's a waste of time, quote unquote, because it does 0 progression for you. He did get some loot, got some experience points. Looks like he's actually turning the jerky, which some people just straight up ignore because they get mad when you get the jerky. Because it feels to me like 50% of the time, whatever jerky item you get from this is going to be like game breaking because it's like a Prism Specs or something, or it's like, I don't know, like a flea vest, and you're like, oh, okay, that was nice, but it doesn't help. So we'll see.
It is kind of funny. Hopefully, can kind of turn that into a time save later, so it doesn't have to get quite as much.
Oh, it was a Prism something. I didn't see the full text.
Prism Helm, I believe.
Well, Helm. Okay, sure. We take those. That's full status protection on a helm. To answer the question I see in chat for Twitch, yes, the hero medal does also increase crit chance. It not only does it give those extra effects of the barrier and the shield and stuff, but it does increase crit for if you have the Masamune or the upgraded Grand Leon Kieta, which he has. So, yeah. This skip room that Jazzer just did is also one that can save you minutes if you just know where to step on the tiles.
Yeah, very good job at that, too. I also did not know that you can just kind of hang out and let the rollies go right by you like that. I thought you had to go down the ladder.
This room here with the corridor is notorious. You can now stand by the pulleys. You stand here to make this little bird dude walk by you. Oh, you just barely missed that one. I know it's kind of tough. You can go through this entire sequence without doing a single fight. And it's tough, but yeah. We sometimes call these the Donkey Kong Country rooms because throwing the barrels down. Ooh, and interesting here, yeah. I'm realizing Tailspin and Firewhirl are not going to work on this guy because it does ignore defense, but is immune to fire damage. So, won't work. There's so many little things in this game you gotta remember, like if you're trying to, and especially if it's a fight you don't normally do, like that you don't normally have to run from, or like don't know if certain enemies have like defense differences. Yeah.
So a question from the chat about if anybody checked the Dactyl Nest. No, I don't think either of our runners have checked any extra characters.
No one's checked anything. Yeah, not a single extra character check.
It's like I kind of get it. This is a pretty good party, but
yeah,
like mentioned in the chat, if it had been Robo, that would have made the desert check viable. Which could have been the time egg there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But we got Possum going to the future.
Yeah, Possum's going to the future. Again, so many things to keep track of. I'm trying to remember what was at Aristome and what was at Sun Palace.
Let's see. I think Aristome was where the bent sword was.
Yes, that's right. That's correct. Okay, I do remember that now. So
I forget, was it Sun Palace?
Sun Palace was Prism? Nope. That was Thomas. That was Giant's Claw. Maxima?
Oh, you're right. Grand Leon.
Grand Leon. Yeah, Grand Leon. Okay. So it's possible they could do Genodome. I kind of doubt it when you're an hour into a seed and don't have go mode yet because it's long. Which means likely they're just gonna follow behind the steps of Jazer, but don't know. Still don't know.
Yeah, probably. I would imagine with this much time has passed, you're just gonna find the closest and fastest check and clear it.
Or hear me out, because you could do this. We could check the character in the future. If it's Marl, you can go do 2 checks with this Prism Shard and the Moonstone.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Which I like that idea. That would be the fastest way to check 2 things quickly.
Yeah, it's pretty quick to go and take a look at that one, too. You got to go through those 2 batches of debuggers, I want to say, is the name of that one.
Yeah. Fun fact, the second set of debuggers has a unique property where if you walk past them instead of run, you will not trigger the fight.
Great.
Yeah.
Just got to be quiet. Stealth section.
Just got to be quiet. It's the Metal Gear Solid aspect of the game. There's one room. But even if Possum does do the same thing, it's going to definitely be a little higher level here, so we'll be able to speed through things a little bit quicker. And I love what Jazer is doing here. This is my favorite thing. Jazer is charming these cranks instead of attacking them, because charming them still counts as hitting them. And when you use charm, it goes through, but they're speed tabs.
Yeah.
Which I think is vanilla.
Oh, is it? That's fantastic.
I think.
I mean, I guess, yeah, there's no way you'd know.
Or maybe Ozzy's Fort is the one that has them. I can't remember. But anyway, this is amazing. You just got 4 extra speed tabs.
Which is huge, because I don't think Jazer's put any speed tabs in any characters other than Luca.
Yeah, so we gonna go fast.
Which, my understanding is it is the most important stat in the entire game.
It really is. We could talk about other things, but speed is king. Speed is queen. Speed is the best. And that's kind of true of going fast in a randomizer anyway, probably.
Oh yeah, I think maybe it's just a property of the fact that it's such a small maximum value. I think the double star is 16.
Yeah, that's correct.
So getting 1 speed is you're getting 1/16 of the total speed that you could possibly have in the entire game versus, Final Fantasy VI, for example, where you get +1 speed. It's okay, great. You're 1 closer to 255. It's not necessarily, you're not going to see a whole lot of dividends from it until you get up into the 60s or the 70s.
And really what the reason is that it boils down to is in a turn-based game, it's if you go faster than your opponent or just do more attacks than your opponent, you're going to go fast. I mean, it's not necessarily about how fast is my ATB filling up. I mean, it is that, but it's really about saving, attack animations and stuff like that. That's a big part of it. And we got Frog down here, who clearly took over Magus's castle in this evil dark timeline.
Yeah, I think we might be dealing with some alternate realities here.
So we saw the North Cape Magus earlier down in that desert. This Magus will be scripted, has the highest HP roll he can have. On Gato Cup settings, we can see enemies and bosses' HP. That's not the case in the Millennial Pre. So that's a number you kind of have to be good at memorizing or learning about. It's quote unquote a more competitive way. But this boss in particular can be 10,000 to 15,000 and be rolled high.
Yeah, 15,000 is a lot.
To put that in perspective for everyone, for this randomizer, the endgame boss has 20,000. So.
And Jazer does have a little bit less levels and offensive power than Possum Orpheus even has for Yakra. Yakra is going to go down in, I think, 2 hits here. Oh, okay, not quite.
Pretty close. Yeah, I think it's 7,000. But the thing that Jazer has going for him is that Grand Leon, with the Hero Metal especially, you can use it to your advantage against Magus, in quotes. which Possum won't be able to do if they go here.
Well, it looks like I think Possum. This is where the Grand Leon was.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
About
to pick it up. Here we go. Ta-da!
It's the Grand Leon.
That's right. Okay. Are they going Aerostome or are they going to click a character? They're doing the same thing. All right.
It is the good call. Like, this is exactly what I think is sort of the default like mindset when you kind of feel like you're a little bit behind the ball with a randomizer like this. Is just whatever's closest and fastest, just go for it. And that's why, you do the Son of Sun first, and then you do this one, and if this one doesn't work, then it's like, well, okay, I guess we're going to Genodome. Actually, no. Actually, if this one doesn't work, hopefully you go to Protodome to see if.
Yeah, I might have done Protodome first, just again because
I like that reasoning that you gave.
You do the Moonstone and the Prism Shard at the same time. If Marl is there, right? That you have to check because you can check it, 30 seconds, just see if Marl's there or not. And Nate asked, I think here in chat on Twitch, yes, well was checked on Possum's side, and it was a jerky.
Maybe the funniest thing that it could have possibly been.
Yep. So Possum is just going to be on the exact same route as Jazzer. Although, again, could, knowing how many checks are left, if Possum finds the sword here, knowing that the other half is on Snail Shop, you could make the argument of doing that King's Trial and Moonstart again, because if you know that you have a higher percentage chance of finding a different go mode in the sense of getting the time egg, that would be faster than just straight up doing Magus' Castle. Mm-hmm. So it can be a strategic move, but that's in the heat of the moment. You're racing. You maybe aren't even thinking about that as an option sometimes, or you just don't want to. Like, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, it can be tough to make those kinds of calculations in the middle of it, right? Because you want to do whatever's fastest, and that's just kind of your brain sort of stops thinking about it after that.
We have the benefit of being able to sit back and relax.
Yes, we can think whatever we want.
I love racing this game. I also love commentating.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Completely different set of thought about it. So it looks like Jazer took care of Frogus.
Frogus is out. So Jazer will go into the Kingdom of Zeal. Has two different little areas they can check. If they go to Nhasa, it looks like they're just going straight up to the top. There's a tab you can grab. There's two last shops that have pretty high tier stuff. So what a lot of people will do is check this last shop, sell a vast majority of their equipment to gain as much money as possible, and then buy whatever this new is about to sell.
Mm-hmm. Because this is going to be a top shelf shop. It's not, I think there's the one in the Black Omen is the one that has the really good really high level consumables. But I want to say this one will have lapis no matter what.
This one can have mega elixirs.
Oh.
It can have amulets. It can have mega elixirs. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, but it doesn't have a guaranteed item in it. It just is going to have really good stuff.
Yeah, there are mega elixirs, hyper ethers,
silver studs.
Silver studs. Yeah, so there's stuff there. It might. Someone who knows better than me in chat, maybe Phone, maybe Nate. Does it guarantee amulets? I don't know if it even guarantees amulets. I don't think it guarantees anything. I think it's just good.
Yeah, I forget where I had heard that, or if I'm mixing it up with the shop in the Black Omen.
Maybe that's what it is. There's lapis guarantees are at the Fiona Shrine, if you could do desert, and they're also
there we go.
Yep, and they're also at I think when you say fits, I think that's the other one.
Okay.
A phone says they both have
Amulets.
always. So that's right. It is amulets. That is the one thing they always have.
Which, I mean, that makes sense because that's going to be, you
You
know,
want it
that's
for Lavos. Yeah.
probably, yeah, and that's probably the biggest stumbling block that you could run into in the final fight.
Yeah, it's those two.
You know, damage is damage, but stop is bad.
Stop is bad.
It's really bad.
Stop, sleep. Yeah, they suck.
Okay, show of hands in the chat. How many people pronounced it Black Omen?
I like that. Oh man.
I had a lot of those when I was a kid.
I like Black.
It took me a while.
Man.
Voice acting was very helpful in video games for me to find out that I've been pronouncing a bunch of crap wrong.
Yeah. Well, I've been playing this game for an amount of years, and I didn't know until very recently, getting into the Just of China community, about just some mispronunciations of just like characters. You know, like I always called her Marley, but apparently her name is actually Marl.
Yeah,
I don't know if it really matters that much. Like people say.
Oh
both.
no, that's a really common one too. So I think that one in particular, like no one in their right mind would give you any crap for it.
I definitely had a little dyslexia when I would always call Ayla Alia. I think it's because I just clicked the letters wrong one time.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Handful of those. Okay, so we are into Ocean Palace. We made quick work of that Lavos spawn that was up there. If you know where you're going here in the Ocean Palace, it doesn't take long. There is a little grind spot here that often people call it on the stairwell. It's just one of the easiest and most efficient places to kind of just go back and forth up and down to the same room over and over and just use something like Flare or Fire 2. I will be interested to see how long, if at all, Jazzer does this, because Jazzer has no idea that Phosphorus is like 10 minutes behind him. I keep saying Phosphorus. I don't know why. See, again, I'm doing a little bit of dyslexia there.
That is a cool name, at the very least.
It's Possum. Possum Morpheus. But both sound cool.
But yeah, I'd be curious, because Possum especially wouldn't have to really mess with that very much, if at all. By the time they get there, they're going to be pretty tough. So that might be a chance for Possum Morpheus to gain a little bit of time.
This is the spot. This is kind of like one of
the
main spot everyone would go to.
Yeah, if you've got something that can take care of all these guys, then you are good to go. Plus, I don't know if they've learned Dino Tail yet, but that's another little exploit that I really like, of getting Ayla down to low health, so you don't have to worry about those super obnoxious scouters.
Yes. Hey, we have a cat pet.
Okay, good job, Possum.
We're done. Great. Yeah, I don't know if they have Dino Tail, but we did a Frog Squash early on, so they do the exact same thing. That's an ability if you don't know, where if you're at low HP, the amount of damage calculation is based on the differential in your HP value. So if you have it very low, it's just an AoE physical clear on the whole board.
All right, Possum took care of some last-minute business there. Going to head into
They are
Magnus' Castle shortly.
I didn't check to see if he went into talk to Taban again. If you have the sword equipped, he'll give you another really good high-tier item.
Yes, he did. He got a Giga Arm out of it, though.
Dang.
Make Jazer pet the cat again. You know what? I kind of agree with that. I think because Possum Morpheus pet the cat like 3 or 4 times. Jazer only pet the cat once, so I think he might have to, make his way out of the Ocean Palace here and rectify that mistake.
There's some people campaigning for adding in a second cat to the tracker, which is Alphador, the purple cat. I think we need a pet Alphador as well. Or at least go say hi. You can't pet him, but you go say hi.
All right, yeah, Alphador's a little... that's a crankier cat than an average one, so I'm not sure if it's a good idea to just go up and right up and pet him. So yeah, Jazer clear as looks like done up to
level 29.
29.
Yeah. Yep. Feels safe for sure. You know, somewhere between 26, 27, 28, 29, somewhere in there. 26 is pretty low, 30 is pretty high, so like people like to get in that zone somewhere. And thankfully, with a randomizer like this, you don't want to have a randomizer where you have to grind for 10 minutes, to like make it fun. So like I think that this is a good amount of you can choose if you want to do it here or not.
Yeah, and it's a nice little fail-safe too for if you haven't been, if you haven't been gaining a bunch of levels along the way, you can just make your way through grit and tactics, and then once you get to this point, you can juice yourself up enough to be able to deal with the rest of it, relatively quickly.
Yeah. I think we're gonna. I don't know if I saw you. I have to see if just gonna lower HP here for switching out to looks like Ayla. So Ayla must have that.
Yeah, I want to say I saw Jazer use it, but it didn't actually come out because Flare just took care of all the business.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just standing in front of here. Fear factor.
How low can you go? Down to 190-ish. I'm not great at knowing exactly how low you want to be based on your max HP for killing the scouters. There's some math.
Yeah, I'd be curious if it's a percentage or if it's just a flat amount, because Jazer did put on a silver earring before doing all that mess.
Oh, that does matter. That is true. Yeah. The actual calculation is like it's like missing HP divided by some number.
Okay.
So if your HP is higher, like the calculation will be better. Yeah, HP values, you want high HP because of, being survivable and stuff like that. But high HP can matter for things like Danatel and Frog Squash, and also like a crisis weapon. Traditionally, that would be for Robo. If you have a number that ends in a 9, that number damage calculation is going to be off the charts. But if you have something like an earring you can put on a Robo, then you can guarantee that he'll always have a max HP at 9, like he's at 999. And so that can be a tactic for sure. Or any other character that can get a crisis weapon if you're using Gear Rando for a flag. You can get a crisis gun. Crisis sickle.
That sounds cool.
Yeah,
like
you can get a rainbow gun. You can get a Doom blade.
Rainbow fist.
Yep, Rainbow Fist. I don't know if the Rainbow can go on Ayla. Someone would.
That's too bad.
Yeah, you can get like a +1 speed on her. You can get like a plus magic defense or a plus strength or something. I don't know if those like ultimate effects. Like I don't know if you can get a Wonder Fist.
Oh, I mean, that's a shame because that sounds really rad.
Does sound cool.
The possessor of the Wonder Fist.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a fist with a North Star something.
Right, yeah. Kills a man 15 times.
Oh, and phone reminds me in chat, yes. On-hit effects don't apply to Ayla's attacks. Good point. So it doesn't matter anyway.
So we are seeing a little example of, I'm not sure if it's going to be able to fully cover the gap between Possum Morpheus and Jazer, but Possum did take out Flea there on the left lane within two moves, like one blaze kick from Ayla and then a jump slash from Frog, versus Jazer, who had to wait for everybody's turn to come back around. So like those little time gains you get from having a bunch of extra offense. We'll see if it manages to pull Possum up closer, but still, yeah, like you said, maybe roughly like 10 to 15 minutes behind Jazer.
Yeah, and it is always still a race because of Lavos. Lavos is right. Lavos, and there's a lot of weird different ways Lavos can get at you. So it really is not done until that last bit fades away. And Jazz is showing off those are the last skips in the game, right? They're going around those scouters. That is a tricky one to figure out. You have to just you can get behind them really easily, but then you got to wiggle your way around, kind of like the corner of the room there. Those ones are annoying, but
yeah, that was really impressive.
Done. Well done.
I'm terrible with that one, so A+.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Possum will continue to slowly catch up with just damage output for sure. It's just how much we'll have to see. Won't be grinding, I'm assuming, on the stairs.
Mhm.
So, and with whatever this twin boss is going to be, it could be anything. So, we've seen a couple golem bosses recently in our. Oh my gosh! Do not tell me it is again. No, get up.
Stop.
This is funny. So, for those who don't know, this boss does nothing. Literally nothing. You can wait and he'll just run away. But if you kill him, you get some good experience.
It does nothing
funny.
For a while, too.
It does nothing for a while, yes.
You gotta wait for them to count down.
We've seen it recently in our most recent Jurassic Rhythm tournament a couple of times, which is just ridiculous. Because it can be anything. It can even be something that was in the seed already.
Okay,
So,
that was going to be my next question. Is if it could have been, Dalton, I don't know, times.
Yeah,
Instead
it can
of
be
like two of them. But
we found Dalton earlier, and you could find 2 Daltons down here. And that is one of the most notorious, just like, boss encounters you could have, is a double Dalton fight.
Which I think we've also seen. I want to say, I forget if it was one of the Jurassic Rhythm races or not, but I do remember seeing that somewhat recently, and it was like it was brutal. Like one of the runners just kind of went nuts with AoE attacks in the beginning and almost died because of it.
Yeah, the chat flea can be pretty awful here as well. Double flea. Yakra can sometimes be a pain just because of a lot of counters and stuff, which you wouldn't imagine. It's like the first boss in the game. But you can find so many things here, that can be fun or a pain in the butt.
Yeah, and that's an interesting distinction too. It's like with Yakra, it's less that he's gonna give you a whooping, and more that he's just gonna waste a bunch of your time shooting all the needles every single time you try to do anything to him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Jazzer is going to this final boss gauntlet here. Phosphorus unfortunately fell into one of those tiny little pitfalls. There is some loot down here and some tabs. So as long as you just get into the safe spot here, you'll transfer back out.
I hate this room so much.
Good news is you can try. If you fall down twice, it's a lot worse than once. That's just the reality.
Right.
A little bit more time.
Well, and thankfully they do leave those holes there. So if you fall down twice, that'll probably be giving you a good indicator of where you've been, where you need to go. Oof! Just barely missed it.
Just barely. And you just gotta try to guess where these little fake save spots are. The one trick is that the save spot, the Rio save spot, is always on the opposite side of where the teleporter is.
Yeah, so you only have to run into one of those weird little shine fights.
Yeah. All right.
And I don't believe you can fall into a hole twice either. Like they turn into walls.
They turn into hard blocks that you can't interact with. Yeah. And this is a hard room. You go up, you wait, you hold up against these black dudes, little birds. Yeah. This is a hard skip room.
Yeah, and I believe you can't run from these guys either. The outlaws prevent it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing some blaze cooking work on Lavos as well. He does have water. Water's good against those little outlaws, because you can't use fire on them, so that is nice.
Oh man, yeah, Jays are making short work of the porcupine version.
Mm-hmm. Last save point. If there's any final re-equips of any kind. Sheltering up.
Ooh, Possum doing a good job getting past that bird.
Yeah, that was when Jazzer missed and Possum got it. These are, again, this is a hard room. This is a room you gotta practice.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're doing. for sure. Okay, Lavos 2 here. Do you know about Lavos 2's script at all?
A little bit. Like I know it at the end. Like once you get rid of the 2 arms, that one's kind of obvious because it's just sort of going into it's like a 5 move rotation. But I don't know a whole lot about the first part.
He always opens up with this laser beam attack, which is kind of a little bit of an AoE, and then pretty quickly we'll throw out these 2 like boomerang, we call them bananas sometimes, out of the hand.
Oh yeah.
And it's always one after the other, and they're a physical, and they can target the same person twice in a row, or they can target one. But if you can kill a hand quickly, like this, maybe? Nice. Very good. Then you're only going to get hit with one of them instead of 2.
Whoa.
That will often down it. Like, it is a very strong single target physical. So another option can just be waiting and like having a heal or revive up to go. But yeah, Jazzer got the speed. He's very fast. Did have enough damage output. But that's always the script you know. Laser beams and then 2 boomerangs.
Okay.
And then, so once you kill both arms, because you can't attack the center until the arms are both dead, and then his defense goes down.
And then this status protection removal, I had no clue what that did when I was a kid. But now that I do know, it's like, oh, that's really bad.
Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, you as a kid, you went and got amulets for everyone and prism helms for everyone, but oh wait,
they don't do nothing.
Yep, Final Boss does what they want.
And I don't regard it with that attack because it always did 50 damage or whatever. So every time it would happen, I'd be like, well, I don't care.
That doesn't matter. No, it matters.
Yeah, whatever.
But interestingly, there you'll see with the tailspin / blaze ability from using Fire Whirl, you can bypass Lavos' defense in that moment before his defense officially goes down.
Ooh, and it is stop. I was joking.
Yeah. Thankfully, it only had Frog. Now, I'm hoping Possum charms these things.
Oh, yeah.
Speed tabs. And then this can poison, which it didn't. That's good. A thing I didn't know until playing the randomizer was that statuses not only do the status, but also make you do half as much damage.
Really?
So if you're poisoned, all of a sudden now you're doing 50% damage. So
that's actually
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that's a big deal.
Same with slow. Slow does the same thing. Yeah, something I didn't know. It's not really explicitly explained.
Yeah.
75 someone's phone says 75? Okay, yeah. Whatever it is, it sucks.
More savage.
Yeah, it's the same. You take more damage and you give less damage. So it's like, you always want to heal those up as fast as possible.
Okay, so really quick, Possum is thankfully using Charm on these things, but missed twice in a row, so is only going to be getting 2 speed tabs out of this. Oh, never mind, 1.
Oh, man, that's just bad luck. Oofta. Okay, so Jazzer, there is a way to get a glitched menu here, potentially, if they want to try for it, which they did. Great. Between phases, you can re-heal up.
So, all right, we do have... Sorry if I make it a donation in real quick. We do have the donation from Ravlin in, paid $50 to Veep. Thank you very much, Ravlin.
Woohoo!
Wasn't supposed to be 50, was supposed to be less than that, but rounded up because it was easier.
Amazing.
We love that.
All right, Lavos 3 we got going on over here. So, Lavos 3, that left bit will absorb magic and needs physical. And then the center bit is the one that's going to be changing the eras and doing all the big move attacks. And the right bit on the screen is the one that's actually the real one. but it won't lower its defense until one of the other two is dead. So sometimes we talk about in Jets of Time, and even just Chrono Trigger in general, it's like what strategy you're using. Sometimes people will say left bit strategies or center bit strategies or hybrid strategies for what you're trying to take out here.
That was a brutal hit.
Yeah. Lavos, again, Lavos will Lavos. Hits like a truck. Has all the strongest moves in the game. And like I said before, this race ain't over until that final bit fades away. So, okay, center bit strats, center scout.
And hey, Ravlin also coming in with 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Ravlin.
Woo!
Super generous.
Thank you.
And if I may jump into a couple more of the couple donations early in here that I think we might have missed. We got Taco Mage matched to Veep as well, since they had previously donated over to the Main Street Alliance. So thank you very much, Taco Mage. And Fiery Blizzard, I believe, did the same thing. So a couple of extra donations from the folks who were donating from the previous segment.
Thank you so much once again. Yeah, for those who maybe are just jumping in or didn't catch the beginning, we are helping donate money for big needs in Minneapolis right now, primarily housing assistance and food banks. And Jazzer's halfway through this Lavos 2 fight, or Lavos 3 fight. Now beyond that, these Blaze Kicks and Leap Slashes are doing a lot of work. It's possible could keep going after taking this one out, as the center bit does come back. You have a choice to make now. Do you just go for it? Do you think you're close enough? Are you doing the damage calculations in your head properly?
That is very funny. I brought up the Discord window, the other Discord window, not the one that we're watching it in, to check out some of those things. And when I did that, Jazer was not doing this well. And, read some donations for a couple minutes, came back in here, and now Jazer is dominating this fight.
And Jazer is pretty close. That right bit is not far away, so we could see an end here at any moment. Lightning strike on Frog.
Ooh, he's still up.
Yeah, but these Blaze Kicks are doing work. This might 1 or 2 more hits. That's it.
Excellent. GG's to
That's
Jazer.
GG's. That was about a 134.45-ish.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Just
Great job.
excellent work through there. Really doing a great job of showing off how, you don't necessarily need much more than a one good tool, right? Like if you've got, I guess in this case it was more like about 2 or 3. Like Blaze Kick doing a bunch of work. If it couldn't be taken out with Blaze Kick, we had Fire Whirl. It was really good showing from Jazer, who we have in the booth right now. GG's Jazer.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. That was great. Blaze Kick was your best friend, it seemed like, in that race.
Yeah, I like to have some high single target damage, preferable, Chrono, Rainbow, Fire Sword 2, Ice Sword 2, but Blaze Kick is a good substitute. Cube Toss can suffice if necessary. Getting the early Fire Whirl made me just say, all right, I'm doing Desert sooner than later.
That was your team. You both decided pretty much the same thing right off the bat. Did a lot of pretty similar things. Biggest difference being that Possum just went and did some things you didn't do, I think. Went up Mount Woe and it was nothing. It was a jerky. What else did they do? They went down to Reptite Layer. Gate Key was somewhere.
If he did Reptite, he got Gate Key, which I didn't get.
Yeah, where was Gate Key? I think it was. Did you do Giant's Claw?
Yeah, I think I want to say they both did. I think the big difference was when Jazer went to do the trial. That was around the same time that Possum found the gate key, so they both kind of split in different directions at that
I think
point.
gate key was Denadoro. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Yeah, it has to be. That's the only
That's
thing
what
that
it was.
faded.
That's what
Unless
it was.
there was Robo somewhere.
No, neither of you looked for any
yeah.
characters the whole time.
That was my question, is if there was ever a point when you were thinking about finding a new character for the checks more than anything else, because like this, we all saw what this party was capable of, but I'm curious if that ever crossed your mind.
Yeah, my next to do after Eris was to check Proto for Marl or Robo. That was the next thing I was going to do.
Yeah.
And then it would have been Denadoro.
Yep.
Because he wants to go to Geno.
Yeah. At that point, you've done longer other things. But yeah. Any other thoughts you had on your routing or things you liked or didn't like about the seed or yeah.
The whole, what was it? There was a pretty long chain I did that was ended in the Prism Shard at Giant's Claw. I forget what it was. There was a fair commitment there, and I'm like, I complete dead end because I don't have Marl.
Yeah, I forget where the Thomas Pop was, but I think was that Hecarim?
It might have been. It was either. I think Hecarim was Pendant, and I think it was Bridge for Hero Metal into Thomas Pop into. I don't know.
One of those. It's hard to remember the exact order of everything when you're doing it. I agree. But yeah, same. You guys, both of you ended up doing that same kind of dead end route.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we had plenty of Cat's Pet.
Yeah.
We were worried there for a while because Possum was taking a minute, but
yeah, I almost forgot. I meant to do it earlier, but we went and got a cat pet. I thought about going and getting Chrono to do 3D attack.
Yeah.
Luca was doing too much work, and I put too many speed tabs into her. I did have a Cali Blade, so 3D attack would have been hitting at least 4K.
Yeah, that would have been great. But yeah, it's hard to know. It's especially when the tab situation of like, have I committed to a character or not? That could be a tough call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that would be something that I'm curious about. Your thought process outside of the tab situation, because that I think is, at least to me, is the biggest indicator of, oh no, this character is probably going to stick around for a while. Is there a point of no return for you for bringing in a character like Chrono that late, who he hadn't hardly gotten any tech points? You had a great weapon for him, but it might have been a little while to get him in. So I guess what the calculations that you do for whether or not you're going to swap a character out.
So here, I had enough power tabs. Alo was going to be good enough. Blaze Kick was going to be good enough. That's why I didn't do it, as well as Luca, her AoE was going to really help in Magus Castle and with the grind. Chrono would have purely been to try and speed up the Lavos fight with 3D attack.
Sure.
But if I don't get spin cut, that doesn't happen. So, and I didn't have rock throw at that point, so I wouldn't have had Falcon hit for screen clear.
Sure. And probably not going to rely on Water 2 as not being quite strong enough.
Yeah, at the end, with the Hero Medal, it was hitting 600.
With the Hero Medal, that's a good point. With the Hero Medal, it can, for sure.
It maybe actually would have been good enough. Now that I think about the Hero Medal, I forgot I had the Hero Medal for a while. I don't know if you guys noticed I didn't put it on until I was going into Magus Castle.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Luca's good.
Luca's good. Ayla's good.
Yeah, this is a great party.
Yeah. It worked out.
I'm guessing Possum back over here in the side is not going to grind here. Just going to make sure that, getting enough damage down for Frog Squash or Dino Tail, because I'm guessing they realize that they're Just gotta go fast.
Oh yeah, yeah, and they're already at level 33 at this point, so
There's
plenty,
no reason.
plenty of experience points.
Yeah, if he did woe, he's fine.
Yeah,
did he do
for
the
sure.
same go mode?
Yes. Yeah. So he basically was just kind of like what you did, but added in, got the gate key, went to Reptite, went up woe, did Denardoro. So just did a couple extra things, and then was just kind of behind in your footsteps a bit. I was really hoping that one of you was gonna kind of like we were talking about, go to one of the other character checks to maybe find Marl, especially Possum, because it had the gate key and had the moonstone and had the pendant and had the prism shard, and so could have done 2 other really quick checks right away. Because he also had clone, could have done something different faster, and maybe would have changed the differential there up a little bit. Hard to say though,
Yeah. If he got Black Omen go mode, this go mode took me 40 minutes? 45 minutes?
Takes a minute from top to bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magus Castle is a lengthy one.
Black Omen, if you're leveled like he is, that's like 30 minutes, so 35 minutes. He could have made up some ground if he was able to get clone, but it's hard to make that choice.
Yeah, he would have just been looking for Chrono Trigger because he had clone, so he was just. But it's so hard sometimes in the moment to think about things like that, or maybe it's just not what you wanted to do. It's like, oh, if I do this and this, will it save me time? If I get a different one, there's a lot of variables and constants in that math equation. that you're doing live.
And there's also the issue of just there's so many characters to check. I don't know if he checked Burrow earlier to know that.
No.
Well, he had Hero Medal.
He did, yeah, at the same time as you, basically.
Yeah, so he had the Hero Medal. So it would have been. There were 3 spots he would have had to check, right? Black Cathedral, Dactyl's Nest, and Protodome.
Yep.
It just could take a while to find Marrow, potentially.
For sure. Or Robo, right? Because you both did Desert without having Robo. So that was another thing, too, that someone could have just came back for it real quick to check.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. I don't know if I necessarily would have been, had a quick enough brain to reach that conclusion, but there was, the 1 in 3 chance that if you go and check Protodome, it's Magus. It wasn't a huge waste of time or anything like that, but that initial plan of grabbing a character and doing some, kind of odd checks with them would have gone right out the window.
Yeah. Protodome would be the fastest one, for sure, rather than Back Cathedral or Dactyl.
Back of Cathedral can go really fast once you one-shot the boss, but it still takes... There's still a bit of walking and puzzles and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And Dactyl's Nest, if you get the skips, is fast, but I've gotten them each once ever, so...
They're tough. These Scouter ones right here that Possum's doing are tough, and the Dactyl Nest ones are tough, too. You got them, though. That was great. We saw you do that live. That was great.
Oh yeah, big ups on your skips.
Yeah, I missed a couple that I usually get. There was the bird that I pushed off the path. Apparently, you have to push it farther off. I didn't know that.
It was real close. It was just a little bit off, I think.
I had never not pushed it far enough, so now I know to let it go a little farther. But the Scout skip I'd been missing for the last week or so. I got it for a while, and I was commenting in someone's chat, and they're like, "Oh, you probably are going diagonal. You have to go straight right or straight left," and that was it.
That's it.
And he has 2 prism helms. I'm jealous.
Oh yeah, one of them was the jerky. The jerky turn-in was a prism helm.
Oh yeah, woe was jerky, by the way.
Yeah.
What was jerky? Oh, yeah. That feels terrible.
Yeah.
And he fought a bunch of stuff on the way up too.
He did. He didn't do. He went and did a lot of looting and did some extra fights, and yeah.
He got a second grind. He had desert and then second grind.
Mm-hmm.
It had crazy levels though, but.
And then we get Golem Boss. LOL.
Yeah. You're worried about something like Dalton, and then you just get Golem Bomb. Yeah, he's doing 300 more or something with his flare than I was, 200 more.
I'm curious here if the play is flare into drop kick or is it blaze click into leap slash. I'm not sure what the damage calculation difference is there.
Single target, they're probably similar, but here flare can hit both.
Yeah, it's probably just better total damage. But yeah, that was quick.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
He had one less flare than me, slightly more damage. Yeah. It's fun. Me and Possum started playing this about the same time.
Oh yeah.
Midway through June. Or January,
Yeah.
not June. Midway through January.
That's great.
He plays a lot more other games. I've mostly just been focusing on this. So
Yeah, neither of you have done Gato Cup. Do you think you're gonna?
Gato Cup? I don't know. Scheduling's hard for me.
That's
I don't
fair.
have big windows when I can play to try and line up with people.
That's fair.
Outside of the weekend.
I'll plug Gato Cup for people in the chat and who are listening and stuff. It's the flags that we're using right now. So it's exactly what you're watching. So you've learned a little bit just by chilling here. But it's kind of like a mentorship program. I know it's a similar one for like Worlds Collide, right? It's a similar thing.
Yeah,
You
really
get
similar
paired up
to
with like
Google.
someone who knows the game quite well, and you get to hang out with them. They learn, they play, and then you do like a little mini tournament afterwards. It's great. And we're getting signups for another one right now. So if you're interested and want to learn, come hang out.
Yeah. After this, I need to get ready for my next Jurassic Rhythm race.
Yeah, that's right. Another tournament going on right now.
Yeah. Cool.
Hey, you're playing against Nate.
Nate.
Yeah. Great.
I got super lucky last week, so now I have to try and get lucky again. We'll see.
You're going against double Nates. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
It'll be a great race.
It'll be fun. Yeah. I'm going to head out. Thank you again for the commentary and the tracking. Thanks, Glue, for restreaming and putting on the event.
Thanks, Jather.
Trying to help
thank you
out
for
the
racing.
people in
Put on a good show.
Minneapolis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Possum here is in the final couple of fights, and similar, like we said before, yeah, they're going to be Blaze clicking away. Look at this, already
wow.
done levels phase 1. Like, we knew that this was going to be faster, right? I should have timed how long it took Jazzer to do that, and we'll see how long this one takes.
Yeah, Jazzer also zipped through, the porcupine face there. So we'll see. I don't think it was that fast, but
I'll see if I can check as fast as I can here if there's any big differences with their equipment or anything. Nah, couldn't even see. That was quick.
Oh yeah. So another update. We are up to $825. That is from a $40 donation to both of our two charities from Schwantz27. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Schwantz. Amazing. Thank you. Woohoo! $825.
Yeah, not too shabby. Good way to use up a Saturday.
I agree. So again, as before, yep, the laser beams into 2 big bananas. But if we can kill an arm, it'll be 1 set of bananas.
Might even get it. Oh, just barely with 1 move.
That crit basic attack from Frog. Let's see it.
So I don't know if this is I'm sure this has been debated on in the Jets of Time community. I don't unfortunately have quite as much experience with guys. What is going on with that laser attack? Because those are Lavos presenting nipples there that pop out. Okay, fair enough. I guess I do understand.
It's there's different things we could say what it is. But
Okay.
it's also an intergalactic parasite with arms on its head grabbing part of its tentacles, question mark? So like what is anatomy even?
All right, fair enough.
You know?
I suppose strictly speaking, Zero from Mega Man X has the exact same thing going on.
Pretty similar. Yeah. Yeah, they're just we call them the lasers of doom.
Okay.
But
Man,
yes,
already down to
there are other names people use.
Already down to 2,000 HP. This is going to take care of Phase 2. Yeah, Possum is screaming through this final fight.
Yeah, that, and then if we get, thankfully, we don't get too far into that next cycle. Once the arms are down, it'll do that cycle with Doomblaze, Shadow Doomblaze, and inflict high magical damage, and then it's going to do Evil Emanation, which will increase its attack power, and then repeat the cycle. So like, there is a point where it's just like, if you're not strong enough to beat Lavos, even getting into a heal loop won't save you. Like you will just lose. Too strong. Final phase. Let's see if they even want to menu skip here. Yes, they do, just to heal up. I'm guessing a little heal, then some MP. Generally, if you get that skip, you just kind of push down the menu button right when the kind of screen fades to black in the bottom right corner is what a lot of people kind of look at. Some people use an audio cue as well.
Yeah, does bashing it work?
It can. But practicing the timing for it is probably more effective.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see how he takes out this last phase here. Should go down pretty easily.
Yeah, does have maybe less of a level lead over Jazer than I think maybe I thought he would have, but he did end up running from a handful of fights that Jazer did not earlier on. So still stronger, but not quite as devastatingly. Oh no, wait, never mind. Okay, forget everything that I just said for the last 30 seconds. I was wrong.
Yeah. And that center bit can do other weird things. You know, when it changes time zones, it can do different attacks, can give statuses, can use Grand Stone. But with center bit gone, we can just focus on the true enemy here. And just dish out 3,800 damage, which we like.
Just casual, like it's no big deal. So yeah, how much HP does this does the true bit have there?
20,000.
20,000. Okay, right. You told me that earlier.
I think in the vanilla it's 30,000, so it's a little bit lower for, you know, just a little bit of balancing and speedrunner's sake. And Zeal 2, the other alternative Go Mode final boss, is the same. The head is 20,000.
Okay.
So and again, if you're doing not Gato Cup or playing more other standard kind of race flag setting, that kind of like sight scope effect to see where the HP value is at is not there. So math is kind of a skill, like knowing how much HP is left can determine, like, can you go another round? Do I need to heal up? Stuff like that.
But like super critical for learning all this stuff. Like having access to that was really valuable when I was learning this game.
Yes, 100%. And it's just a flag you can also just turn on at any point. If you want to have HP values on at all times, just do it when you're learning the game. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, because it's like something that you could just know in the back of your head, but it's also really handy to have it like right there in front of you. And that is that. GG's Possum Morpheus.
About a 156.22 or so I saw. There we go. Amazing.
Excellent showing from both of our players today.
Oh, this has been such a fun afternoon into evening. At least for us here. Yay.
All right, and we got Possum Morpheus in the booth with us. GG's, Possum.
Yeah, GG's. Thank you all for having me for such a great cause. I appreciate it. Thanks to Jazer. Very well done.
Yeah, he was in here a little earlier to chat and just jumped off. You guys both did such a great job and a great way to show off this randomizer and get people to know about it more and helping raise money. We've raised over $800. It's been great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, anything you want to say about your run, about the seed, about what you did?
I was super comfortable with the seed. I thought it was fine. I had a little bit of an error in Magus's castle falling into the pits 3 times. That was unfortunate. I'm better than that, but otherwise, I thought it was perfectly fine. It was just sometimes you you pick the wrong path, and that was the story of this one. I just didn't want to do pendant, and unfortunately, it gated every go mode. So it'd be like that sometimes.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Well, because the other piece of the sword wasn't, that was not in a shallow pool either. Like you had to go pretty deep into, everybody's going to do Eris Dome, but you're of course going to do, the Son of Sun first. And we were actually wondering if maybe you would check like Protodome before that as well. So it's not like it would have been right there on the front of going through the future. But we were kind of curious about if, we were going to have a nice, fun Y split. But alas, it was Jerky.
Yeah, when I saw Jerky from there, I was like, well, that pretty much puts a nail in this coffin if we didn't do the exact same thing. I figure Jazer is going to out-execute me, has the skips down better than I do, but figured maybe we can get there, cut out the back of Cathedral. I was very happy with, just the Luca Frog Isla team. It's something I'm very comfortable running. I like Frog more than a lot of folks, so I was very happy to see those 3.
Yeah, and he was putting in the work too.
You ended up getting the same teams. You ended up doing a lot of the same routing. You just did a little bit more of it than he did. Is really what it came down to.
Yeah, Denodoro, I think, that was when the divergence happened, when you picked up that gate key.
He never went.
Yeah, Denodoro to get the gate key, to get Mount Woe, to get Reptite Lair.
Yep, all that.
To get the Jerky, just a thing or two.
Yeah. With having then gotten gate key and pendant, having already done Desert, having had the Prism Shard, did you ever contemplate looking just for Marl or Robo in one of the other couple of character spots to maybe find something else? Did that ever cross your mind, or were you just like, nah, I'm doing this?
I debated it, but by the time I got to the future, it didn't make sense to check Proto, but had I done Pendant sooner, yes, Proto would have been something to check. I could have gone Dactyl's Nest, but at the same time, it was like, I don't want to deviate from these characters, and at that point, I also don't want to double back to do things like the Prism Shard or like Desert. So, Desert was more just a grind than anything, and an infusion of tech points. Is something that I don't see too many other folks do is take the boss. Obviously, everyone grinds the fights, but I like taking the boss as well for that extra 2 or 3 levels and the 40 tech points. So
it's a massive. Yeah. It's a good chunk.
But I'm happy to just up to. Oh, Proto was Robo? Okay.
It was. So it could have been quick. I wonder what was in Fiona's Shrine then, if he's checking what Proto was.
Yeah, I mean, if Fiona's Shrine is like Chrono Trigger, for example, then.
Yeah, that would have been it.
That gets.
Yeah, that's what we were kind of hoping, is that either Meryl or Robo would have led to the egg.
Who knows, though, right? Hard to say in the moment. Cool.
Yeah, I'm like I said, though, I was thrilled to be a part of this, and thank everyone for putting it on. I know Glue especially has done a ton of work behind the scenes. Leon Kennedy, I know you jumped in, not last second, but relatively last second to do comms for this, so greatly appreciate it. and then who was it else that ran? Was it Taco Mage and Sigil did Worlds Collide?
Mhm.
And then I forget who did 5. I apologize, but Turd's been also doing comms and helping out in the booth. Like, just huge shout outs to everyone involved to help a great cause and help pull Minneapolis and the greater Minnesota area out. And I do see from Jazer in chat since I hopped in, of course, Desert was Chrono Trigger.
Yeah,
So
I just
had the setup. I had the setup. It's okay.
We're ready to go.
That's too funny.
Cool.
Like I said,
everyone.
I'm happy to sub too, but thanks y'all again for having me, and I'll get out of y'all's hair. GG's everyone today. It was wonderful.
Yeah, GG's.
Cool. Thanks everyone.
So yeah, that big thank you to. I'll go ahead and double up with what Possum was saying. Big thank you to everybody who volunteered their time today. Leon, thank you so much for doing this commentary with me. I really appreciate having the expert along. Big thank you to Possum, Morpheus, and Jazer for running the Jets of Time. Big thank you to Sigil and Taco Mage for running the Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, and big thank you to Fiery Blizzard and Rom. Oh no, Rom something. Shoot. Oh no, Romstein. Thank you very much, Romstein. For I knew it was a good name, I just couldn't remember which good name. Yeah, thank you very much for putting all of your energy and time into doing this today, and especially big thanks to Drinks Glue for organizing it, for running all of the ones and zeros in the background. Couldn't do this without you, bud.
Yeah, I'm glad I was able to jump in and help. Thank you all so much for what we did today. My last little plug would just be come visit Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a great place. The whole Twin Cities is an amazing spot. There's a lot of really great people here doing a lot of really good work, and also it's just a gorgeous place. So we love supporting and helping out people in need. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I will plus one that the Midwest rules. There's so many different kinds of views there. The people there are beautiful. It's an excellent place to visit.
Cool.
So yeah, it looks like we are going to be sending a raid out to Golden Shocker. He is playing the Ultros Underground, so if you wanted to jump into that, you'll have to dip out to avoid some spoilers. But we're gonna go watch one of the best to ever do it. Thank you again so much for joining us today and for donating your time and money to a great cause. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Have a good night.